For some reason he couldn't understand, a watch had suddenly appeared on his right arm. Its timer counting down relentlessly. Contran had no idea what would happen when the numbers finally hit 0. A normal person might have shared this bizarre occurrence with family, but that wasn't an option for Contran. His mother had already divorced his father, who was lost to a life of drinking and gambling. Before the timer on his arm reached 0, the first thing Contran did was race his bike over to the Long Nang neighborhood. Looking up, he saw the familiar, brightly lit room filled with noise, and he knew his father was with his gambling buddies again. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and called the police, reporting the illegal gambling den in room 201 of Building 17 in the Long Nang complex. The police received the information and quickly confirmed that officers were being dispatched to the scene. Just then, it began to rain. Contran simply rode his bike back home, letting the rain soak him. Amidst the heavy downpour, he felt a sense of relief, knowing he had finally done the right thing. After getting back, he began to make his preparations. The countdown clock now showed only 52 minutes and 30 seconds left. Contran quietly packed his belongings and left a letter behind. The heavy rain continued to fall relentlessly. That night, his father was arrested. His mother was safe and sound in her new home. As for him, he silently tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. He sat waiting for the darkness to take him, without putting up a fight. Finally, the countdown timer hit 0, and then, something unimaginable happened. Contran was engulfed by the bizarre phenomenon. The entire world seemed to freeze solid in an instant. Then, it shattered like glass, breaking apart into countless fragments. Contran felt as if he was being torn apart by that wave. He fell endlessly, as if disappearing into the void. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up with a start in a strange room. Personal items had already been prepared for him. The old clothes he was wearing had completely vanished. A new countdown timer had appeared on his right hand. This time, it was 48 hours, or 2 days. Contran checked his body and found no injuries. It was definitely his body, with familiar marks that couldn't be faked. But the clothes he was wearing were completely unfamiliar, making him suspect he had been transported to another world, and that the timer might be counting down his time to return. At that thought, he sighed unconsciously. Even though no one was waiting for him back home, he still wanted to go back. Then, Contran silently observed every corner of the strange room. His eyes scanned it quickly like a hunter searching for clues, taking in every single detail. It was just a small, compact room, but it felt intentionally arranged. Everything was neat and orderly, with no signs of chaos. The walls and floor seemed to be made of sharp, black-lined panels. The modern, industrial-style layout made the space feel even colder. The materials in the room exuded an unbelievable luxury. Their glossy surfaces shined with a rarity that seemed out of this world. Contran still didn't understand where he was. He tilted his head slightly, trying to piece together the origin of this place from his memories. He wondered why this place was built with such extravagant materials. Perhaps this wasn't an ordinary prison, but a place hiding something else entirely. Suddenly, the hallway door creaked open. A mechanical sound echoed into the room like a cold summons, making his heart clench. The room door burst open, and a cold draft carrying the smell of machine oil flooded in. The sudden scene made everything in the room change in an instant. Immediately after, the public address system blared to life. A robotic voice repeated itself, its tone as cold and flat as a military announcement. The voice announced that it was breakfast time, the concise words echoing through the space, marking the moment the entire block had to assemble. The order required all prisoners to line up and move to the cafeteria. The authoritarian tone demanded obedience, leaving no room for resistance. Contran was stunned to find the numbers 010 and 101 printed on his clothes, realizing it was the prisoner ID assigned to him without a shred of mercy. As a first-time transmigrator, he was both stunned and bewildered to find he had become a prisoner in this strange new world. His mixed emotions swirling endlessly. The line between good luck and bad luck became blurry. He couldn't tell which it was, only that his future seemed to be shrinking like a closing crack. Contran opened his door and stepped into the hallway. With steady, echoing footsteps, he tried to remain calm amidst the barrage of new stimuli. The scene outside the room shocked him. The hallway was wide, lit by cold lights, and all the cell doors were identical, resembling a high-tech detention complex. The scenery looked like a futuristic world he had often seen on screen. Every detail was strange yet possessed a cold, rigid order. It felt like stepping into a science fiction movie, a place where machines and humans intertwined, a space completely detached from his old memories. Contran touched a nearby locker. Its metal surface was cold, But what made him freeze was the human figure approaching him. When the person looked up, he met their soulless gaze. Their eyes were like a machine's, their stare as cold as steel, making the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Those eyes seemed to be made of metal components, devoid of any warmth, like mechanical parts fitted onto a human body. Contran stared blankly after that figure, his heart pounding, until a voice next to him made him jump. A gruff, teasing voice called out to the newcomer, his words filled with such contempt that the air grew thick. That person warned that one shouldn't eat too much in the morning. His taunting tone meant to put the victim in a position of weakness before the group. They warned that eating a lot would cause problems with his appearance. A humiliating remark that made the atmosphere in the hallway even more tense. The speaker sneered that this was their rule. His words like a blade, the intent to bully clear on his cold face. That person used a metal arm to shove Contran hard against the wall. The attack wasn't painful but was full of pressure. An obvious act of bullying in front of everyone. It wasn't strange for old prisoners to bully newcomers, but the man's metal arm made Contran speculate about a mechanical era, sending a shiver down his spine. A group of prisoners discussed how more than 10 newcomers had arrived today. They laughed scornfully upon seeing that Contran had no mechanical parts, their attitude full of arrogance. Contran remained silent because he hadn't yet grasped the situation. At first, he thought they knew he had transmigrated, but then he realized they just saw him as a new rookie. As he was thinking this, a piercing scream erupted from the corridor below, the chaotic sound flaring up like a sudden fire. A hoarse shout echoed, "I want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore." The plea was filled with fear and desperation. A man yelled that he was Huang Taitian, the son of a major chairman, his voice continuously demanding his status, sending the corridor into chaos. He panicked so much that he stumbled and fell, his body staggering, but the people around him just sneered without offering any help, showing how callous this society was. Contran recognized the familiar face. It was a junior from his foreign language school, 1 year younger than him. He guessed that someone else had also been transmigrated here. Because of the commotion, many flying robots descended from the ceiling. They had an industrial design, made steady noises, and carried repetitive announcements. A loudspeaker system broadcast a firm warning. "Please stop." The repeated words echoed through the corridor, the tone as cold as a military command. All the prisoners stood still at the command, their eyes tense. No one dared to move. The atmosphere filled with coercion and fear. Those robots advanced towards Hong Tien, their movements as precise as a program, their goal to restrain the one causing the disturbance. In a flash, the robots closed in and tightly restrained his movements. There was no drawn-out noise. Everything happened according to the system's cold procedure. Contran stood still, watching the entire scene unfold without saying a word. In a strange place, meeting someone you know does make you feel a little more secure. But that sense of security depends on the specific circumstances, because not every countryman is trustworthy. Sometimes, they can even be a burden. The old prisoners began to mock Huang Taitian, calling him a fool and saying he got a 7-year sentence for tax evasion. He was acting tough last night, but now he was crying. Messing with the tax agency in this day and age is truly foolish. It would be strange to mess with them and not suffer the consequences. They burst out laughing and threw their arms around Contran's shoulders, their tone half joking and half threatening, asking if he was ready for what was coming. Contran didn't answer, but he knew what was coming next wouldn't be pleasant. Even though he was surrounded, his gaze remained fixed on the floor below. He continued to intently observe what was happening down below. The prisoners on the first floor had already started eating breakfast, but Contran quickly noticed a strange table that no one dared to approach. Everyone deliberately avoided that area, as if it posed some kind of threat. At that silent table, a middle-aged man sat in silent contemplation, staring at the chessboard in front of him. A white cat with turquoise eyes sat obediently beside him. 2 tall young men stood guard on either side of him like personal bodyguards. In the detention area, which was filled with a cacophony of noise, that corner table, however, was strangely silent. No one dared to go near him, as if his area was a strictly forbidden zone. It felt as if that spot was completely detached from the rest of the prison. At first, Contran thought he was a warden, but upon a closer look, he realized the man was also wearing a prison uniform with the number 0000. 001 printed on his chest. He was undoubtedly the most unique individual among all the prisoners here. Contran's gaze remained fixed on the man as he silently observed every single detail. Then, unexpectedly, the white-haired man standing next to him turned and flashed a sinister smile in Contran's direction. Just at that moment, the prison's loudspeaker blared again, urging them on. All the prisoners quickly lined up and began moving toward the dining area. Contran blended into the crowd heading down to the lower floor. As he walked, he took the opportunity to observe the overall layout of the detention facility. The building had 7 floors, 18 drones on the ceiling, 10 surveillance cameras, 3 armed robots, and a total of about 3,072 people, including himself. His extraordinary memory allowed Contran to gather all this data in a single glance. But a sudden scream shattered his concentration. He turned his head and saw a few of the older inmates bullying a younger guy, who looked like another newcomer who had just been brought in. He heard someone order them to drag the kid back to a cell, warning them not to cause a scene in the main square, lest the robots intervene. To which the inmates replied mockingly. As he was watching the scene unfold, a man with blazing red eyes walking in front of him issued a warning. "Stop gawking. Your turn is coming up next." However, that blatant threat didn't make Contran flinch in the slightest. His nonchalant expression only seemed to infuriate the guy even more. But Contran paid him no mind, simply grabbing his meal and finding a quiet spot to sit. Although he pretended to be indifferent, Contran saw right through them. The eyes of those prisoners had already revealed their dark intentions. The looks they gave him couldn't hide the predatory ambition just waiting to burst out. Contran knew that if he didn't make the first move, he might end up flat on his back in the infirmary on his very first day. The very moment they started to make their move, he immediately bolted and ran away. Contran's agility was nothing to scoff at. He escaped the encirclement of his pursuers with little difficulty. Even the food tray in his hands remained steady, without a single drop spilling. Someone urged them on, telling them to grab him quickly, while the guards weren't paying attention. The gang started shouting to each other as they gave chase. But when they realized where Contran was running, the entire group froze in their tracks, none of them daring to take another step. Because his destination was the table belonging to the man with prisoner number 001, the gang gritted their teeth in frustration before sneering, thinking he was naive to believe he could escape by running to that man. And they couldn't wait to see his fate. Clutching his food tray, Contran dashed straight toward the forbidden table, a place that everyone avoided like the plague. But before he could even get close to the man, he was stopped by a white-haired young man beside him, whose voice was as cold as ice. "Newbie, I know what you're trying to do, but we're not interested in saving your skin." Blocked from the front, with the old inmates baring their fangs behind him, ready to pounce, they relentlessly taunted him, convinced he was digging his own grave. But Contran remained strangely calm through it all. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly spoke up. "Front pawn advances 1. I can solve this endgame." He said this while looking directly at the chessboard in front of the man. The other prisoners were startled into silence, because they didn't even dare to look at the man, let alone speak to him. And yet, the man actually lifted his hand and began to move a piece. He made the exact move that Contran had just suggested. The old man then made another move and nodded in response. Elephant 5 retreats. Your move. The fact that he responded at all left everyone utterly astonished. But Contran knew he was on the right path. The game was in the Western Pass King's endgame. It looked balanced, but a single wrong move would lead to immediate collapse. Based on the chess books he had read, with the red pieces, simply maintaining the position would be enough to secure a draw. But in Contran's mind, defense was never an option. With a move of his second cannon, he continued his relentless attack. Advisor 6 advances 1. His opponent responded without delay. Rear chariot advances 4. Contran pressed his advantage. Elephant 1 retreats 9. They traded blows relentlessly, without a moment's rest. Every time the old man spoke, the crowd of prisoners would break out in a cold sweat, as if they were facing a demon. The tension in the air was so thick that no one dared to even breathe loudly. Finally, Contran made his decisive move. If the checkmate was successful, he would win instantly. A dramatic victory, decided in a single moment. The old man's face suddenly darkened, his complexion turning ashen gray. He lifted his head to look at Contran. His sharp eyes carefully observed every feature on the young man's face. So young, yet he made such a game-changing move without a hint of hesitation. Then, he chuckled softly and said with deep meaning, "It's rare to find someone who truly knows how to play these days. We'll continue tomorrow." Those words left the entire room stunned. No one thought the old man would concede, and they certainly couldn't believe Contran was such a skilled player. And they were even more shocked that he had scheduled another game for tomorrow. In this dangerous prison, that was as good as a promise of protection, especially in an age where people only knew simulated entertainment or artificial pleasures. The white-haired young man who had blocked his path earlier now returned to pat Contran on the shoulder, grinning. "Not bad. I'm Lam Tutu, and that big shot is Deep Fawn." See you tomorrow. Contran silently watched the three of them leave, but at that same moment, a camera from behind quietly locked onto his image. A feeling of being watched made Contran turn his head and glance back. In that instant, another prisoner suddenly grabbed his leg. His face was filthy, his hair was a mess, and his cheeks were stained with tears as he begged Contran for help, promising to obey him forever. But all he received in return was a gaze as cold as ice. Contran had no intention of interfering. Right after that, two of the old inmates rushed over, grabbed the young man by the head, and dragged him away. They dragged him back to continue the torture they had started earlier. Contran wasn't a heartless person, but in this situation, survival was his top priority. Of the 12 newcomers, 9 had already been dealt with by the old-timers, leaving only Contran and Huang Tae-Tien from Earth, which proved that transmigration wasn't a common thing. Contran didn't know why he was imprisoned here, but strangely, he didn't feel any despair. In fact, he was excited. In his old world, he was just an outcast. His father was cold, his mother had a new family, and his relatives were indifferent. For the past 2 New Year's holidays, no one had even called his name. If it weren't for that countdown clock, he probably would have tried to get into a university far away, just to leave that house forever. But even then, Contran wasn't sure what that dream really meant to him. But here, everything was completely different. A new life, even as a prisoner, was a new beginning for his freedom. He was starting to look forward to his future in this strange new world. While he was lost in thought, a young man suddenly approached him from behind. "So you finally arrived." "Sir." "You're just as handsome as the rumors say," the man exclaimed, leaning in close to stare at Contran's face. Startled by how close he was, Contran immediately took 8 steps back. The man gave a friendly smile, held out his hand, and introduced himself as Lo Kwang Nia. He said he was sent here by Con Ngoen, and that Contran could just call him Tu Lo. Contran stared at the outstretched hand but didn't take it. He just tilted his head, thinking he had no idea who Con Ngoen was. But from Lo Kwang Nia's respectful tone, it was clear this man knew his identity in this world, which implied his status was quite high. In the past hour, Lo Kwang Nia had glanced at him at least 21 times. That's just how many Contran had counted. The men with him all seemed to be his subordinates. If what the man said was true, then Contran being sent here wasn't a coincidence but part of a pre-existing plan. Although the logic seemed sound, it was all just speculation for now. Contran didn't want to carelessly reveal his secret, so he decided to keep his distance from Lo Kwang Nia for the time being. "I don't need your help right now. I can handle my own affairs," Contran said coldly, but his answer only made Lo Kwang Nia more flustered. No, that won't do. I have to serve you properly." "Sir, everyone here is an inmate. You don't have to be so formal," Contran said, but Lo Kwang Nia only grew more insistent. "Please, sir, just give me an order. You can treat me like your dog. I'll even lick your boots if you ask." Contran side-eyed him. "And what if my feet stink? Then I'll lick them until the smell is gone." His answer made Contran want to collapse on the spot. He had no idea where this kind of twisted loyalty came from, but it was obvious this guy couldn't be trusted. Contran didn't want to say another word, but Lo Kwang Nia continued to ramble on. "This morning, I was wondering why you hadn't looked for me. Sir, I never imagined you'd use the cover of a new inmate to get close to Lai Thuk Dong. Such a brilliant move. Here in Lagos 18 prison, if we can get Lai Thuk Dong's support, our plan will be much easier to execute." Contran broke out in a cold sweat. Lai Thuk Dong must have been the man playing chess earlier. As for the plan Lo Kwang Nia was talking about, he had no idea. He was curious but didn't dare ask, fearing he would expose himself as a transmigrator. But we have to be careful around Lai Thuk Dong. Being near a man like him is like sleeping next to a tiger. One wrong move, and he'll bite back. Lo Kwang Nia continued to mutter, while Contran just felt exhausted. All he wanted was to keep his head down and survive. Finally, Lo Kwang Nia lowered his voice. "Me apologies. Sir, I've spoken out of turn. Did you bring any instructions with you this time?" Contran was taken aback, his mind racing to find an answer that wouldn't arouse suspicion. After a few seconds, he blurted out, "Master Lad, the demon from the south has arrived." Hearing this, a series of question marks popped into Lo Kwang Nia's head. He was completely baffled. Meanwhile, in another corner of the prison, Lai Thuk Dong was sitting with Lam Tutu and Deep Fan. The three of them were silent, just like any other day. After a moment, Lam Tutu spoke up to break the silence. "Boss, that kid didn't lift a finger to help the new inmates. Lai Thuk Dong glanced over, as if he had already expected it. When playing chess, his moves were decisive. He was willing to sacrifice pieces to find an opening, so he wouldn't be soft on others either. Lam Tu frowned. Chess is one thing. I can sacrifice a piece. He then smirked and asked, "So boss, you still want to play tomorrow, of course. I can't just play with you two forever." With that said, he turned to Deep Fawn and changed the subject. "Oh, the Tran Corporation has captured Quach Ho Thien, and the investigation is already finished. He's about to be transferred to prison number 18. When that happens, you'll be the one to negotiate with him." Deep Fawn stared at Quach Ho Thien's photo on the digital display. He nodded, confirming that he had dealt with him before. While he wasn't easy to get along with, they could still hold a conversation. Diep Fan had always been a cautious man. That's why Lai Thuk Dong felt comfortable in trusting him with the job. Next, he asked Lam Tu Tu about Hong Te Tien. "The kid who was screaming in the cafeteria this morning. I've been observing him for a while, and something feels off." They were clearly discussing Huang Te Tien. On the surface, he looked like he was breaking down. But when he mentioned Lok Thon and the Vin Loi Corporation, his tone sounded completely certain. Lam Tu Tu had already investigated. Outwardly, Hoang Te Tien was just a regular employee who had dropped out of school long ago. He was arrested for his involvement in trafficking counterfeit parts with the Black Tiger organization in Sector 18. He was also linked to robberies involving prosthetic parts. But there was insufficient evidence. He was ultimately imprisoned for tax evasion. His entire record was straightforward, except for the two names Lak Thon and Vin Loi, which couldn't be traced. Besides Hong Te Tien, Lam Tu Tu also knew that Li Thuk Dong had his eye on Con Tran. Since their chess game had just ended, he hadn't had time to investigate the kid's background yet. Coincidentally, right at that moment, Con Tran happened to be walking past their area. He walked over to the bookshelf in the room. In the current era, the shelves weren't filled with paper books, but with tablets. Con Tran took one down. Seeing this, Lam Tu Tu approached him. "New here, if you want to use a tablet, you have to register with your inmate number and then log in. The device will remember your reading habits, bookmarks, and even your preferred font size. The device also has an integrated AI. Just speak its name, and it will find whatever you're looking for." Seeing how helpful he was, Con Tran seized the chance to ask, "Is there any way to check the news in your dreams?" Lam Tu Tu replied, "Inmate accounts don't have internet access. Even I don't. Only the higher-ups have that privilege." Con Tran secretly glanced over at Lai Thuk Dong. There was no doubt that his status in this prison was above everyone else's. "Thanks," Con Tran said coolly to Lam Tu Tu. He then logged into his account on the tablet and chose a quiet corner to sit down. And Lam Tu Tu didn't bother saying anything more. But as he was walking past, he saw Con Tran reading. He immediately turned back, because Con Tran's scrolling speed was even faster than someone surfing the web at an internet cafe. After observing for a moment, Lam Tu Tu returned to Li Thuk Dong's side. He leaned in and reported quietly that Con Tran wasn't seriously reading at all. He was just swiping the screen randomly like he was pretending. It was as if he was looking for an excuse to sit near Lai Thuk Dong, like he was deliberately trying to find a way to make an impression. But Li Thuk Dong didn't seem to care at all. He simply said gently not to meddle in other people's business, and not to look down on a person's will to live. If it were you, you'd probably be even more anxious. You have to learn to see things from another person's perspective. 3 hours passed. Finally, Lai Thuk Dong's group stood up to leave. As they walked past, they could still see Con Tran furiously swiping the screen. Lai Thuk Dong had originally intended to keep walking, but seeing the boy's fingers scrolling non-stop, he paused and asked, "What did the third line from 3 pages ago say?" Unexpectedly, Con Tran immediately answered, "When order is chaotic, only chaos can maintain order." His hands still swiping and his eyes still reading as he spoke. Lam Tu Tu was stunned. Because he had been so certain that Con Tran was just pretending, he thought Con Tran must have just taken a wild guess. Because who could possibly remember something like that? Diep Fan understood the situation and stepped forward, borrowing the tablet from Con Tran's hand to check. After carefully checking it word for word, he immediately reported to his superior that Con Tran's words were not wrong by a single letter. As he looked up from the screen, Con Tran happened to notice the white cat next to Lai Thuk Dong. Meanwhile, the older man couldn't hide the wide smile on his face. "This kid is getting more and more interesting. Let's go. It's time to eat." The 3 of them left, but Lam Tu Tu kept looking back, as if he still couldn't believe that phenomenal memory. In reality, it was all intentionally arranged by Con Tran. Though risky, it was a necessary move. Because in this steel cage where the strong prey on the weak, the only way to survive is to prove your worth to the one in charge. And it seems he had made Lee Thuk-dong start to truly pay attention. During the meal that day, when Lee Thuk-dong was only halfway through his portion, Lam Tiu-tiu returned. He sat comfortably on the opposite chair with his legs crossed. His face clearly showed a smug expression. Seeing that demeanor, Lee Thuk-dong knew immediately that he had just gathered some interesting information. So interesting. That chess-playing kid's background is as clean as a blank slate, with nothing suspicious to be found. But that's precisely why I'm even more curious. Lam Tiu-tiu laughed loudly and began to recount enthusiastically. According to his file, Con Tran in this world is a high school student from City 18. His parents died in a traffic accident, leaving him a large inheritance. He has no criminal record and no relatives. He was thrown in here for stealing a crystal phone, which was enough to warrant a heavy sentence. But here, both Lee Thuk-dong and the others understood that Prison 18 only held extremely dangerous individuals, most of whom had extensive criminal records, or were caught red-handed by the tax authorities. A crime like stealing a phone was completely out of place for someone like Con Tran. On top of that, his sentence was only 6 months, possibly the shortest sentence ever served here. Feeling it was too unusual, Lam Tiu-tiu decided to contact someone on the outside to investigate further. It turned out Con Tran's case was still controversial. He claimed he had paid for the phone in full, but for some reason, the money never reached the seller's account. The security camera also happened to be broken, leaving him with no evidence to clear his name. If the seller were to change their story, or the payment video surfaced, Con Tran would be released immediately. See, boss. These familiar tricks are usually used by those who intentionally get themselves thrown into prison for a job. The key point is that he has the surname Con. When he said this, Lam Tiu-tiu's voice lowered with deep seriousness. To have that surname in this era, it's an extremely special surname. The entire economy is now in the hands of 5 major corporations. Among them, there is a clan with the surname Con. Moreover, this surname is extremely rare. Meeting anyone with the surname Con on the street would make people think they're connected to the Con Consortium. Lee Thuk-dong's group was well aware that the Con Consortium had previously planted Lo Kuang Nia in here. That wasn't hard to investigate. At that time, Lam Tiu-tiu still didn't understand the purpose of sending someone like Lo Kuang Nia to prison. But then inside the prison, Lo Kuang Nia began to form his own faction. He used his sophisticated mechanical arm to defeat many of the veteran powers within the prison. It only took him 1 month to gather a host of followers. He formed a tripartite balance, confronting the other 2 factions in the prison. Lam Tiu-tiu found it very confusing at the time. Could the Con Consortium have sent him here just to become the prison overlord, when they clearly knew that Lee Thuk-dong was also here? If the goal was just to fight for the warden's position, that would be far too short-sighted. Deep Fawn chimed in. That's right. I used to think they were crazy for sending a nobody into the most dangerous place. But now I get it. Lo Kuang Nia was just paving the way for that kid Con Tran. No matter what Con Tran is planning, it's clear he's the real trump card. While Lo Kuang Nia was just a sacrificial pawn. Lam Tiu-tiu nodded. Even so, he still didn't understand why Con Tran was in this prison. Nor was he sure if the boy was a legitimate heir of the Con clan. Lee Thuk-dong had been listening quietly all this time. Only then did he put down his bowl of soup and spoke slowly. Perhaps the Con clan is looking for the shadow of the next generation. His voice was calm, as if he were talking about something completely unrelated. But it made both Diep Fan and Lam Tiu-tiu's expressions change instantly. The shadow for the next generation. Yes, a massive financial empire always needs a public face and a hidden core. Lee Thuk-dong continued. The head of the family is the public facade, while the shadow is the secret core behind it all. The shadow specializes in dirty work. It holds absolute power in the underworld, and can't even be controlled by the family head. But the selection process for the shadow is always brutally unforgiving. It's no different from raising a goo worm in the dark. It seems the Con clan intends to stir things up again this time. Lee Thuk-dong sighed softly, but Lam Tiu-tiu still had something he didn't understand. Boss, if Con Tran is really a candidate for that position, why wipe his record so clean that he looks completely unrelated to the Con clan? Unless Con Tran's world is hiding a much bigger secret. Hearing that, he reminds me of someone. This kid is making me more and more interested. Try to get close to him and see what his character is like. Are you interested in him? Boss. But he belongs to the Con clan. Lam Tiu-tiu frowned. I'm just telling you to probe him a little. I never said I was going to do anything. Besides, snatching someone from the Con clan's grasp, wouldn't that be even more interesting? But I don't think he's on our side. Lam Tuotio still muttered. In an organization, there's a place for every type of person. Lai Thukdong replied casually. A tiger rules the mountain. An eagle sees from afar. A wolf is ferocious. A leopard is swift. And a dog is loyal. Everyone has their own role to play. Just as Lai Thukdong finished speaking, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the cafeteria. A new inmate was getting zapped by a robot for standing in the wrong designated spot. It was part of the tiered detention rules. I only stood there once this morning. How am I supposed to remember that the guy screamed? But his opponent was just a machine. It couldn't argue back. The veteran inmates nearby just sneered. No one stepped in to help, and they even seemed to enjoy watching the new guy get disciplined for not remembering his place. Then they all turned to Contran and whispered. After that chaotic morning, he still remembered his exact spot. He's not just some ordinary guy. Contran heard everything but paid them no mind. He just calmly waited in line. His eyes remained fixed on the line ahead, his mind completely untroubled. But just as he was about to get his food, Lam Tu appeared out of nowhere. He clapped Contran on the shoulder and pulled him straight out of the line. From now on, you don't have to wait in line with the others. The boss's chess partner doesn't need to wait. The robot guards didn't even react to this blatant move. And while Contran appeared calm, he was inwardly stunned. To think their reputation was enough to bend the prison's rules. Lam Tu pulled him straight to the front of the line. Then he tapped the guy at the very front on the shoulder. The guy spun around, his face contorted in a scowl, as if he was about to throw a punch. But as soon as he saw it was Lam Tu, his expression changed instantly. He froze for a moment, then silently stepped back. That guy definitely wasn't the type to back down easily, and yet he still obediently gave up his spot. The inmates who tried to start trouble with Contran that morning could only stare, their jaws hanging wide open. Playing chess with Lai Thukdong was one thing, but now he was even eating at the same table as him. The boss's chosen chess partner naturally gets special treatment, Lam Tu said. Then he told Contran to hurry up and eat. After all, the food here in prison number 18 is nothing to write home about anyway. Lai Thukdong, who was sitting across from them, remained silent the entire time. Seeing this, Contran simply lowered his head and finished his meal. At 8:40 in the evening, he returned to his cell and began to wash up, but his mind was still filled with unanswered questions. Lai Thukdong had only played a single game of chess with him that morning, yet now his treatment was completely different. What could possibly be the reason? It was just one chess game in the library, but being allowed to eat with him was an extraordinary privilege. Contran began to suspect that this was related to his identity in this world. However, he had absolutely no idea what that identity actually was. After taking a shower, Contran lay down on the bed to rest. The rhythmic sound of water dripping from the sink seemed to lull him to sleep. But it seemed his sleep wasn't deep, because Contran jolted awake in the middle of the night. He realized he was no longer in his cell, but in a strange place with a bizarre chill hanging in the air. The flickering firelight from the fireplace ahead cast a dim glow across the room. Books and torn clothes were scattered all over the floor. Everything was a complete mess. Shattered picture frames were strewn across the filthy floor. Nearby, a teddy bear had been stabbed through with a knife, staining the tiled floor red with blood. Just a quick glance was enough to give Contran goosebumps. On the wall, there were blotchy red words, as if written in blood. Doubt immediately surfaced in his mind. I was definitely in my prison cell, so where is this place? And what is this room? Is this a nightmare? Contran stood up and slowly observed every nook and cranny. Then suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? He called out tentatively. The person outside identified himself as a police officer. Badge number 27,149. You're the one who reported the incident, aren't you? Please open the door. Contran found the voice very familiar, but he couldn't for the life of him remember who it belonged to. This was highly unusual, because with his superhuman memory, he had never forgotten a voice before. Despite his hesitation, he finally decided to open the door. The person's face was obscured by the wide brim of his police cap. Although he couldn't see clearly, the man's features felt familiar. A flash of lightning outside illuminated the sky, casting a cold light into the room. The entire scene instantly became chillingly terrifying. The police officer patted his shoulder a few times and said, "You, the one who made the report, stay right where you are and lock the door." Then, he turned and walked up the stairs, which were covered in dried bloodstains. Contran did as he was told and locked the door. But immediately after, there was another knock. "Who is it?" he asked again, his voice trembling slightly. "It's the police. Badge number 27,149. You're the one who reported the incident." "Correct. Please open the door." Cold sweat beaded on Contran's forehead. The police officer had clearly gone upstairs just a moment ago. So who was knocking on the door now? Who was actually real? As if understanding his confusion, the voice outside spoke again, this time sounding creepier and more urgent. Why don't you take a guess? Guess whether the one inside is real, or if the one outside is the real one. Or maybe, everything is fake. Which side will you choose? Contran said nothing. His mind stretched to its absolute limit. Then, he suddenly made a reckless choice. He lunged straight for the teddy bear lying on the floor. He intended to pull out the knife stuck in the bear's chest to use it to fight back. But just as his hand reached it, he was knocked back by an invisible force. Some kind of power was preventing Contran from touching that blade. That thing wanted to trap him in this place forever. Just as the thought crossed his mind, that eerie voice echoed again. What do you need the knife for? Are you planning to open the door for the police, before or after? Contran looked down at his wrist. The countdown timer was still running. His heart was still beating, and his blood was still flowing. For someone like him who had lived his whole life in solitude, there was no turning back now. He let out a roar. Get lost. As if trying to push away the voice haunting his mind. Then he reached out, risking everything to push through all resistance, and finally pulled the knife free. Open the door, wait until I'm done with things in here. The moment the knife was pulled out, all resistance instantly vanished, and his memories came flooding back. That voice belonged to Lam Tutu, and he was now trapped in a nightmare created by him. At that time, Lam Tutu was acting on Li Thukdong's orders, intentionally using the twin demon nightmare to test Contran's resilience and courage. But he never expected Contran to be so cold and rational. Not only was he unafraid, but he also acted decisively in a perilous situation, which made Lam Tutu unable to believe he was just a 17-year-old teenager. What confused him even more was that Contran managed to pull the knife from the bear, even though he himself had intervened to stop him. This was clearly a nightmare of his own creation, and the rules should have been his to command. And yet, Contran had still broken free from his hold. He called out in a cold voice, Lam Tutu, come on down. At that moment, Lam Tutu walked down from the stairs, scratching his head and muttering, how strange, to stay so lucid inside a nightmare. The boss's judgment was spot on. You've really got guts. Why did you do that? I don't believe I've ever done anything to you. Contran asked coldly. Lam Tutu sighed, explaining he was following Lai Thukdong's request to see what kind of person he was. This also showed that Lai Thukdong was paying close attention to Contran, but now the nightmare was completely useless. Is this your special ability? Contran asked. Yes. Just like your memory ability. I have my own power. There's no point in hiding it. Contran frowned. So this place has both mechanics and mysticism coexisting. People like Lai Thukdong must hold a special position because of these abilities. While Contran was lost in thought, Lam Tutu asked him directly, You're connected to the Khan Corporation, aren't you? Are you treating me differently because you suspect my identity? Contran countered instead of answering, Actually, I also want to know why the robot guards don't interfere with people like you. Because our boss is a special case. Stop changing the subject and tell me who you are. Lam Tutu added that last night he watched a recording of Contran talking to Lo Kuang Nia. Lo's identity was clear, and he was eager to befriend Contran, which convinced Lam Tutu that he was from the Khan Corporation. After hearing this, Contran found it reasonable. He sat down on a torn chair and asked, If you already believe I'm from the Khan Corporation, why do you still want to help me? At this point, Contran understood a little better. If Lai Thukdong knew his identity and still maintained a friendly attitude, he must have his own agenda, so there was no need to be so tense. Sure enough, after that question, Lam Tutu revealed part of the truth. Their organization doesn't care about background. Anyone who shares their ideals can join. Of course, you have to be qualified. Are you trying to recruit me? Then what is your role in the organization? I never said you were qualified. Actually, I don't think you're a good fit for the organization, but the boss said that for an organization to be strong, it needs all kinds of people, and everyone has their own strengths that need to be utilized. Lam Tutu stood up. He walked towards Contran as he spoke, his voice laced with a hidden threat. He suddenly moved close, trying to use his presence to pressure Contran into revealing his secret. The Khan Corporation made such a fuss sending Lo Kuang-Ye to prison, and then they sent you in right after. What are you people really looking for? You should probably ask Lo Kuang-Ye about that. Contran replied calmly. In truth, he didn't know anything. Seeing Lam Tutu's attitude today, he was even more hesitant about whether he should go and find out the truth. His calm demeanor, not even blinking, only infuriated Lam Tutu more. Realizing he couldn't get anything more out of him, he gently placed a hand on the back of Contran's neck. A single light touch was enough to make him collapse. Before fading into darkness, he only heard him say, "It's fine if you don't talk. I'll find out sooner or later. For now, just sleep. You have a chess match with the boss tomorrow morning." Contran opened his eyes again. The sound of dripping water reminded him that he was back in his cell. The countdown timer showed 20 hours, 59 minutes, and 20 seconds remaining. There was less than a day left before the end. Early the next morning, before it was time for breakfast, Lam Tutu was enthusiastically recounting the events to Li Thuk-dong in a very lively tone. "Boss, last night I used the twin demon dilemma to test him, and guess what? He actually pulled a knife and went for it. His killing intent is terrifyingly strong. I told you not to overdo it. A normal person would easily break in a twin demon predicament." Deep Fawn chimed in. "Don't worry. I didn't overdo it. Besides, you don't know the half of it. That kid broke out of the nightmare all by himself." Hearing this, Lai Thuk-dong's expression darkened. Because ordinary people can't escape a nightmare. Only those with an incredibly strong will can. Meanwhile, Lam Tu, who was taken down by Contran last night, was still annoyed. He repeatedly advised his boss to reconsider, because Contran's killing intent was too strong. He wasn't one of them. After listening, Lai Thuk-dong placed the chess piece in his hand on the board. His face was grim. So many of his comrades had fallen for the sake of this ideal. Even the three of us are trapped here. So, Tu, you must understand that you can't be merciful with darkness. You can only fight it with fire. A while later, Contran woke up from a restless sleep. Strangely, a familiar song called Farewell was playing throughout the prison this morning. Contran was shocked. Why was this song playing here? Could this place be the future of that other world? After changing, he went downstairs for breakfast. The atmosphere was completely different from yesterday. All the old inmates kept their distance from him out of fear. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. As he walked past Lam Tutu, he noticed the dark circles under Contran's eyes, but still pretended to smile cheerfully. "Good morning. Have trouble sleeping last night?" Contran's face flushed with anger. He knew perfectly well that the nightmare had tormented him for 2 hours. How could he have slept well? Seeing his anger, Lam Tutu laughed even harder. "Normal people are exhausted and demoralized after a nightmare. But you not only escaped my dream hex, you're still standing tall today." "Not bad," Li Thuk-dong said as he approached. Lam Tutu immediately made way for Contran. He sat down across from them and asked directly how to get powers like Lam Tutu's. Li Thuk-dong burst out laughing. It was the first time Contran had seen him laugh so freely. "You're very direct, but you can't follow his path. On the contrary, you are much more suited for my path." This statement made Lam Tutu and Diep Fan's expressions change slightly. Even Contran was astonished. He knew Li Thuk-dong was no ordinary man, but he had no idea how influential he was in this world. Asking directly would expose his identity as a transmigrator. So, he chose to ask more tactfully. "How can I walk your path?" "Don't get me wrong," Li Thuk-dong replied. "Deep Fan and Lam Tutu met me too late, so they couldn't follow that path. And as for you, while I think highly of you, you're still not ready enough." Contran nodded, showing he understood. He looked down at the chessboard and asked if he wanted to play today, but he just shook his head. To Li Thuk-dong, a game of chess was only meaningful against a worthy opponent. There was no pleasure in defeating someone who was exhausted. The dark circles under Contran's eyes were proof of his fatigue. "I think you should rest for a day," Li Thuk-dong said. The surrounding inmates immediately began to whisper, assuming he had fallen out of favor, but Contran had no intention of sitting idly by all day. He wanted to break the stalemate on the board, so he immediately made a series of bold moves. The final checkmate left Li Thuk-dong in deep thought for a long time. He realized Contran had used the red chariot to lure the black general into a trap, combining it with an advancing pawn to create a brilliant checkmate that an ordinary person could hardly imagine. "I thought your spirit was broken. If I won, it would just be taking advantage of your weakness. I guess I was overthinking it." Li Thuk-dong laughed heartily. He admitted that he had lost this game of chess as well. The surrounding prisoners cheered, bursting into excited chatter once again. They had just witnessed Contran defeat Li Thuk-dong for 2 days in a row. Lo Kwang-nia shouted with excitement. It doesn't matter what he won, just beating Li Thuk-dong once is satisfying enough. From that moment on, he got the idea to learn Chinese chess. But his underlings just thought he was joking. Contran was about to leave, but he suddenly remembered something from the morning and stopped. "Can I ask you something?" "Consider it my prize for winning just now." Alright, go ahead. You were the one playing the flute earlier. Weren't you, Tran asked. This question made Diep Fan and Lam Tu Tu nearly fall over. They thought he was going to ask something profound. Not just be curious about a piece of music. Yes, that was me. Why is this the first time you've heard it? It's a song composed by the founder of our organization. The lyrics were also written by him. Tran chuckled to himself. Guessing the organization's founder must be from Earth, he wasn't even ashamed to pass off someone else's song as his own. Lai Thuk Dong's organization must have existed for a very long time. Who knows when that person transmigrated here? Yeah, it's good. Can you play the full version for me? He added. I can, but the lyrics aren't complete anymore. After all, it's been so long that some parts have been lost. Lai Thuk Dong then played the complete version of the farewell song for Tran. Only the last line was different from the original version back on Earth. He said that line was added by later generations and wasn't there in the beginning. So the whole thing still feels like it's missing something. Tran commented, what if you change that line to, half our friends are now scattered and gone? That's the original lyric from Earth. Tran said, as if the words just slipped out, perhaps after so many years. That part of the song had been lost to time, but as soon as he heard it, Lai Thuk Dong's eyes lit up as if he'd just had an epiphany. He laughed. Thank you, young man. That line is beautiful. It feels like it was always meant to be there. The founder of our organization was a master of poetry and wrote many renowned masterpieces, but it's a shame that era is long gone. Now, only 2 songs remain. What's the name of the other one? Tran asked. Lai Thuk Dong replied. Canon. Only the name is left. Our predecessors searched through all the relics but couldn't find the lyrics. Tran could only sigh. It seemed it wasn't a coincidence. The founder was definitely a transmigrator. The canon he mentioned was surely Johann Pachelbel's canon in D. If he gave the lyrics to Lai Thuk Dong, he might be able to trade them for a huge opportunity. He decided to think it over. After breakfast, he went to the reading area. Lo Kuang-Ye also showed up, but sat far away, pretending not to know him. Tran couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Stop pretending. Lai Thuk Dong already knows about our relationship, and he doesn't care. Now I want to rest. So just go do your own thing and don't bother me. The moment he finished speaking, Lo Kuang-Ye rushed over, words tumbling out of his mouth. I just want to say a few things. It won't be a bother, boss. I still don't know what to call you, so I'll just call you boss. It's easier. You must already know my story. I've had a hard life since I was a kid. My father even sold my kidney for money and replaced it with mechanical parts. Then he started telling his sob story, his voice rambling on like a speech, talking endlessly without a break. Even though he said it would only be a few words, he just kept dragging it on. After listening, Tran felt dizzy. What are you trying to say? He cut him off abruptly. He immediately clasped his hands together, begging to learn Chinese chess. So Tran asked him why in surprise. He replied immediately, to dominate. Of course. Boss, even someone like Lai Thuk Dong lost to you. Wouldn't that be incredibly impressive? Tran sighed and casually probed. Is winning 1 or 2 games of chess really that big of a deal? Of course it is. No one can beat him. So defeating him in even 1 game would make you famous. I never expected you to be able to befriend Lai Thuk Dong, boss, let alone be so close. With his status in prison number 18, he must know where the item we're looking for is hidden. If you could receive his legacy, you would surely win the competition for the position of the shadow. Lo Kuang-Ye was so easy to talk to. Tran had only asked a simple question, and he'd already spilled almost everything. He immediately grasped a few key points. First, Lai Thuk Dong's combat power was extremely high, and he couldn't possibly win against him. Second, his objective for coming here was to find an item. And third, he was competing for a position called the Shadow within his clan. In order to extract more information later, Tran decided to teach Lo Kuang-Ye how to play chess. But just as he was beginning to get a basic understanding of this world, the countdown clock was about to hit its final mark. That night, Tran used the end of his toothbrush to carve a few words onto the floor of his cell. Then, he used his right hand to scratch his left arm forcefully, creating a clear mark. He sat on the bed, clutching the toothbrush tightly, silently waiting for the moment to come. The past 2 days had felt like a dream. Meeting a few people and learning more about this strange place, Tran wasn't sure if he would ever be able to come back again. He decided to just leave everything to fate. When the clock counted down to 0, everything happened just as it had before. The space around him seemed to freeze solid. Then it shattered into countless pieces. Tran returned to his own cramped room. He was still in the exact same position as when he left, the knife still in his hand. A new 48-hour counter appeared on his arm, and the wound he had inflicted on himself was still there, proving that the past 2 days hadn't been a dream at all. The first thing Contran did was grab his phone. Strangely, time was still frozen on the day he disappeared. 2 days had passed in the other world, yet only a single second had gone by on Earth. If he returned next time, perhaps only another second would pass there as well. This must be a rule for transmigrators. Contran thought this was quite convenient. This way, he wouldn't have to explain his disappearance to anyone. Just then, he received a call from the Wangcheng police station, informing him that his father had been arrested for organizing illegal gambling and requesting his presence. According to regulations, his father would be temporarily detained and fined, and as his guardian, Contran had to come and sign the papers. "Sorry, I'm not going anywhere. Just handle him according to the law." According to administrative law, this act can lead to 10 to 15 days of detention and a fine of 500 to 3,000 yuan. "Please do me a favor and impose the maximum penalty." "Thank you," Contran added coldly. "I'm not his son. I'm the one who reported the crime. I'm just a citizen doing the right thing," he said before hanging up without a second thought. Contran put his phone and the knife down. Then he fell back onto the bed. He let out a heavy sigh. There was still no word from his mother on his phone. It made him feel an acute sense of disappointment, and it made him want to return to that other world even faster. The next morning, the first thing on his mind was to transcribe the lyrics for canon, but giving it to Lai Thukdong would mean explaining its origin, which was too risky, so Contran decided to put it off. First, he had to determine whether the man would be useful to him. After that, Contran went to school as usual. He ran into Nam Kan-hye, then right as he entered the gate and asked, "Did the teacher say anything about me skipping class yesterday?" It was meant to be a casual question, but Nam Kan-hye then was visibly startled. "Who? What did the teacher say?" he stammered. "Nothing. Why do you seem so tense?" "Who's tense? I'm not," Nam Kan then said, but his expression gave him away. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Contran didn't push him, and simply opened his book to study. Nam Kan-tan sat beside him, and the two were silent for quite a while. Finally, he couldn't take the silence anymore, and turned to ask a question. "Contran, if you came across something really bizarre, what would you do?" "Bizarre? How so?" Specifically, Contran asked calmly, though his internal alarms were already going off. Could it be that Nam Kan then had transmigrated too? "I'm not really sure. It's just very strange," he answered evasively. "Then you should report it to the police," Contran suggested. Nam Kan then's face brightened. "Right, why didn't I think of that? Do you have anyone in your family on the force?" "I do. My dad just got arrested last night for organizing a gambling ring," he replied matter-of-factly. This left Nam Kan-hye then speechless, unsure of what to say next. He fell silent, and Contran also sank into his own thoughts. His mind kept turning over the question of whether the strange event Nam Kan-hye then mentioned was related to transmigration. Just then, a classmate shouted out that basketball superstar Taylor had just held a press conference, claiming he had transmigrated to a world filled with robots. Hearing this, Contran could no longer maintain his detached demeanor. It turned out people in foreign countries were also transmigrating and possessed the countdown watch. Nam Kan then immediately opened his phone to watch the live stream. In the video, Taylor had a robotic arm. It helped him sink all 10 shots from a long distance. Taylor said that last night, a countdown timer suddenly appeared on his hand. When the timer ran out, he was transported to a bizarrely advanced world of robots. It was still Earth, with a sun and a moon, but it was like a parallel universe with a level of civilization far beyond our own. Taylor appeared there with a robotic arm already attached, as if he had taken over the identity of a local, becoming a completely different person. He didn't know why, only that this arm was stronger than he imagined, and it was so flexible and precise that it helped him make basketball shots without ever missing. When he returned, Taylor brought the entire arm back with him. He said he held the press conference not to show off, but because that other world is extremely dangerous, he was afraid he'd be secretly captured for experiments. So he made a public announcement: "If I disappear, please assume I've been kidnapped." Kontrollfeldstune. Taylor was a celebrity, so there was no way he could hide such a major change to his body. Even in retirement, he also clearly understood that the technology over there was far more advanced than Earth's, which is why he was so afraid of being turned into a test subject and rushed to go public. But Contran thought his actions were too emotional. He figured Taylor must have been in a state of panic to do something like that. He wasn't sure where Taylor had gone, only that he managed to bring back a mechanical arm. Meanwhile, When Contran had left, he was holding a dagger tightly. When he returned, he was still holding a toothbrush, but he couldn't bring anything back with him. It seems, to bring things back, you either need to modify your body or hide them deep inside you. That day, the trending topics weren't just about Taylor's press conference, but were also filled with articles from people claiming to have transmigrated. They said those places had not only robots but also superhumans with special abilities. Nam Kan then was completely engrossed, his fingers constantly scrolling as he muttered, "Superhumans, a robotic civilization. Could transmigration be the key to becoming stronger?" In class, some students were buzzing with discussion. They saw that so many people had transmigrated and started guessing if anyone at their school had experienced it. Contran asked, "So, is this the weird thing you were talking about?" Nam Kan then shook his head and replied, "I can't say just yet, but don't worry. If I get the chance, I won't forget a brother like you." "Yeah, make sure you don't forget me." Contran pretty much understood now. This guy was trembling like a leaf just a moment ago, and now he thinks he's the master of the world. Whatever, as long as he's happy. People who don't overthink things tend to be happier. After saying that, Nam Kan then lowered his head and continued reading the trending article. Then he turned to Contran, scratching his head as he asked, "Just hypothetically, okay, if I could transmigrate there, could I bring back some of their technology to sell? I'm not sure. It probably wouldn't be that easy. But I saw that guy bring back a whole robotic arm, don't worry. When I get rich, I'll treat you to a meal." Seeing how naive he was, Contran felt obligated as a classmate to give him a warning. The internet is full of stories about transmigrators running into danger, so you need to be careful. Don't just focus on getting rich. He pondered for a few seconds, and Contran thought he'd finally understood, but it turned out he was just thinking about where to treat him to a meal once he got rich. What a waste of breath. Contran decided not to say anything more. In the classroom, a few students were eagerly trying to figure out the rules of transmigration. Since they hadn't experienced it, they had no idea how terrifying the other side could be, thinking it was just some cool adventure. As for Contran, after reviewing all the related articles and videos, he had come to two clear conclusions. First of all, the last countdown timer had only lasted for 6 hours. The time to return to Earth is 48 hours, which means the first group of transmigrators all had the same timeline. After that, some people who had never transmigrated before suddenly saw a countdown clock appear at 0 hour, and they became the second group of transmigrators. Additionally, all transmigrators are young, between the ages of 10 and 35. As soon as the news broke, the internet was flooded with people faking their transmigration experiences to get views. Nam Kan then had just scrolled through a few videos and already saw a chubby guy with a painfully fake mechanical arm. Contran guessed that Nam Kan then belonged to the second group, because if he were in the first, he wouldn't have been so panicked watching Taylor's press conference. So, the strange thing Nam Kan then mentioned must have been about the appearance of his countdown clock. After thinking it over, Contran came up with two theories. One is that the number of transmigrators changes with each wave, so if someone dies in the other world, a new person takes their place. The second theory is that the frequency of transmigration is increasing over time, and in the future, this number will only grow larger. I wish someone at our school had transmigrated too. That would be awesome. That way, we could ask them more about the other world. Nam Kan then sighed as he watched the video, which reminded Contran of Huang Tae-tien, the son of the Ever Prophet Group's chairman, a 10th grader at their school who had also transmigrated. With that thought, Contran immediately stood up to go find Huang Tae-tien. In the hallway, students were buzzing with excitement, all talking about the same thing. He suddenly realized how unpredictable life was. Just a few days ago, he was just like them, just an ordinary student, dreaming of getting into a top university. But after the incident, his current path was completely different. Contran went to class 10 to 7 and asked a student if Huang Tae-tien had come to school today. He used the excuse of returning something to make the question sound natural, but the other student shook his head, just as he had expected. After all, during his very first transmigration, Huang Tae-tien had been beaten to a pulp. After a shock like that, his spirit might have been completely broken. Contran then asked for his home address, but the classmate only knew he lived in Central Garden and didn't know the specifics. He thanked him and returned to his classroom. He couldn't focus at all during class that day, and neither could the other students. The math teacher, Dean Hai Long, could tell that his students were all thinking about something else. In the end, he had no choice but to end the class earlier than usual. As soon as they left the classroom, Namkan then shoved his phone in Contran's face, saying that Ha-Tu-Tu had just released a new strategy guide. Contran immediately asked, "Who is Ha-Tu-Tu?" Namkan then acted all high and mighty, explaining that Ha-Tu-Tu was a pro gamer. Just a few hours ago, he had posted a guide for a new game, and even though no one knew what it was, he was completely serious about it. Looking back now, that strategy guide seems to be related to the world of transmigration. Hearing this, Contran took the phone to have a look. The description clearly stated that because this game was special, it was impossible to record gameplay footage. Then, Ha-Tu-Tu referred to the real world as the outer world, and the game as the inner world. He said he was new to the inner world, so his information was limited. But Contran guessed he was definitely a transmigrator. That so-called walkthrough was just a metaphor for the robot world on the other side. But he still watched the entire thing seriously. In the video, Ha-Tu-Tu described 3 career paths. The first involved high-tech body modification, where you'd go to the armored hospital to buy components. But since he was broke, he hadn't tried it. The fastest way to make money over there was to sell your organs, but he strongly advised against it. The second path was to join the Taboo Arbiters Guild, where one could undergo genetic modification to become a new human. But the organization was incredibly secretive, and he still hadn't found any leads. The final path was to enter prison number 18, where Lee Thuk-dong supposedly held the key to the most powerful class. Contran was speechless. They had actually turned transmigration into some kind of virtual reality game. Even Lee Thuk-dong was being treated like an NPC. He wondered if people would actually follow that guide and show up at prison number 18 to find him. Still, the video confirmed for Contran that Lee Thuk-dong was famous in the other world. So much so that Ha-Tu-Tu had heard of him within 48 hours of arriving. But it was all useless. Modification costs a fortune. The Taboo Guild is a mystery, and prison number 18 is impossible to find. Namkan then lamented beside him. The whole transmigration affair kept the school in a state of chaos throughout the entire day. Then, in the afternoon, a piece of news appeared like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over everyone's excitement. A male student who had been confirmed as a transmigrator was murdered in his own home. The killer had even brazenly recorded the entire process of the attack. The video included a scene where he severed the victim's prosthetic legs. Immediately following the incident, those who had revealed their status as transmigrators were thrown into a state of panic, especially those who had returned with cybernetic bodies. Terrified they would be the next target. As soon as the media broke the story, a theory began to circulate that killing a transmigrator would grant the murderer their spot to travel to the other world. The news made everyone realize that transmigration wasn't a blessing, but a nightmare. And Namkan Than's expression grew increasingly grim. Contran spoke up to warn him. "You see what's happening? Right. If you ever actually transmigrate, remember to keep your identity a secret. Don't just blurt it out to anyone." What was supposed to be a life-changing opportunity had instead turned into a deadly game of survival. Namkan then said gloomily, "Why are we so poor? Because other people's dads work their butts off to make money, while your dad just pretends to work." Contran retorted with a sarcastic tone. "So what about your dad?" Namkan then immediately shot back. "My dad gambles his life away." Contran replied nonchalantly, leaving Namkan then completely stunned. He even admitted that he was the one who had called the police on him. He had personally sent his own father to prison so that he could learn to reflect on his actions. Hearing this, Namkan then broke out in a cold sweat. Then he suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Well, you might as well report my dad too." This time, it was Contran who was left speechless. Even though the teacher was giving a lecture, the two of them just sat there discussing their own affairs, without paying any attention to their books. Meanwhile, Contran's mind was reeling, tangled in a web of overlapping thoughts. His eyes were focused and intense, as if he were trying to connect too many pieces of information at once. Each yellow leaf drifting down from the sky seemed to hold some kind of silent message. Holding the leaf in his hand, Contran thought to himself, all the transmigrators whose identities have been exposed are concentrated in just over a dozen cities, which means, after thinking it through, he clenched his fist. It seemed as if those people were all being gathered in the same places. The moment the break bell rang, Contran bolted out of the classroom like the wind. It was 5:50 p.m. during the break, and Namkan then grumbled, skipping class again. Contran paid him no mind, his expression icy as he vaulted over the fence like an arrow. Once he got home, he immediately changed into a different set of clothes. As he walked, he stared intently at his phone screen, as if trying to catch every piece of information. On his GPS map, He saw an interesting location and wanted to check it out in person to see what had happened to Huang Titian after his return, and what he had experienced in that other world. Even though he didn't know the exact apartment, soon enough, he reached a nearby bridge, completely exhausted. Contran thought to himself, I won't be able to survive in that other world if I don't train. Even as his legs kept moving, his mind was racing with thoughts. Perhaps because his perspective had shifted, the way he perceived things was different now. Fragmented memories began to surface, slowly piecing themselves together inside Contran's head. The shackles of his family and his former life that had once bound him were slowly coming undone. The city was already enveloped in the thick darkness of night. Looking at the gate before him, Contran couldn't help but be impressed. This really was a high-end complex. You need a key card to get in and out, and he wondered if the apartment doors required one too. In a nearby apartment, a group of people was gathered for a noisy party. Contran unconsciously muttered, "Home, death, machine." But just then, he witnessed Huang Titian being dragged away by two men. As he was pulled along, he kept rambling. Monster. Monster. Contran recognized him instantly. Although bewildered, he could only stand there and watch, not daring to make a move. But little did he know, a mysterious figure was watching him from inside a nearby car. The figure remained silent, not yet ready to make a move. Then, the group departed silently. Without saying a word, Contran stood alone, his mind racing with anxiety. Who on earth were they? Why did they take Huang Titian? Could it be because he was a transmigrator? This was definitely not a coincidence. With nothing more to find, Contran had no choice but to quickly leave the scene. But after only a few steps, he felt a gaze as sharp as a knife fixed on him. Someone is following me. Recalling the earlier situation, Contran started to understand that he'd been followed since the moment he turned to leave. The guy had tailed him for 5 whole streets, clearly remaining vigilant the entire time. Despite this, Contran remained calm and kept walking as if nothing was wrong. While walking, he pretended to make a phone call, saying, "Hello, I'm going to be a little late tonight." Just then, as if to confirm his suspicion, Contran stopped in his tracks right as the other person was walking past. Only after the person's figure had completely disappeared from view did his racing heart start to calm down a little. With 20 seconds left on the red light, Contran stood frozen on the spot, but he could distinctly feel a faint wave of killing intent coming from beside him. He glanced to the side, his mind racing. I saw this person back at the apartment gate. This is no coincidence. I'm definitely being tailed. There was nothing he could do but stare into the space before him, wondering what kind of organization this was. So well trained and capable of tracking transmigrators. As Contran slowly crossed the street, he thought to himself that he probably wasn't in the first batch, maybe the second or third. Otherwise, even if there was an information leak, their reaction couldn't have been this fast. They were clearly already prepared, but the other guy didn't leave his side, and the sound of street vendors drowned out his footsteps. He couldn't be careless. So with a click, he pretended to answer a call. "Hey, Julie." Then, the walk signal finally turned green. Contran seized the opportunity to turn back. Right at that very moment, he decided to head back the way he came. Seeing this, the man spoke into his earpiece. "The target isn't crossing the street. He's turned back. How much longer until you get here?" Unfortunately, the person on the other end replied, "Not yet. I need another 2 minutes to get into position." The guy froze, sensing that something was wrong. Scanning the darkness, he hissed, "I've lost him." Despite this, his professional instincts kicked in, and he immediately gave chase, muttering, "This is embarrassing. 2 of us were tailing him and we still lost him. Do you think he knew he was being followed?" A voice came through his earpiece. He definitely knew. This guy is a pro. Lo Vien, on the other end, said while running, "That kid is only about 17 or 18, probably still in high school. If he really figured it out, then he's incredibly formidable." The voice continued in his ear as Contran calmly turned in another direction. Besides, did you notice his actions were so natural, even when he pretended to end the call? "I didn't realize we'd been made," the first guy said through his earpiece. "If I hadn't realized it sooner, I would have made my move then." The other person asked, "Why did you suddenly start tailing him? We have a lot of missions today." "No need to waste time." Lo Vien continued the chase and explained, "It's not that I suddenly changed my mind. It's just that when the captain was escorting target 009, I saw that kid avoid the captain's gaze." Meanwhile, Contran had already moved to a different area. Exhausted from running, He had no choice but to sit down for a temporary rest, planning to wait for about half an hour to see if he'd shaken them before heading home. He took out his phone to check the situation, thinking to himself, the streamer is on their way. I wonder if they've been caught by some organization. Just how many groups like this are there in this country anyway? Just then, a police car sped past right in front of him. Across the street, Aman exclaimed, "What's that? Did something happen?" A woman sitting next to him quickly explained, "The husband in that house often beats his wife. The last time he even put her in the hospital. He just won't change. And when his wife wanted a divorce, he threatened to kill her whole family." The man asked again, "So he was beating his wife again today, but it looks like he's the one in trouble this time." The woman replied, "You guessed right." In front of Con Tran, an ambulance was taking someone away, while people nearby whispered, "I thought it was the same as usual." But who knew it was the wife who beat the husband? He got drunk and tried to hit her, but ended up getting beaten first. I heard his wife is a transmigrator. Looking at the man on the stretcher, the chatter continued. She used to just take the beatings, but she was finally pushed to her limit and broke his arm. Through a window, Contran saw a little girl trembling, huddled in a corner, while the adults were busy gossiping. It's a pity for such a young child to have to go through this. As he walked closer, the little girl looked up at him. Her tear-streaked face hiccuped softly as she whispered, "Big brother," Contran thought quietly. "It's been 2 years. I can't even remember how many times I've seen that mother and daughter crying together downstairs." He remembered clearly that every time her parents fought, Lai Dongvan would run over to his house to hide. Contran continued, saying he even made the little girl fried rice the first time they met. He realized that the man would get violent whenever he saw his wife talking to someone else, so he totally deserved to have his arm broken. Lai Dongvan said between sobs, "Big brother, Mom told me to come wait at your place. I knocked and knocked, but no one answered. So," Contran bent down, patted her head, and asked gently, "Have you eaten yet? If not, I can cook something now, since I haven't eaten either." Suddenly, he noticed something was off. Contran immediately walked over and bolted the door. Seeing this, Lai Dongvan asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" He looked at her and whispered, "It's nothing. Just stay quiet for now." Outside, the sound of a police car could be heard. Contran gently parted the curtains and quietly observed the scene outside. Clear footsteps could be heard approaching. 2 men appeared, and Contran immediately recognized them as the guys from the SUV he'd seen at Central Park. They sure got here fast. Lovien suddenly felt that something was off. He turned to look toward the window where Contran and Dongvan were standing. "What is it?" Trin Dong asked. Lovien replied, "Nothing. I'm just looking around. I feel like someone's secretly watching us, but I'm probably just being paranoid. Let's go. We have business to take care of." Contran continued to watch the 2 men, thinking to himself, if Dongvan's mother gets arrested and her father is in the hospital, what will happen to her? I guess I'll just have to play it by ear. Dongvan silently watched him, still not understanding what was happening. She just stood quietly behind Contran. Watching him, he thought worriedly, there's no commotion. If they were really here to arrest someone, there should have been some kind of reaction by now. Contran saw the 2 men return to their car and wondered, what's going on? They came all this way just to leave. Are they not going to capture the transmigrator anymore? There was a soft sound at the door. Contran and Dongvan went to answer it. Jiang Tuyet was standing outside and said shyly, "I'm sorry to bother you again." Her prosthetic fingers gently tucked a strand of hair back, her expression a little awkward. "It's no problem," Contran replied. "I was just about to cook for Dongvan. I'm very fond of her." Hearing this, Jiang Tuyet gave a faint, grateful smile. She turned to her daughter and said gently, "Dongvan, let's go home with Mom." "Okay, we shouldn't bother him anymore." The little girl shook her head, saying she was still hungry, and that there was nothing to eat at home because their fight had knocked everything over. Seeing Jiang Tuyet's sad expression, Contran spoke up. "In that case, why don't you both eat with me? I haven't eaten yet." Jiang Tuyet was surprised by the invitation and felt a bit flustered. This young man had never taken the initiative to host anyone before. Contran added, "Actually, I also wanted to ask a few things about transmigration, which is why I invited you to stay. By the way, what should I call you?" Dongvan's mother smiled and introduced herself as Jiang Tuyet. Contran nodded and said, "Yes, I'd like to ask you a few things about the other world. Ms. Jiang Tuyet, would you be willing to tell me about it?" Dongvan then pulled her mother by the hand and led her into the house. Jiang Tuyet chuckled lightly and said, "If you want to ask, go right ahead. There's no need to be shy." Contran silently looked at her, wondering how someone so frail could have survived in that dangerous world. The dinner table was set, filled with fragrant and delicious dishes. Dongvan's eyes lit up immediately. The little girl placed a piece of food on her mother's plate and whispered, "Here, Mom. You eat." Contran quietly watched the mother and daughter, and his heart grew heavy. He asked, "When the police came to resolve the situation, what did they say?" Jiang Tuyet explained. "My neighbors all spoke up for me. The police initially planned to take me to the station, but they let me stay when they saw I had a young child and that it was a clear case of self-defense. They just told me they would call later if needed." He continued to ask, "And what about the two people who came later?" Jiang Tuyet replied, "I'm not sure what they wanted. They just had me fill out a form, took a photo of my ID, and then left. They mentioned they might return and told me not to leave Luo City. They also handed something to the police officers before they departed." As they ate, Contran analyzed the situation. It seemed this organization didn't just randomly apprehend people who crossed over, they had proper paperwork and weren't nearly as chaotic as he had imagined. He continued his questioning. "So, Ms. Jiang Tuyet, what was your status in the other world? And what's the story behind these arms?" Jiang Tuyet explained that she owned a mechanical repair shop on 18th Street, where she specialized in fitting people with armored prosthetic limbs. But when she first transmigrated, she was completely clueless. When customers came for an installation, she could only tell them she was out of stock. She added that she already had these cybernetic arms before she crossed over. Contran asked another question. "I once heard a transmigrator mention prison number 18. Where is that place?" Jiang Tuyet answered. "I heard it's on the street with the same name. 18th Street. It's a high-level prison that holds serious criminals, and it's under extremely tight security." Contran was taken aback and asked, "The Federation. How do you know about that?" She said, "For the first 2 days after I crossed over, I didn't understand anything at all." Dongvan asked her mother curiously, "What was your shop's name?" "Mom," she replied, "it was called Jiang Tuyet's Cybernetic Limb Repair." "Why do you ask?" The little girl mumbled between bites. "I was just curious. That's all." Jiang Tuyet asked in return. "Heng-chan, why are you so interested in that world?" He replied, "I want to cross over too. I really admire the people who have experienced it." Jiang Tuyet's face grew serious. She spoke slowly. "That place is brutal, unless you belong to the Li, Chen, or Qing consortiums, or to Jindai, or the Kashima Corporation. You live a life from hell. It's nothing like it is here." Contran fell silent and continued eating. After the meal, Contran offered to help clear the table. As they cleaned up together, Contran asked, "So, have you made any plans for what's next?" Jiang Tuyet's mechanical hand gently wiped the table surface. She replied, "I'm planning to take Xiaovan to her great-grandmother's house in Zheng City for a few days. We'll leave tomorrow. After that, I'll come back to file for divorce from her father." Contran advised her, "You should probably book your tickets in advance then. The route to Zheng City is always packed, so tickets aren't easy to come by." She nodded and said, "That's true." Jiang Tuyet took out her phone, growing worried when she couldn't book the tickets. Contran watched her and thought to himself, "Just as I predicted, they claim you're free to go, but they've already restricted your movements." He quietly watched as Jiang Tuyet tried again and again, but she was still unable to buy a ticket out of the city. Contran's eyes grew pensive. That organization had its web spread everywhere. If he wasn't careful, he would be locked down in Luo City for good. He absolutely could not let his identity be exposed. The sound of "The Brave Doggy Team" on the TV echoed in the living room. Lai Dongvan turned to Contran and said softly, "Big brother, you never used to look my mom directly in the eyes before." The little girl blinked, her voice small. "Did you invite my mom in today just because you think she's pretty?" Contran sighed. "What are you even saying? Don't get any funny ideas." The little girl giggled. "My mom really is beautiful, and she even teaches tech class at White Horse Elementary School." Jiang Tuyet walked out from inside with a gentle smile. "Heng-chan, I noticed you still have some unwashed clothes. How about I take them home and wash them for you?" She paused for a moment, then added softly, "After your parents divorced, it must not be easy for you living all alone. Just bring any dirty clothes over to my place, and I'll wash them for you." But he immediately shook his head. "I can take care of it myself." Despite his refusal, she just smiled and took Dongvan by the hand. "Let's go. Honey, we need to let your big brother Contran study." He just stood there, stunned, and at a loss for words. As night fell, the phone lay silently in his hand. Lying in bed, Contran's mind was racing. The entire class was still buzzing about the transmigrations. The news about the other Zhang Tuyet had spread all over Lakthan City tonight, and Ha Tutu still hadn't released any new information. Looking at his phone, he whispered, "Still no word from Mom." Suddenly, the screen lit up with an incoming call from his mom. Kang Tran sat up, his voice low. "Hello," the voice on the other end said. "Tran, I just sent the living expenses to your father." He replied softly, "Mom, I'm really busy with school this week." But his mother continued, "Hao has a fever, so I won't be able to visit. Remember to go to sleep early and don't overwork yourself studying." After a moment of silence, Kantran just answered quietly, "Okay." He hung up, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. He thought to himself, "She finally called, but she didn't say a word about me skipping class." He tossed his phone onto the bed and flopped down. With his arm draped over his forehead, he stared blankly at the ceiling. It was nothing. The clock displayed 8:40 p.m., then switched to 7:20 a.m. The countdown had begun. While Kantran was on his morning jog, he glanced up and suddenly noticed that all his dirty clothes had been washed clean. Ms. Zhang Tuyet was so thoughtful. From her window, Zhang Tuyet leaned out and called, "Kantran, I just made some porridge. Come on up and have some." He gently waved his hand to decline, feeling flustered inside. It had been a long time since anyone had been so gentle with him, and it was hard to get used to. Kantran took a bite of a bun. His outfit now changed for school. The moment he set foot in the school, the students were already buzzing with excitement. His hand was suddenly grabbed and pulled back by someone, Nam Khan, then frowned at him and asked urgently, "What's up with you? Are you trying to compete for a nano slot with that bunch of scammers? Or are you trying to get sponsored by some rich tycoon? Haven't you seen the class announcement? A transmigrator showed up in the next class. And he's still in there right now." Kantran was confused. "Wait, how do they even know he's a transmigrator? Nobody in that class was wearing armor yesterday." Kanthan's clear voice rang out. He admitted it himself. He spent all day yesterday trying to act cool, but couldn't take it anymore by night and just spilled the beans. Kantran's brows furrowed as a sense of unease washed over him. What was happening? In a school of over 2,000 students, there were already 4 transmigrators. If this was real, how many more were there across the entire country? If even just a dozen cities had transmigrators, the total number wouldn't be small. A small map formed in his mind. If the pattern of transmigration became public, he feared people would swarm to these cities, with everyone claiming to be part of the 3rd, 4th, or 5th wave. While it hadn't gotten that bad yet, if a 3rd wave truly did appear, all his speculations would become reality. As he walked down the hall, he could hear some girls whispering, "Lakthan City and the others are going to be a complete mess." Duke Chu walked timidly behind the teacher, another male student beside him. Kantran gently patted his friend on the shoulder, whispering some instructions. The person being led away by the teacher and administrator must be a transmigrator. "I'm too late. I better get to class." Sitting in class, he rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The people from the secret organization are coming soon. Tonight is the night of transmigration, and there can be no mistakes. They might already be monitoring Zhang Tuyet, and sooner or later they'll find the CCTV footage, even though there are few cameras where he lives. Nothing is ever certain. Kantran closed his eyes, his mind made up. Tonight, aside from going to the bathroom, he would absolutely not leave his seat. Just then, someone shouted, "Kantran, look at this." Kanthan held up his phone and yelled, "Tutu's new content just dropped." He reached for the phone. On the screen was a greeting. "Hello, I'm Tutu. Due to some special reasons, I wasn't able to update my new content yesterday." The screen changed, showing a golden chair. "Today, I'll be presenting new content in a documentary style about the Inner World game, covering the power struggle for the position of Shadow in the Khan Corporation." A skyscraper with a familiar logo appeared. The Khan Corporation is one of the 5 major conglomerates in that world, and the Shadows are the ones who hold power in its deepest echelons. Multiple hands reached for the logo, as if trying to seize it. It said this tradition has existed for thousands of years. In each era, a new shadow is chosen. Just like a play about a struggle for the throne, the corporation's logo is like the center of the world. Every time a new shadow is chosen, the entire inner world is thrown into chaos. 8 mysterious figures appeared through shards of glass. There are currently 8 candidates for the position of shadow, each possessing special abilities. Among them are Khan Hawaii, Hengvan, Khan Thi, and one completely mysterious person whose identity has yet to be discovered. He lowered his head, silently calculating every possibility. Perhaps this is why I was thrown into prison number 18. What documentary? This is nothing more than a blueprint for some protagonist's revenge story. The clock appeared again, counting down 6 hours, 19 minutes, and 29 seconds. Contran stood up and glanced at Kanthan. The tension was clearly visible on his classmate's face. He remained silent, his expression unreadable. If he also gets transmigrated to prison number 18, I'll have to risk exposing my identity to help him. Then, he slowly began to speak. If you really do transmigrate tonight, you must be careful. You already know the inner world isn't safe. Kan then froze and stammered in reply. I'm not a transmigrator. Contran pushed the classroom door open and walked out. He glanced back and left one last sentence. As long as you know. Inwardly, he thought, still hiding his identity at a time like this. This guy is more than he seems. And then, night fell quickly. A hand gently rested on the doorknob and turned it slowly. Jiang Tuyet walked in, a familiar smile on her lips. Contran stood up and asked quietly, Miss Jiang Tuyet, is something wrong? She replied softly. You already know. I'm a transmigrator, and the countdown is almost over. A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead, her voice filled with anxiety. The inner world is too dangerous. I'm not sure if I'll be able to come back. Her next words made Contran's eyes widen. If I don't return tomorrow, could you help me look after Tuovan for a day? He answered decisively, his voice full of determination. Why would you say that? You'll definitely come back. He was only trying to comfort her because he didn't grasp the true danger. But she understood it all too well. Jiang Tuyet's youthful face suddenly turned pale. In that place, without the backing of one of the 5 major corporations, a human life is worth very little. Her voice remained calm. I don't intend for you to look after Tuovan for long. Her great-grandmother will be arriving from Trinthan tomorrow. Contran's lips curved into a slight smile. All right, I agree. I just hope you return safely. Jiang Tuyet let out a soft breath. Relieved. Thank you. She took out a key and held it out to him. I'm leaving you my house key, just in case you need it. Contran took the key. His gaze darkened as he observed it silently for a long moment. A thought flashed through his mind. Wondering if this was some kind of show of trust, he slowly opened his mouth, placed the USB-like object on his tongue, and swallowed it whole. The countdown timer showed 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. As the clock ticked steadily, he pinched his arm to stay awake, lying perfectly still as he waited for the moment to come. In the end, Contran sat motionless on the bed, not uttering a single word. The space around him began to distort. Everything gradually warped into a blurry, encrypted space. Tears streamed down his face, but he struggled to remain calm until the very end. The light vanished, and the scene shifted to a pristine white pillow. Hangtran lay still, his hand on his forehead, silently gazing up at the ceiling. A faint smile touched his lips. Luckily, he had transmigrated to the right place. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been meaningless, and the bit of goodwill he'd earned from Lai Thuk Dong would have been wasted. He took a deep breath and slowly reevaluated everything. Regardless of who Lai Thuk Dong was, if what Tutu said about his power was true, then the man held a significant position. Plus, every transmigration returned him to the exact moment he had left. The image of Thuk Dong flashed in his mind. The canon he had practiced still had its effect. Many other transmigrators might be lost and confused, but he was different. He knew what he needed, and Thuk Dong was the key to this world. He looked at the damp USB in his hand, telling himself that as long as he had this item with him, he could break through that data wall. He stroked his chin as he examined a small cut on his skin. The wound was still there, proving that the body he transmigrated with was his actual body from the other world. The vast prison, filled with cold machinery, came into view. He silently committed every detail to memory. Studying the principles behind the transmigration mechanism, he walked up to the massive iron door, observing its every detail. Strangely, the noise inside this place felt more familiar than the silence of the outside world. The timer on Contran's wrist showed only 2 days remaining in this world. He wondered if that number would get longer or shorter in the future. The moment he stepped out the door, he ran into 2 inmates blocking his way. Thuk Dong also lifted his head slightly, clearly sensing the new arrival. Tuo raised a hand in greeting, the simple gesture exuding an extraordinary aura. Although he appeared calm, the nearby inmates still murmured in surprise. The moment Contran turned his head, the entire group went dead silent. He walked past, ignoring their whispers. A soft voice could be heard saying, "Hey, He just greeted us. He even smiled. Contran's brown eyes glanced downward as he recalled that a new group must have been transferred in the middle of the night. The crowd below was getting bigger, which made him thoughtful. The second group of transmigrators must be here already. I have to find a way to recognize them without revealing myself. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto someone. It was Lu Duke Chu from the next cell block. I can't let him see me. A voice from the upper level rang out, startling Duke Chu. Looks like we've got a new arrival. We should have a little fun with him later. Don't you think? Kwang Nia let out a gleeful laugh, his voice drawling. Welcome to prison number 18. As the scene entered Contran's view, he found that while he'd previously been annoyed by this Kwang Nia fellow, he now felt a strange sense of familiarity toward him. Fear flashed in Duke Chu's eyes. Prison number 18 made him tremble. He leaned in and asked quietly, "Excuse me, who is Lai Thuk Dong?" The other prisoner gritted his teeth. "Is this guy trying to pull some strings?" The man pointed into the distance. "Over there. The one in the lower tier." His golden eyes flashed, unable to hide his intentions. Tiu Chu was right after all. Looking at the middle-aged man's stern demeanor, Duke Chu chuckled to himself. He really has the aura of an underground boss. Thuk Dong's group calmly continued to enjoy their moment of peace. Tiu Chu's mechanical tail lifted slightly, its gaze a mix of laziness and vigilance. Duke Chu screamed and ran frantically, his heart pounding erratically. This is bad. I have to meet Li Thuk Dong right now. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed him precisely by the collar. Tiu Chu looked down at him from a higher level, his voice tinged with curiosity. How strange lately. A newcomer dares to seek out our boss. Duke Chu stammered as he looked at the prisoners behind him, his face pale. I'm just here to receive a quest. We're on the same side." His expression turned scornful. "I've never seen your kind in the organization. Who are you trying to fool with this double agent act?" Duke Chu grew more frantic. "I'm telling the truth, I came to receive the class change quest." He decisively slapped his hand away. "Get him out of here. What are you standing around for? Drag him out." The prisoners broke into a sweat and quickly replied, "Yes. We're going right now." Even as he was being dragged away, he collapsed to his knees, his voice choked with emotion. "Li Thuk Dong. I'm really here to receive the class change quest." Thuk Dong sat silently, his deep eyes saying nothing. That silence caused a stir among the prisoners, and everyone grew curious. Then, contemptuous laughter erupted. "What is this kid talking about? He must have panicked and gone crazy." "I'm dying of laughter." Tiu Chu sighed softly and waved his hand in annoyance. "Just another fool." Duke Chu struggled in their grasp, thinking to himself, "What went wrong? I've transmigrated to prison number 18. The starting point of that selection process. According to Tiu Chu, there are 3 career paths and 2 subpaths. This was the only viable place. He reached out towards the receding figure, but doubt crept into his heart. Could it be that this isn't the real place for a class change? Did I misunderstand something? His painful cry made Tiu Chu look back, his voice filled with boredom. "Let him go," an angry prisoner shouted. "Damn it. He dared to bite me. After him, catch him for me." Duke Chu clenched his fist and pounded hard on the iron door of area number 4. He banged on the door repeatedly, yelling, "Let me out, they're going to torture me, let me out." An icy chill ran down his spine. From the dark corner, a giant robot slithered out, its metallic sheen making him tremble uncontrollably. Its massive frame radiated a pressure so intense it was suffocating. The scream echoed throughout the prison. Heng Zhan, who was walking down the hall, couldn't help but mutter, "This guy's insane. He just got here and is already causing trouble." Completely clueless, Tiu Chu sat down at the table and lowered his voice. "Boss, has anything strange been happening lately? The other day, a kid showed up, talking all about Luo City and claiming to be the heir of some conglomerate. Now there's this guy, asking for a quest right after arriving. What a farce." Thuk Dong closed his eyes slightly, his voice calm. "Yes, things are indeed unusual." The cat on the table opened its wide, jade-like eyes, its gaze chillingly cold. Tiu Chu scratched his head and looked away, wondering, "Hey, where did that Contran guy go? Just yesterday I saw him eating happily, and now he's completely vanished." Kwang Yi's crew on the other side burst out laughing. Haha, what an idiot. It was hilarious watching the scene as he was dragged away by the guards. As Contran passed by, he quietly instructed, "After you're done eating, have your men secure the newcomers and find out who they are. Don't be too rough. Everyone's had it hard enough." The man nodded. "Understood." Contran's brows furrowed slightly. He wondered if there were other transmigrators who hadn't revealed themselves yet. If so, they surely couldn't fake an identity in the outside world. Anyone who couldn't explain their background had to be a transmigrator. The prisoners next to Kwang Ye whispered, "Look, he's gone up to the 6th floor." He immediately ordered, "Stop staring. Let's go." A thought flashed through his mind. Nam Can, then definitely wasn't thrown in here. Contran slowly picked up his food tray. As Kwang Ye walked past, Contran whispered, "Just follow the plan." He gave a slight nod, thinking to himself that there probably wouldn't be any new transmigrators today. Thuk Dong sat on a chair, his expression calm as if he were waiting for someone. Contran walked over, his voice low and steady. "Are we still playing chess today?" the old man replied slowly. "No. I'm taking a break for a few days. I have something to think about. And besides, a guest is about to arrive." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "An uninvited guest?" Contran asked as he sat down across from him. "I saw a bit of a commotion on the lower floor just now." "What happened?" He ate while observing, thinking that anyone Thuk Dong would call a guest must be no ordinary person. It wasn't time for him to get involved, so asking more questions would be useless. The old man closed his eyes, his expression placid. "I'm not entirely sure." Contran didn't press further, thinking to himself, if even Thuk Dong is uncertain, this must be a first for him, and that Lu Duk Chu guy probably thinks this is a real game. On his wrist, the countdown showed only 37 hours remaining. Suddenly, a long, drawn-out commotion erupted from behind them. A tall, imposing figure appeared at the prison gate. It looked like a new prisoner had just been brought in. Everyone in the cafeteria froze the moment they saw him. Quach Ho Thien strode in with heavy steps, like an approaching storm. A long line of stern guards followed close behind, forming a tight perimeter around him. Their eyes tracked his every single movement. In an instant, their formation closed into a tight circle around Quach Ho Thien. Contran glanced over at him, silently observing. This was the first time prison number 18 had escorted a prisoner in broad daylight with such a massive force. You could tell just by looking that this guy was a seasoned pro. He had thought Dip Fan was tough, but who knew this newcomer was on a whole other level? As he entered the main area, the guards immediately withdrew. Quach Ho Thien coldly grabbed a nearby inmate by the throat. His grip was so powerful that with just one hand, the inmate's head began to deform. He growled through clenched teeth. "Where is Lai Thuk Dong?" The pale-faced inmate, trembling, shakily raised his hand and pointed behind him. He immediately located Contran's group. Quach Ho Thien tossed the other guy aside like a sandbag and strode forward. Lai Thuk Dong jumped to his feet and whispered to Contran, "I didn't expect him to be so direct. His name is Quach Ho Thien. I'm sure you've heard of him." He left his seat and stepped in front of them. "You and Dip Fan should stay back in a moment. Don't get caught in the crossfire." Dip Fan subconsciously glanced at Contran. The boss even gave him a personal warning about this. It seemed they had underestimated his importance. Lo Kwang Ye sat to the side, watching his hurried pace, and thought to himself, so it's Quach Ho Thien. No wonder the boss called him the monk from the south. He smirked with excitement. Ever since the boss got here, all he did was play chess and read books, as if he was just waiting for this guy to come and stir things up. And all I have to do is sit back and reap the benefits. This is perfect. Quach Ho Thien pointed directly at Li Thuk Dong. "Let's cut to the chase. I'm here for the forbidden item S5. Hand it over, and I'll leave immediately." He gently patted the small cat on its back, signaling for it to get down. Thuk Dong smiled, his voice even. "You should speak to your elders with a bit more respect. That way, you won't lose out," Ho Thien replied curtly. "I just want the item. Give me S5, and I'll be polite later. Black Spade opposes espers. So we need all the help we can get. You guys are knights. We have different paths but the same goal. Surely you can understand that." Thuk Dong curiously asked why he had come to prison number 18. He answered directly. "There are rumors that the Tran family has made a deal with you. If you can control that thing, you'll have absolute freedom, and that forbidden item must be it." He immediately denied it, as if pouring cold water on him. "You've misunderstood. I have never made any deals with the Tran family. Don't blindly act on rumors." Listening to the conversation, Kan Tran understood. Tutu's power had mentioned the taboo tribunal, and it seemed to be because of that forbidden item. The item Quach Ho Thien was after was likely the objective of his own mission in the competition for the Shadow's position. Quach Ho Thien growled, his aggression palpable. "Where is S5? Lai Thuk Dong calmly lowered his head and said, "I know where it is, but I won't tell you." He furiously stomped on the floor, and the entire room shook. The control system immediately triggered an alarm as red lights flashed. He glared and asked, "Why?" As the alarm blared, he answered succinctly, "For no particular reason. I just happened to kite like Cinco." Laser beams from the machines shot directly at him. The surrounding prisoners were shocked. Has the metal storm already been activated? Normally, the system only activates that mode during a major riot. For it to suddenly start like this is unusual. Contran's eyes darted around as he quickly counted. Out of 71 machines, 36 had started to operate. Quach Hothien remained nonchalant, as if he didn't care at all. He lunged forward, launching a powerful kick at Li Thuk Dong. His fist was just inches away from the man. But the metal storm showed no signs of stopping. The machines began to unload their ammunition relentlessly, throwing the entire prison into chaos. 36 devices opened fire simultaneously, and the power was staggering. But that wasn't the most dangerous part. The other 36 machines were the real reapers. And amidst the chaos, something felt off. Quach Hothien continued his attack on Thuk Dong, and at that very moment, Dip Van secretly activated the defense mode. He immediately launched another blow towards Thuk Dong. With just 2 fingers, he effortlessly blocked the attack. Lai Thuk Dong looked at him, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The two of them were immediately enveloped in a protective shield. He turned his head and ordered the protection mode to be deactivated. Suddenly, he froze, as if he had just discovered something astonishing. Contran was calmly eating amidst a hail of bullets. Having chosen the room's only blind spot, his seat was the only safe zone in prison number 18. Lai Thuk Dong gave a cryptic smile. Contran's abilities and composure far surpassed his age. Could he be the future shadow of the Con clan? He waved his hand, sending Hothien flying, and thought to himself, when will I ever find an heir as worthy as him? He was sent flying into the distance, the ground smoking from the friction of his slide. Quach Hothien struggled to push himself back to his feet. He calmed himself and considered the fight. From start to finish, he had only managed to slightly mess up the man's technique uniform. Perhaps the rumors about Lai Thuk Dong's demigod title weren't baseless after all. In his eyes, Li Thuk Dong seemed to radiate light. The power gap between them was clearly immense. He chuckled, in a surprisingly good mood, and asked, "Still want to fight?" Hothien gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. "Forget it. What's the point of fighting if I can't win? Don't worry. Even if you don't tell me, I'll find that item myself." He shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine. Take your time." Chan, standing nearby, thought to himself, no wonder this bald guy is still single. He was so aggressive a moment ago, but now he's backing down. What a quick change of face. He secretly hatched a plan. If Thuk Dong knows where the forbidden item is hidden, I'll just follow him. Maybe he'll let it slip when he's not paying attention. Thuk Dong was momentarily startled, surprised that the boy could calculate the seating position so precisely. Contran calmly replied, "I could only estimate the safe zone. Even with my superior calculation skills, it wasn't enough to predict the trajectory of every single bullet." He nodded in acknowledgement. "Just calculating the zone isn't enough to land you right in the dead spot." Contran explained, "I calculated 4 possible safe positions. Coincidentally, you tend to sit in one of those 4 spots, so I eliminated the other 3. Thuk Dong burst out laughing. "Haha, you're pretty sharp, kid." Hothien was trying to meditate and train when he was disturbed by several prisoners causing a ruckus. Tiu appeared and added fuel to the fire. The demigods just finished their fight, and now there's another commotion. It's tough for us folks just trying to level up. The ones who weren't fighting got caught in the crossfire, while the ones who started it are completely fine. It's always the small fry who get swatted. He's got some real nerve. Daring to say that directly to Quach Hothien. They say you're a kind and helpful man on the outside. So what about all the people who have suffered because of you? Hothien replied in a cold tone. Are you talking about the injured and the prisoners in here? Everyone in this prison is guilty. There are no innocent men here. Tutu found this irritating to hear. He shot a sideways glance and said, "Don't you dare label me as kind and generous. I'm not a monk." An excruciating pain racked his body, but Hothien did his best to suppress it, feeling as if his organs were being scorched from the inside. Having failed to achieve his goal, he quietly walked away. Contran recalled the protective shield from before. It was the very thing that had saved him from danger. Tutio glanced at Contran and whispered, "Don't worry. No sound can escape this place." Thuk Dong had just received news. "This morning, I saw Lo Kuang-Nia interrogating the group of newcomers. That was on your orders, wasn't it?" Contran answered directly. "That's right." He gave Contran a suspicious look and asked, Why did they need to be interrogated? He chose his words carefully to avoid causing trouble. Needing to invent a plausible reason for his recent actions, Thukdong smiled. I like how direct you are. But Lo Kuangya didn't mistreat them. Was that your instruction I remember on your first day? You didn't help anyone. Contran simply replied. I only do what is within my power. He understood perfectly that you can't help anyone if you can't even guarantee your own safety. This was a life principle Contran had learned from a difficult childhood. Light fell upon the chessboard, a metaphor for Contran's own fate. Something that had been bestowed upon him, not chosen by him. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught Tutu's attention. He was astonished to see Ho Thien propping his entire body up off the ground with just a few fingers. Tutu instantly realized what was going on. This guy was trying to inch closer to eavesdrop. But with a frame that huge, did he really think nobody would notice? His movements were painfully obvious. Ho Thien felt a cold stare lock onto him and knew he had been caught. The entire room was suddenly plunged into silence. Afraid of their conversation being overheard, Thukdong broke up the gathering. All right, that's enough. No more chess for today. I'm going to go read. The prisoners started complaining. Good grief. How long is this cleanup going to take? Give me a break. I'm still mopping here. One of the inmates taunted Ho Thien. You lost. So just sit down and shut up. We don't want any trouble with the black spades. We get that life is hard for you all out there. But don't start your nonsense in here. You really think I can't take you down? Ho Thien narrowed his eyes and retorted. Just you try and lay a hand on me. Tutu looked at his bald head and could only sigh to himself. Every prisoner's food tray came with an extra egg. Contran wasn't a picky eater and dug in heartily. Although the food was just ground meat, it tasted fresh, which was a huge improvement over the dry biscuits from the outside world. He suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute. Contran paused his meal, a suspicion forming in his mind. Why were a quarter of the cameras aimed directly at him? Could it be because they noticed him finding a blind spot earlier? He couldn't help but wonder who was truly behind this prison. Just then, Tutu approached and said, The boss just told me to let you know that from now on, your meals will be made with real meat. You can have as much as you want. Contran furrowed his brow. Why? There was a hint of a smirk in Tutu's voice. You'll find out soon enough. I just suspect it's not for a good reason. After he finished eating, Contran headed to the bathroom to get some water. He washed his face, feeling completely exhausted. Contran quickly lay down on the bed. Familiar with the feeling, he gently closed his eyes, wanting to rest deeply. Then he slowly opened his eyes again. A man appeared in front of him. The blinding desert sun made Contran squint. The scorching heat drenched him in sweat. Contran quickly pulled out a water bottle and took a drink. A gaunt prisoner approached, his voice hoarse. Heng-chan, just give me a sip. We'll die without water. Go on. Name your price. Contran froze when he recognized the familiar voice. Faced with his collapsing companion, what would he do now? Joking in this situation annoyed him. I'd let the person next to you die of thirst first, and then let him name a price to save you. Tutio raised his hands in surrender. Are you even human anymore? It turned out Contran had a clear reason. I know this is your dream illusion, so I'll show no mercy. Tutio wasn't surprised. That's right. Since you're still lucid in the dream, you can probably resist the dream illusion's summons. Contran stated firmly. I can. Tutio looked confused. If you can resist the dream illusion, why did you even enter it? You could have avoided it by just staying awake for 5 minutes. Contran came in here because he was worried about you. I thought you had something to tell me, so I followed. Tutu smirked upon hearing Contran's answer. What kind of experiment are you planning this time? In the dreamscape, Tutu revealed the whole truth. At first, the master only assigned me to escort you for a bit, then use the dream illusion to change your nature and make you taste suffering. He never expected Contran to be so different. Now you can easily resist the dream illusion. It seems this method is useless, so the master will have to act himself. The repetition of events made him ponder. This time, the desert scene felt different, more like a teacher's assignment. Tutu immediately stopped him. I don't think about it anymore. He kindly warned him. Don't get complacent. The master is only keeping an eye on you for now. It's not certain whether you'll become his disciple. Tutu was surprised by his bluntness. Are you jealous of me? He sighed regretfully. Yes, I'm jealous. Not everyone is strong enough to be the master's disciple. At least Deep Van and I aren't. Contran wondered. Why not? Tutu sadly explained that they had failed right at the beginning. As neither of them could pass the first trial, He believed Contran could pass, because the master thought so too. He hesitated. Really pass it, Tutu explained. It's about finding a way to live in a dead land. Every time you want to level up, you have to endure a desperate situation. Contran was skeptical. Why me, Tutu replied. Because the master saw that you dared to keep living even when pushed to the brink. Contran was confused. If that's the case, why are you still jealous? Tutu gave a sad smile. Because that path of training is only for those with potential. But Deep Van and I are past our prime. Although it's full of hardship, one must walk it to surpass others. He suddenly wondered. Hey, how old is Lai Thuk Dong anyway? If he lives in two worlds, maybe he ages slower. Can someone like him extend his lifespan? Tutu knew very well. 52 years old. Contran couldn't believe it. Lai Thuk Dong looks like he's only in his mid-30s. He burst out laughing. Gotcha. Heng-chan, look at that naive expression. It wouldn't be strange for someone like the master to live for 100 years. We've been following him since we were kids, and he hasn't changed a bit. He was curious why they followed him. Tutu confessed. There's no particular reason. Deep Van and many others were all orphans. The shooting stars in the sky seemed to tell their parents' stories. You grew up in Khan City, so you don't know how miserable the outside world is. You can't even imagine the disasters everywhere. Sometimes parents die in accidents while walking down the street. Sometimes they get poisoned working in a chemical factory. Or they get attacked by hackers while connected to the virtual network. Tutu summed up the harsh past in a few seconds. Then you're kicked out of your home for not paying rent. The insurance company denies your claim. The bank forecloses on your debt. You're thrown out onto the street, and no one cares if you live or die. The gangs want you to deal drugs, or even film your life story to sell. That very day turned his fate around. And then someone appeared unexpectedly. Thuk Dong was like a savior sent from heaven, saying, "Follow me, and I'll give you a new life." Tutu chose to trust him. It didn't matter who he was. If he beckoned, he would follow. Contran couldn't help but think of himself. Compared to them, his own suffering was nothing. He wondered why Thuk Dong took them in, and Tutu simply said it was because they were useful, and he couldn't do what he needed to do alone. Contran still wasn't completely convinced. To this day, I still don't know what the Knights organization or the Black Blade wants. What does the Black Blade want to control? The 5 great corporations or something else? His suspicions grew after meeting Tutu. Lai Thuk Dong clearly had a purpose for adopting Lam Tutu and Diep Fan, but the two of them knew nothing. Tu whispered. Forget it. Get some rest. Even after escaping the dreamscape, Contran tossed and turned. I've seen Thuk Dong's secret basement. Can the cannon score in my hand be traded for a chance to open the gate to the other world? I'm not sure if this is enough, and I don't know its origin. I guess I'll just have to wait. A loud banging came from the door. Let me out. The timer appearing on his hand sent Taetian into a panic. Is anyone there? Let me out. Why am I locked in here? He screamed until his throat was hoarse. Let me out. Please. Taetian cried and screamed, comparing himself to others. Everyone else was like a fish in water. One with a body of steel, another part of a syndicate, only he seemed like a useless extra. In another 24 hours, he'd be back in the real world. What would he tell his friends? That he successfully class changed, or that he got thrown in jail? He hugged a pillow, curled up in regret. I knew I shouldn't have bragged. The transmigration system updated. Time remaining 16 hours, 20 minutes, and 0 seconds. Thuk Dong continued to make his move. He observed carefully. Ever since Contran learned to hold back, there's been less crying in this prison. But have you noticed? The other powers in here are starting to get annoyed with Lo Kuang Nia. Contran understood the subtle implication. I know. Those 3 syndicates usually welcome the newcomers as a form of entertainment. Now that Lo Kuang Nia has taken over, they're bound to hate him. But I trust he can handle it. Thuk Dong glanced at the other prisoners. Have you ever thought that those you help might not be grateful? For example, you see a beggar on the street and toss him some change. It means nothing to them, but it makes you feel better about yourself. He couldn't deny that he had saved Tutu when he was in a desperate situation. Ho Thien suddenly pushed his chair back. His action immediately caught Contran's attention. He thought to himself, can't win a fight, so now he wants to join the group. Ho Thien used to enjoy special privileges, but now he's making demands. I'm a well-known figure in the Black Blade. You all get to eat your fill while I starve. Is this how you treat your guests? Tutu shot back without any respect. Are you one of us? If not, go fight the boss again. If you win, then we can talk about food. Fearing another loss, he quickly changed the subject. Don't just fight all the time. It's exhausting. I get that the three of you are eating, but why does that chess-playing kid get a share too? Isn't he just an ordinary person? Hothian suddenly stuck his chopsticks into the piece of meat in Contran's rice bowl. He leaned close to Contran's ear and whispered, "Hey kid, go get another portion. This one is mine now." Contran just glanced at him and coldly turned away. Not even bothering to reply, he remained silent, waiting to see how things would unfold. Wanting to test how he himself would handle the situation, the shameless Hothian brazenly shouted, "See." He gave it up himself. He quickly gathered all the meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Well then, I won't be polite. The red sauce from the meat dripped down, drop by drop. Contran recalled his previous analysis. But that wasn't right. What he was looking for, wasn't it? He tried to piece together the images flashing through his mind. The flashes of memory began to converge on a single point. Contran immediately summoned someone. Lao Guangye. In less than a moment, Lao Guangye appeared. "I'm here. Boss." "What is it?" He had identified the problem. "I'm going to give you 8 names. Bring them here." The entire room suddenly fell into a frozen silence. For some unknown reason, Hothian looked visibly angry. Hengchan, always direct, asked, "Are those 8 people yours?" But only a soft voice replied, "Not entirely." Not getting a clear answer, he recounted what he had observed when the boss was being escorted in. He glanced over at these 5 people, and all 5 of them raised their index fingers. I don't know what it means, but it was definitely for him to see. The other 3 exchanged glances with each other. Contran still remembered the faces of those 3 very clearly. Lam Tiu was stunned to hear this. In that situation, you were still clear-headed enough to observe everything. Everyone was focused on the boss. No one was paying attention to the reactions of those around them. Lai Thuk Dong nodded in confirmation. Prison number 18 is full of all sorts of people. It's normal to be watched by other factions. He then asked, "Boss, should we move them to another cell block?" The boss pondered for a moment. "Moving them suddenly will cause talk. Deep Fan, take all 8 of them to a special detention room. Interrogate them and find out who planted those 3. Diep, Fan just nodded. "Yes. Sia." As soon as he finished speaking, Lo Kuangye pointed to another group of prisoners, his face a mixture of helplessness and exasperation. Seeing this, Tu Tiu grew worried. "Boss, that kid has discovered our people." Hengchan, sitting opposite them, just stayed silent, thinking it served them right for just watching the show earlier. But Thukdong didn't care, turning to say, "Although you're not a superhuman, your memory and analytical skills are hard to match, even for a superhuman." Ho Thien, who was sitting nearby, gaped in surprise. So he's not one of the knights. But he still asked, "Then what should I call you?" He replied coolly, "Hengchan." Hearing this, Ho Thien was stunned again. A Khan. Since when did the knights associate with those plutocrats from the Khan consortium? Thuk Dong said calmly, "Just because his surname is Khan, does that mean he has to be from the Khan consortium? There's a famous person with the surname Khan who lives in the wilderness. You know." After hearing this, he turned to look at Contran with a scrutinizing gaze, but with his usual cunning, Ho Thien changed the subject, still handing the meal portion to him. "Brother Contran, what do you think of the underworld organization?" Contran's face darkened. "They're nothing special. Outwardly, he said that, but inwardly he thought, if he's here for the forbidden technique, I don't need to hold back." That sentence made him freeze like a statue. Above, the rhythmic turning of a camera silently watched. Below, bodies that hadn't been cleared away yet lay scattered about. Diep Fan hurriedly used a cloth to gently open one of the mouths. He quickly deduced. The boss was taken down by poison hidden in a tooth. Just opening the mouth would release the scent of almonds. Ho Thien glanced back discreetly and asked in a low voice, "Weren't those 3 from the underworld?" Hearing the question, Thuk Dong replied softly, "Those death warriors were certainly surprising." Meanwhile, Contran sat silently in a corner, his eyes glued to the scene before him. His entire body trembled like a machine that wouldn't turn off. Whether in this world or the other, this was the first time he had ever truly faced death. Contran pressed his lips together, forcing himself to calm down, telling himself this was just a den of wild beasts. Overhead, cameras panned intently, recording every movement and displaying a timestamp of 15 hours, 21 minutes, and 5 seconds. Across from him, Contran's and Thuk Dong's eyes met, as if they were trying to probe each other's thoughts. Suddenly, he spoke. "This is your first time seeing someone die, isn't it?" He thought for a moment before nodding. Yeah. Hearing this, Thukdong's eyes lit up. Very good. That's brave of you. Despite the harsh circumstances, Contran gave a simple reply. I'm just a little scared. Lessons from his past echoed in his mind. His math teacher. His parents who taught him how to live, but no one had ever taught him how to face death. All that was left was a single question. What exactly is death? Though he was trembling inside, he held on to his resolve. Only by witnessing it firsthand could he understand just how fragile life truly is. Thukdong picked up a wooden game piece and held it up, speaking slowly. Here, everyone has 2 lives. And the second one begins. As he set the piece down, his voice, cold as ice, rang out. When you finally understand, you'll see that you only get 1 life. Contran's eyes widened at his words, Thukdong's voice echoing in his head. From that moment on, he realized time was more precious than anything, and that he had wasted far too much of it. It was as if he had been enlightened. The more fear he felt, the calmer he had to remain. As he made his next move, Contran thought to himself, I need to reflect on my past and prepare for the future. Thukdong quickly countered with another move and said, Those 3 death warriors were likely targeting me. Help me find out who they are, and I'll owe you a favor. With that, he made a grand offer. You can exchange that favor for anything here. What will you choose? Contran didn't hesitate. I want the member list of the Viet Lai Corporation. The man was surprised. How strange. Why not ask for a way to become a transcendent being? It's rare for anyone to have a favor owed by me. Yet you're wasting the opportunity, he replied calmly. Becoming a transcendent is not as valuable as knowing your secrets. I don't see that as a good trade. When the time is right, you'll offer it to me yourself. Thukdong simply remained silent, picking up another game piece, his eyes as deep as an abyss. After a moment, he finally spoke. You're smarter and more patient than I thought. That's right. Some things don't need to be traded for. They come naturally when the time is right. Although I was disappointed that you'd never seen bloodshed before, on second thought, he changed his tone. If you were indifferent to life, I would find you even more boring. After saying that, he turned to Tutu and said, Bring the list here. Tutu immediately replied, Yes. However, he didn't hand it over right away, instead asking, I'm curious. Why do you need this? Contran just replied nonchalantly, I think you already know. There's no need for me to explain. Thukdong laughed, finding this more and more interesting. Fine. I won't ask anymore. Consider this me repaying my debt. Do with it as you please. The scene shifts to a cold, empty, and utterly silent room. Contran walked in, his mind racing. He had expected Lam Tutu to come and check on the nightmare, but she didn't show. Perhaps Thukdong decided it was no longer necessary. He was still contemplating his future. Realizing he was slowly treading the path of a superhuman, Contran's eyes gently closed. Returning this time, his heart was no longer filled with the same fear, because now he understood. He lay down on the soft bed, letting his body relax after so many stressful days. As his mind began to drift, he thought to himself that he finally, truly understood the meaning of death. The next morning, the sound of chirping birds echoed from outside the window. Contran lifted his hand to look, and the words 40 hours, 20 minutes, and 27 seconds were clearly visible on his wrist. He stared at it intently, thinking to himself how strangely quiet every transmigration was. Never waking anyone, he put on his jacket and prepared to leave. After 2 intense days, returning to the real world felt like a weight had been lifted, yet his heart was already eagerly anticipating the next journey. His hand rested on the doorknob, his gaze lost in the distance, because that other world still held countless opportunities waiting for him. Just then, familiar figures appeared before Contran's eyes. He turned slightly to greet her. Good morning, Miss Gyang Tuyet. How was your trip this time? I'm taking Tuvan to school now. But remember to come home after class tonight. I bought some fish and ribs for a celebratory dinner. He was momentarily stunned. Celebrate what? But she simply replied, You'll find out tonight. No matter how many times he asked, her only answer was, You'll understand when the time comes. Her words occupied his thoughts all the way to school. Just as he reached the school gate, Contran froze. A message on his phone made his heart sink. It was only a few words, but they felt like a death sentence. There's a rumor that if you kill a transmigrator, they can never go back. Images of bodies scattered everywhere suddenly flooded his mind. The reality was far more brutal than any description could capture. And yet, the schoolyard remained peaceful, with no one aware of anything. The moment he sat down, He was surrounded by his friends. "Hey, is Lu Duke Chu from the next class back already? I thought he'd be as traumatized as Hong Tae Tien and drop out. But he looks totally fine." Contran glanced over, his eyes cold. Not only was the guy bragging about being a transmigrator, but he was also claiming he'd been to Prison 18 and had even met Lai Thuk Dong. Everyone else was buzzing with admiration, but Contran could only let out a silent sigh. As a crowd began to gather around him, Contran chose to walk away. In this kind of situation, openly revealing that you're a transmigrator is just plain stupid, especially when you're name-dropping someone that powerful. As he walked, he couldn't help but think that the mysterious organization was probably about to make its move. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure from behind. Contran quickly ran over. "Num Kan Thun." He leaned in closer and asked quietly, "Kun Thun, what happened to you? Did someone beat you up?" The other boy just replied flatly, "It's nothing. I just lost some sleep." But inside, his mind was in turmoil. He no longer had his steel-like body or his special powers, so how could he not be a wreck? Soon after, they walked into the classroom together. A few female students ran past them, laughing and chatting. "Hey, did you hear Lu Duke Chu is back from his transmigration? Let's go check him out." After they passed, Kaing Tran asked, "Were you tortured while you were in the other world?" Kan then flinched. "Transmigration? What are you talking about?" The two of them looked at each other in silence, but Contran was certain in his heart that Than had transmigrated before. He just couldn't imagine what terrible things the boy must have gone through. After a moment, Contran softly asked what he was doing over there, a question that made Than's face turn pale. "I didn't transmigrate, whoever says I did. I'll fight them." Contran could only nod. "All right," he thought to himself. "I give up. I can't ask anymore." Without knowing the time or his identity, he couldn't help at all. While the two were taking their seats, the girls outside the door were still chattering excitedly. "Is it true? Did he say he's met Lai Thuk Dong before? So lucky." Meanwhile, Kan then sat in a corner, his hands trembling. After a while, he spoke up. "Didn't I tell you there's a group of transmigrators?" "Yes, you did." His words made Contran smile faintly. He really couldn't hide it. Gung Than, having found someone to confide in, started talking non-stop. "I told you someone was selling socks in the other world." "Right," Contran replied. "Yes." It continued. "It's fake. Don't ask me how I know. You're not a transmigrator anyway, so you can't bring socks back." Then he added, "Let me tell you. Someone said you can connect with a sugar mama over there." Contran still just nodded. "Yes." Only then did Kan then let out a sigh of relief. "This part is actually true." He panicked and whispered, "I just heard people say it. I'm not a transmigrator." Contran was tired of it and just nodded perfunctorily. "Yeah, I get it." But in his head, he thought, maybe he got scammed by a sugar mama that time. Outside, the group of girls was still pushing. "Don't shove, let me hear too." Suddenly, Kaing Tran asked, "Did she give you a lot of money?" The question almost made Kan then fall out of his chair. "I told you, I didn't transmigrate." While the class was still buzzing, the school's announcement speaker suddenly came on. Everyone immediately fell silent. Looking up towards the sound, the crowd saw a group of people approaching and whispered, "Who are they?" Even the director of the Department of Education came out to greet them. "It looks like they're heading to the classroom next door." Heng Chen, sitting in the classroom, just muttered softly, "They're here." He didn't take his eyes off the window, where the group of men in black had just entered. Their appearance caused a stir throughout the school. Their aura was completely different from ordinary people. The group walked straight in, every step exuding power. Contran clearly remembered the first time he met them. He could still feel the heavy pressure. Just as he predicted, Lu Duke Chu was then taken away. The fact that the director personally showed up proved that this organization had backing from someone in the government. They remained calm under hundreds of gazes, which reassured Contran somewhat, but life doesn't go according to plan. The surprising thing was that Lu Duke Chu came back, saying he was only taken to the office. The men in black asked him to leave his information and forbade him from leaving Luo City. His story made Contran pensive. The men in black said there were many transmigrators in Luo City, and they were gathering them for training. They even showed him a photo for identification, suspecting the person in the picture was a transmigrator because he had appeared near another one's house. But that area lacked cameras, so the data was incomplete, which is why they had to ask him. He glanced sideways slightly when he realized the person they were looking for was him. Contran let out a soft breath, remembering how he had deliberately worn an old outfit he hadn't touched in 2 years that day. He had carefully checked every camera angle before leaving. It seemed his caution had paid off. Just then, Kanthan's loud voice rang out, saying that the transmigrator was just talking to the guy standing next to that beam of light, and might even become a Superman. How can there be such a gap between people? Tran just smirked, admiring him. Are you? Wiping away his tears. He asked. You're really not jealous, I once said. I'd treat you to a meal when I got rich, but now I can't even get there. Tran just replied softly. Then just focus on your studies. Plenty of normal people live just fine. Not everyone needs to be a transmigrator. After hearing that, Kan then just fell silent, not saying anything more. A moment later, he spoke up. Easier said than done. We haven't even paid for our textbooks yet. I have to wait another 2 days. What about you? Tran replied. My mom got mad at my dad and went back to her parents' house. It's just my dad at home. Didn't he give it to you? What did he say? Kan then replied with a dejected look. He told me to return the books. He sighed, never imagining that 2 transmigrators would be struggling over textbook money. At this point, Tran had no choice but to think of a way to make money. He looked at the empty courtyard in front of him and thought to himself, those old geezers are smarter now. No one is willing to play chess with me anymore. I guess I'll have to find a way to make money in that other world. As he thought this, a glint appeared in his eyes. How could he enter a mountain of gold and return empty-handed? Tran walked through a food court filled with the calls of vendors. Roasted sweet potatoes. Eggs on sale. But he paid them no mind. It seems he started skipping class lately. A feeling of emptiness washed over him as he remembered his childhood. His dad used to take him into town for a bowl of noodles that cost 1.5 yuan. Back then, his father hadn't gotten into gambling. His parents were still happy, and even his maternal grandparents still liked his dad. Tran stood before the old noodle shop. A bowl of noodles that once cost 1.5 yuan now cost 15. Nothing could ever go back to the way it was. Finally, he turned around and headed toward the school gate. Tran shot a quick glance toward the corner of the wall, where a group of thugs was gathered. A voice pulled him back to the present. Brother, the little girl ran up and whispered, Come home. Mom's done cooking. He patted her head and said, If I have class tonight, you two can go ahead and eat without me. But Dongvan knew perfectly well that her brother wasn't going to night classes anymore. With that, she took his hand and pulled him toward home. He saw a freshly painted room before him, with a neatly set dining table and all the old furniture replaced by new pieces. Gyang Tuyet, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard them and called out, Oh, Tran, you're back. Have a seat. The soup is almost ready. He didn't reply, his eyes fixed on the dinner table. It looked delicious. Compared to the bland food in prison number 18, this was a real meal. Tran asked, Miss Gyang Tuyet, did something good happen today? Just as she brought out the pot of soup, she smiled and said, Remember how I told you I opened a machine repair shop in the inner world? As she set the table, Jiang Tuyet explained, That shop used to worry me a lot, because I'd lose my memories every time I transmigrated. All my customers were rough types, and District 18 is incredibly dangerous at night. Nobody dares to be on the streets after 8 o'clock. Even so, I guess it was a blessing in disguise. She continued. This time, people from the Lee Consortium came to my little shop and said they wanted to invest. Thanks to them, my shop is much safer. In the inner world, a consortium is like a god. Anyone they invest in gets their protection. They even replaced my sign with one bearing the Lee Consortium logo. And now, no one dares to bother me. Hearing this, Tran was lost in thought. The Lee Consortium. He seemed to have realized something, but on the surface, he just smiled and said, That's definitely worth celebrating. Jiang Tuyet beamed. This time, I won't have to ask for your help anymore. And Dongvan's grandparents won't have to leave their hometown either. Now I can finally repay you. Didn't you always admire transmigrators? If you ever find yourself in City 18, just come find me. I can protect you. He fell silent, thinking to himself that he was already in City 18. But the events there were far beyond her ability to help. The conflict between the Consortium and the Knights was not something an ordinary person could handle. Tran changed the subject. Oh, Miss Gyang Tuyet, did those people from Aodong come looking for you? She replied. They didn't. I was the one who went to find them. I wanted to ask for their help. She explained. I contacted them right after I left Dongvan with you. But they said their organization was too new and didn't have enough power in the inner world to be of any help. After they finished eating, Jiang Tuyet went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Tran sat down next to Dongvan and asked, You're a transmigrator too. Aren't you? Dongvan froze, her hand stopping midair. What are you talking about? He looked her straight in the eye and said bluntly, last time, you were trying to get the name of your mother's shop. Now the Lee Consortium is suddenly investing in it and protecting her. I could keep this to myself. Or I could tell your mother everything. The girl panicked, trying to stop him. Don't tell my mom. Under Contran's sharp gaze, she lowered her head. He had guessed correctly. Just yesterday, he had traded for a background check. He had gotten a list of the Lee Consortium's members from Lee Thuk Dong, and just as he suspected, the name Lee Dongvan was on it. Contran frowned. Why didn't you tell your mother? Dongvan looked down. In the inner world, no one dares to discipline Mei. If mom found out, she'd probably do it in both worlds. She turned away, her voice quiet. Please don't tell my mom. I can pay you. I have a lot of money over there. Contran just laughed. I'm not a transmigrator. What would I do with money from the other side? Dongvan squinted suspiciously, asking if he was a transmigrator. Contran calmly replied that of course he wasn't, but his mind was racing. He knew the kid was suspicious because of his weird questions, and it was a good thing he had refused the money earlier. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, so Contran changed the subject. How much money do you have in the outer world? Dongvan was startled. Are you trying to swindle a child? He calmly replied. I'm just asking. Yet the little girl seriously suggested, I don't have much. How about you ask for something else? Contran laughed. What kind of condition? Dongvan buried her head in her stuffed bear. I don't know. Just as long as you don't tell my mom. Contran stood up and reminded her. All right then. Keep this secret safe. And remember to take care of your mom in the inner world. I hear it's very chaotic over there. Dongvan smiled brightly and nodded. Okay. Don't worry. In the future, if you become a transmigrator, I'll protect both you and my mom. Seeing that smile, he felt a little more at ease. And with that, Contran left Dongvan's place. A few minutes later, he sat on his bed muttering to himself that tonight had been somewhat fruitful. At least he had confirmed Lai Dongvan was a transmigrator, and in the coming Shadow War, having an ally was better than having none. He frowned as he saw a new alert on his phone. A mysterious foreign organization was offering high prices for body armor and technology from the inner world, like the NEX anti-aging drug and gene solutions, E0 and E02. None of it had ever been tested in the outer world, but it could supposedly extend one's lifespan and restore the body. They even included instructions for use, hold it under the tongue or swallow it directly. Contran scoffed internally at the lengths people would go to for profit. He understood perfectly that money was the driving force behind these schemes. Like for a rich man dying of cancer, as long as there was a glimmer of hope for a cure from the inner world, he would be willing to pay any price for his life, and that was precisely why they were doing this. Contran put his phone down, lost in thought. While he was still trying to figure out how to become superhuman, other people had already started a black market. But making a physical delivery would expose a transmigrator's identity, and copying the tech wasn't easy, since not just anyone could access the inner world's core technologies. At least, no one had managed it yet. As of now, the safest option was still to approach Lai Thuk Dong, the man in prison number 18. Information was even harder to come by there, so building a relationship with him was crucial. Suddenly, Contran froze as he noticed something else. The more he read, the graver his expression became. The organization was also buying body armor. Just a few days ago, someone had been robbed of their mechanized legs, and now with such a high price on the market, it was practically an open invitation for criminals to hunt transmigrators. He suddenly thought of the thugs who often loitered near the school, unable to shake his unease. He pulled back the curtain to look toward their usual spot, but they were gone, with no trace of them anywhere. A bad premonition prompted Contran to immediately call the police. Hello, I'm in Building 12, Sector 4, on Trial Road. I saw 2 suspicious men hanging around the building tonight, and I think they're up to no good. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from the floor above, making Contran's scalp go numb. That was Lee Dongvan's voice. He immediately urged the police. Please get here right away. Thank you. His eyes were fixed on the stairwell. They were targeting Jiang Tuyet. Contran leaped to his feet, searching for anything that could be used as a weapon. He grabbed a broom of a suitable length from a nearby rack. He was trembling inside. His opponents were 2 adults, possibly more. Was there anything he could really do? He gripped the broom handle tightly, pushed his door open, and resolved to face them. Even so, the hand holding his makeshift weapon was shaking violently. But he couldn't just stand by and watch. He knew he wasn't a good person. He had been selfish. even indifferent when his friends were driven mad by fear back in prison number 18. But now, seeing a little girl like Dongvan fall into their clutches, he couldn't just look the other way. He charged out without hesitation, swinging the club to attack. The stranger's body collapsed onto the stairs. Jiang Tuyet stood trembling in the doorway, her entire body frozen stiff. Contran looked up to check on the mother and daughter, her voice trembling. She said, "Thank you." From across the landing, Contran asked, "Was there only one of them?" As Jiang Tuyet came down, she replied, "There was another one. But he ran away." He asked urgently, "Is Tuvan okay?" She's terrified. Without hesitating, he dashed off to find the other man. "I've already called the police. You go take care of Tuvan." He was gone before he even finished his sentence. Reaching the ground floor, Contran saw the other guy turn left. Knowing the layout of the area, he immediately circled around to the right. If his calculations were correct, taking this route, he could cut the man off right at the street corner. Contran vaulted himself over a low wall with a single leap. His footsteps were silent as he pressed himself against the edge of the wall. Now, all he had to do was wait for the guy to appear. Contran's eyes were glued to the main street ahead. The wooden broomstick in his hand was already raised in an attack stance. He held his breath, counting down the seconds. 1. His hand tightened on the handle. 2. His target came into view. Contran swung the stick with all his might, striking the man squarely on the leg. The man screamed in pain and collapsed face first onto the concrete. Groaning, seizing the moment, he immediately turned and ran back to the apartment. At the door, Jiang Tuyet and Dongvan were waiting anxiously. The little girl was on the verge of tears. "Mister, the other one got away." Contran smiled gently. "Don't worry. I caught him." Jiang Tuyet looked at his hand with concern. "Your hand is scraped. Wait. I'll get some bandages and disinfectant." Contran sighed in relief. "It's just a scratch. It's not bleeding much." He silently cursed himself. He was just an ordinary person. And aside from his sharp mind, his body was far too weak. He shook his head and declined. "It's all right. Ma'am, I have a first aid kit at my place. The police will be here soon, so I should get going." He forced a smile. "Please remember, I didn't do anything." Jiang Tuyet didn't fully understand, but she nodded respectfully. "Okay." Contran turned and went back to his room. "It seems I need to accelerate my training in the inner world." The next morning, just as the sun began to rise, a loud voice called out from the yard. "Hengchan." Dongvan ran over, crying, "Please help my mom." When he got there, Jiang Tuyet pointed to her arm. "The armor's out of power." Contran pushed the door open with a soft sigh. "The battery life is terrible. People in the inner world can fight continuously and still have power," she explained. "They have a wireless charging network everywhere, so devices are always charging. The system is very strict. Everyone has a personal ID code, just like an identity card. As long as you pay the monthly fee, you can use it freely. And the mega corporations charge based on energy consumption." Contran committed every word to memory. Jiang Tuyet had once mentioned that in the inner world, there were energy condensing towers and transmission towers everywhere. Even the wilderness has a few energy transmission towers, but vehicles there mostly use diesel engines, especially military vehicles that require high speed and strong torque. But the biggest obstacle is still the rampant smuggling. Leaving the city requires proper documentation and passing through checkpoints set up by the tax agency. The financial authority in the inner world is extremely powerful. They see this enforcement. They also have their own intelligence agency. Contran sat in thoughtful silence, piecing together all the information. The most valuable piece of intel today was that the hard currency in the inner world is gold. Real gold. This currency is issued by financial institutions based on their gold reserves and is accepted for payment everywhere, regardless of the nation. At this thought, the corners of his mouth lifted into a slight smirk. He had finally found a way to make money. Getting back to the matter at hand, Contran asked, "Why did Little Van call me over?" Jiang Tuyet held up her paralyzed arm. "My arm is out of power now, so I can't cook." Her voice became small, almost pleading. "Could you please take care of Little Van for me today?" The little girl rubbed her hungry stomach and looked up. "Hey, can you cook something for my mom and me?" "I'm hungry." Contran chuckled lightly. "Is that all? That's simple." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a man's voice called out, "Hello, is anyone home?" Contran looked out and saw a strange car parked right by the window. It was a special agent's car from that mysterious organization. He immediately put on an apron and walked into the kitchen. "Little Van, go get the door. I'll take care of dinner for you and your mom." The little girl chirped as she ran to the door. Okay. Thank you. Outside the door, a few men were waiting. Lovien stepped forward, extending his hand to Jiang Tuyet. Hello. I'm Lovien. We've met before. I work for Ms. Lan. As Contran opened the fridge to get some food, he heard every word clearly. Kunlun. Huh. So that's the name of their organization. Jiang Tuyet warmly welcomed the group of about 10 people. Little Van, hurry and pour some water for our guests, Lovien asked as soon as he sat down. How's your arm? She replied softly. The armored component is out of power. He nodded and told his assistant to take a note. Hearing just that one sentence, Contran understood immediately. They didn't know the armor had a power limit. This organization must be newly formed, just as Jiang Tuyet had said, and still inexperienced in their research of the inner world. Dong Van brought over 2 glasses of water and asked innocently, Why are you gentlemen here? Lovien got straight to the point. We want to ask you about something. He brought up the incident with the 2 thugs from yesterday, mentioning that one of them had his leg broken by someone after he fled from here. The words "was attacked" made Contran's heart pound. Do you know who did it? Lovien smiled at Jiang Tuyet. Don't worry. We're not here to press charges. We just want to verify some information. He and his colleagues sat across from her, while the person with him was constantly taking notes. The sound of the pen scratching rhythmically, Jiang Tuyet sighed softly. I don't know who did it. It was probably just a good Samaritan helping out. But why are you investigating? Even as she spoke, she was resolute in her heart. She would absolutely not let anyone touch Contran. He was only protecting her and her daughter. Seeing her anxiety, Lovien reassured her. Please don't misunderstand. We're not a law enforcement agency, and we have no intention of arresting anyone. His bespectacled colleague added, That's right. It's just that the victim described his attacker as extremely professional, with precise movements and perfect ambush timing. Not like an ordinary person. We just want to confirm whether or not he's a transmigrator. Just then, Dongvan's eyes widened, and her clear, childlike voice rang out. My mom and I were home all day. We didn't go out, so we don't know who did it. In the kitchen, Contran heard everything clearly, understanding that the little girl's words were all the more convincing. Because everyone believes that children don't know how to lie, he suddenly realized the similarity between himself and Dongvan. They both grew up amidst violence. Both had suffered trauma. And deep down, they both possessed a powerful dark side. Dongvan's eyes began to droop, her voice trembling. Mister, that good person helped my mom and me. Why are you looking for them? Are you going to arrest them? Are you the bad guys? Seeing the little girl's fear, Lovien quickly placed his hands on the table and offered a gentle smile. No, you've misunderstood. He spoke slowly. We don't have any ill intentions. The Kunlun organization was just recently established, and we're looking for talented, like-minded individuals. He turned to Jiang Tuyet, his voice lowering. Actually, there are many other organizations in the inner world, and several powerful corporations already know about the outer world. According to our statistics, 21 transmigrators have already died under mysterious circumstances, and more than 10 others have been captured. You should be careful not to be discovered. Jiang Tuyet listened in silence. While Dongvan could only look up at her mother, her eyes filled with confusion. Lovien extended his hand for emphasis. This is top secret information, but it should be enough for you to understand. If your identity is exposed, the consequences will be extremely dangerous. Jiang Tuyet frowned slightly, thinking to herself, so this is how terrifying it is to be exposed in the inner world. Suddenly, his assistant handed him a phone. Reporting, Tutu has appeared again. Lovien frowned slightly. Dongvan asked curiously, Mister, who is Tutu? I've heard he knows a lot. Lovien replied while looking at his phone. You know him too. We're also looking for him. He's an expert at hiding. His tracks are completely erased, leaving nothing behind. He stopped mid-sentence and stood up with his colleague, smiling lightly. We've said enough. We'll be on our way now. Jiang Tuyet replied. Okay. No need to see us out. He waved his hand. It's fine. Just as he was leaving, Lovien's eyes suddenly stopped on something. Looking at the pair of black sneakers placed by the door, he asked, Whose shoes are these? Jiang Tuyet and Dongvan answered in unison. My husband's. My dad's. Lovien gave a faint smile. Mi apologies. Then gently closed the door and left. When their car was out of sight, the mother and daughter simultaneously flopped onto the sofa, letting out a sigh of relief as if they had just been brought back to life. Contran walked out. I'm sorry. I've made you two worry again. Dongvan gave a thumbs up, indicating that everything was fine. Jiang Tuyet said softly, "No, it's we who have been troubling you." She looked at the potatoes he had neatly peeled by the sink and smiled. "Are we out of food in the fridge? Then go buy some more ribs. You and little Van need to eat more meat. Let me give you the money." A little while later, Con Tran went to the door, ready to leave. He bent down to change his shoes. After leaving the apartment building, he looked around but didn't see any suspicious cars. But not far away, Con Tran's face was reflected in the mirror of Lo Vien's car. The whole group was still watching his every move. The car sat silently in its spot, while he acted casually, as if he didn't notice a thing. Lo Vien flicked his lighter and lit a cigarette. He took a long drag, white smoke curling into the air. "It's not him," his colleague asked. "We clearly knew someone was in the room. Why didn't we go in and check? What a waste of all these days." Lo Vien kept his eyes on Contran. The boss gave his orders. Kunlun needs to connect with transmigrators, not coerce them. Besides, not everyone meets the standards to join, he said decisively. "It may sound simple, but that's the long-term play. You can't walk the same path with people who don't share your vision. We'll just wait. A new era has begun. Perhaps they'll reveal themselves on their own." As for Contran, he had already entered the supermarket and was picking out ribs for lunch, carrying a bag of groceries in one hand and scrolling through his phone with the other. Contran walked while lost in thought. He had gleaned a fair bit of information from his conversation with Jiang Tuyet. Even Kunlun couldn't determine Tu's identity, meaning he'd never been outmaneuvered by the organization. He scrolled up and down the newsfeed. In this age of the all-encompassing internet, completely erasing one's tracks is incredibly difficult, unless you were like Tu, who possessed technology or abilities so far beyond the current era that it left the people of the outer world completely stumped. People called him a time traveler, because when he entered the inner world, time in the outer world seemed to stand still, and when he returned, the opposite was true, with time in the other world coming to a halt. Currently, all the time travelers were concentrated in 19 major cities, such as Wu City, Jing City, Nan City, Luo City, and a host of others. Outside of these hubs, there was practically no one. According to Tu's warning, anyone who wanted to become a time traveler should head to one of those 19 cities immediately, because the third wave of transmigration was set to occur tonight. The inner world was far too harsh. He believed that splitting into groups would increase their chances of survival. Finally, Tu gave a stern warning to never, under any circumstances, reveal their identities. Contran speculated that Tu must have known of someone whose cover was blown, leading to a tragic end, which would explain his insistence. Pausing at the butcher's counter, he pointed to the cut of meat he wanted, his mind still racing. Not every time traveler was sharp, though. Take that guy, Luduk Chu from prison number 18. For example, he broke after just a little bit of questioning. The butcher sliced the meat, bagged it, and handed it to him. He never would have guessed that Tu viewed the inner world as some kind of game, but he was undeniably the strongest time traveler, his influence so immense that it compelled the other transmigrators to gather in those 19 cities. But one thing still nagged at him. There were already a number of imposters using information about the inner world to run scams. Contran opened his phone to see a stream of messages from Namkan then. Apparently, someone in the transmigrator group was selling the elixir of immortality that Tu had supposedly researched, offering it cheap and even wholesale. Contran typed back, "How do you know if it's real or fake? Besides, Tu is from our era. What's he got to do with the inner world?" Nam Kan then naively replied. "He said he is Tu that year. Instead of going to Japan, he and the 3,000 children transmigrated." Contran simply replied, "Whatever makes you happy," shoving his phone into his pocket. Contran picked up the meat and left, muttering to himself, "I can't tell if Nam Kane then is playing dumb or is actually this naive." The countdown timer showed only 13 hours, 8 minutes, and 19 seconds remaining. When he got back to his apartment complex, Lo Vien's car was gone. It seemed the people from Kunlun had finally decided to pull out. Contran's skillful hands arranged the food on the plate so artfully that it looked delicious enough to make your mouth water just by looking at it. Dong Van picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Jiang Tuyet, who smiled happily as she ate each bite. Watching the heartwarming scene, Contran thought to himself that as frail as Jiang Tuyet seemed, she could become strong for her daughter's sake. He was certain Li Dongvan would equip her mother with the best possible armor for the next transmigration. As for him, however, he could only rely on himself to move forward. Suddenly, Gyung Tuyet asked, "Little Tran, you rarely mention your parents. Are they very busy?" He gave a short reply. "Yeah, I guess they're pretty busy." Knowing his circumstances, she said gently, "Your washing machine is broken, isn't it from now on? Just bring your laundry over here and I'll wash it for you. Don't be shy. And you should come eat your meals with me and my daughter, too." Jiang Tuyet smiled with the gentle warmth of a mother. "Even if you don't come, I still have to cook for Dongvan. Setting one more place at the table is no trouble at all." Contran lowered his head, his voice small and filled with emotion. "Yes. Thank you. Auntie Jiang Tuyet." The hands of the clock pointed to 11:59 p.m., and the light of the full moon brightly illuminated Contran's entire room. He lay there quietly, resting, feeling that he was gradually getting used to this whole transmigration business. As he closed his eyes, the space around him began to fracture. If he had to choose a world to live in, he thought he might just choose the inner world. A strange sequence of numbers appeared. 010101. A desperate scream echoed through the void. "Is anyone there? Let me out." Contran lay perfectly still, with his hands behind his head, listening clearly to the shouts. "Where is this? Why did you capture me? Do you have any idea who my father is?" Hearing that, Contran let out a cold, sharp laugh. A smirk played on his lips as he whispered, "A newbie. Huh, welcome to prison number 18. It was exactly 12 o'clock noon in the inner world. He sat up and began to consider his next move. His gaze fell upon his own arm. The numbers on his arm were constantly changing, this time counting down from 7 days. He frowned and thought, was there some kind of pattern here? He had to keep investigating the principles of this teleportation. Without hesitation, he calmly stepped outside. Everyone in the prison yard avoided his gaze. He looked over at Lo Kuang-Nia. The man smirked and gave him a signal. A commotion echoed from the distance, welcoming the newcomers. Contran thought to himself that Lo Kuang-Nia's actions would surely anger the other factions, and it might even lead to conflict. But he understood perfectly that Lo Kuang-Nia was here to pave the way for him. A pawn must be ready for sacrifice. Once you're on this path, there's no turning back. Victory means life. Defeat means death. And glory is always paid for in blood. Lai Thukdong had tacitly approved of this. As he was waiting to see what Contran's true objective was, Contran's eyes scanned the area. 7 new prisoners had been brought in today. 6 of them seemed to have been here before, so they complied obediently. Anyone with experience knew it was easier to survive by enduring silently than by resisting. He watched as Lo Kuang-Nia escorted the group, but the very last man suddenly made a run for it. Strangely, the man wore no armor at all. With a normal physique, how could he possibly escape from that armored beast? The prisoner screamed and begged, "Don't hit me, I didn't do anything, please let me go." Another man threatened in a gruff voice, "Don't you dare touch me. One hit is all it'll take to put you guys in the hospital." The crowd was in an uproar, but no one could understand what he was saying, only getting the gist of it. Contran quietly looked down. The man was speaking a local dialect from Xuanchao. He must be from Xuankong. He found it puzzling. Why would this man appear in prison No. 18? According to the data he and Tu had compiled, transmigrators had only ever been recorded in 19 cities in the country. Furthermore, each person could only transmigrate to a single fixed point, so only people from Lac Thon should be able to arrive here. Could the data be wrong? Can the transmigration points change impossible? There must be something special going on. Thukdong immediately gave an order. Capture him and interrogate him thoroughly. Check on those 2. Lu Duke Chu and Hong Tae Tian. As well, he muttered. Something's making me suspicious. It seems like they all came from the same place. Contran worried inwardly. If that group couldn't keep their mouths shut, anyone could piece things together just by looking at recent events. The other side would find out about this world sooner or later. Because there were just too many transmigrators now, he guessed that it was probably the man speaking the local dialect who had prompted Thukdong to start connecting the dots between all the strange recent events. The hairs on Tutu's arms suddenly stood on end. Contran watched Dipfan more warily. This time, the old man wasn't just sitting back, he was letting Lam Tutu handle it directly. Lam Tutu pushed Lo Kuang-Nia aside. "Get out of the way. I'll deal with that guy." He shook his head. "I need my boss's permission first." The crowd buzzed with whispers. They thought Lo Kuang-Nia was the boss, so there was another boss. It turned out Contran wasn't just some kid who knew Thukdong, but the real boss, the leader of the Khan conglomerate. Lam Tutu gave a faint smile. "You know who my boss is, and you still dare to get in my way. You've got guts." "I like that." Contran silently watched the prisoner, who had been knocked unconscious, Lam Tutu walked over and dragged him away. Contran was stunned. Could it be that Thuk Dong's people could move freely within prison? No. Shuba. He pondered. If he could move around freely, then why hasn't he left this place? The cat dozed off, letting out a long yawn in front of Cao Tuang's desk. Contran asked where Lam Tutu was, and Thuk Dong replied that something strange had happened, but he still wasn't sure what was so strange about it. It continued. It's definitely something beyond my expectations. Previously, if any stranger appeared near me, I would suspect they had ulterior motives. But this time is different. The other party has no plan whatsoever. As if his mind is completely blank. Contran calculated that time was running out. Not to mention the folks from Swanchao. Lu Dukchu alone wouldn't be able to withstand Lam Tutu's interrogation, especially since he possessed a mysterious mind-clouding ability. This kind of ability makes people unconsciously reveal the truth. The exposure of the outside world was inevitable, and it might even happen very soon. Quach Hothien calmly chewed on his food. Deep Von advised, "Don't just focus on eating. Wasn't that person earlier one of your men, I heard? There are also a few places in that region that speak a strange language." Quach Hothien wiped his mouth. "He's not one of my people. That guy doesn't look like he's from the wilderness at all. Have you ever seen a wastelander with such fair and smooth skin?" The other guy nodded. "That's true." Quach Hothien burst out laughing. "All of our people have already been found by Brother Contran. So don't worry. I'm basically a lone wolf now." The man spoke up. "Hey, can you spare some meat for my 3 brothers and me?" Diep Van replied. "Isn't there plenty of meat in the wilderness?" Hothien then sighed. "We get attacked by the conglomerates every few days. So where would we find the time to raise livestock? Besides, there are also 2 forbidden zones there that almost got people killed. Our living space isn't as vast as you all think." The man quickly tried to flatter him. "Of course, if Contran is willing to come, all his food and drink will be taken care of." Contran glanced at Quach Hothien. "Forbidden zones. Another new term. It seems to be related to those forbidden items." The man put his arm around him familiarly. "Brother Contran, how about you come back with me to the wilderness? I can't promise much, but a person like you can have whatever you want. Eat whatever you desire." Thuk Dong smiled while stroking the kitten. "You're that eager to pull him over to your side. Huh, can't you see? He belongs to the Khan clan. Is settling down as a shadow for the Khan clan any worse than your wilderness?" Quach Hothien retorted. "How can they be the same? It's not even certain he'll become a shadow. That selection process is fraught with danger. If he comes back with me to the wilderness, there's no need to risk his life." Thuk Dong sneered. "What does your wilderness have that's so special? You think you can lure him away?" Contran spoke up. "Those are all just empty promises he's making." He looked up at the clock. Lam Tutu should be back soon. Contran thought to himself, "This trial is probably the greatest life or death challenge of my life, and I don't have a single card in my hand to turn things around." He pondered, knowing full well what awaited him, but even if he wanted to, there was no escape. There was nowhere left for Contran to hide. The clock hands pointed to 3:30 p.m. In interrogation room A, the new prisoner was still unconscious. Lam Tutu say, "This kid, he's been muttering a whole stream of words from his dreams into reality, for half an hour straight without repeating a single sentence." In interrogation room B, he was reviewing the results of the interrogation. Tutu gave a fun smile. The harvest this time was quite good. Lu Dukchu confessed that he was a high school student who transmigrated from a parallel world. He lived in Luo City, a place where many people are randomly transported, and no one knows where they'll end up until it happens. Tutu smirked, but there was one suspicious point. He said someone told him that as long as he found Thuk Dong in prison number 18, his career path would open up. We need to find out who spread that rumor. Lam Tutu recalled that the whole transmigration story sounded absurd, but Lu Dukchu's testimony had a clear logic that was worth considering. He suddenly slammed the table, startling Lu Dukchuavake, and said he had one final question. He chuckled softly and asked, "Have you ever heard a song called Farewell?" At mealtime, everyone ate in silence. As he ate, Contran thought to himself that Lam Tutu was indeed intelligent, but he still wasn't perceptive enough. He mused that Lam Tutu had returned to the table without mentioning the interrogation results, which proved that the matter involved someone sitting right here. Contran deduced that he was definitely that person. He glanced at Thuk Dong, wondering how the man would react. Someone with his level of absolute control would never let things slip from his grasp, not even for past sentiments or affection. Thuk Dong put down his chopsticks. He said calmly, "Tutu, take Hak Dao's men outside." Lam Tutu replied, Understood. He signaled to Quach Ho Thien, but the man just shook his head and said, I'm not going anywhere. Suddenly, a sound made Quach Ho Thien turn around. He was caught in a surprise attack, wiping his wound. I heard Lam Tu Chu say, if you want to stay and search for forbidden item S005, then don't take another step. Quach Ho Thien said angrily, fine. Have it your way. Thuk Dong asked, so, having Lo Kuang Nia interrogate the newcomers these past few days was all to find them, wasn't it? Kan Tron replied. Yes. He nodded slightly. You're calmer than I expected. That's rare for someone so young. Kan Tron replied succinctly. It's not that I'm calm. It's just that worrying is pointless. Even though Tutu didn't say anything, I knew there was a big secret. And you always handle things without causing a stir. Thuk Dong then asked, have you ever considered? His voice grew somber. That you might not live to see tomorrow. Kan Tran only gave a slight glance. His eyes swept over the surrounding prisoners. The rumble of machinery echoed as the massive system operated without pause. Kan Tran admitted, I have thought about that. He smiled. These past few days with everyone have been fun. If it's possible, I hope we can meet again. Thuk Dong said. The first time we played chess, you won. So I owe you one request. State it now. Kan Tran spoke, making Thuk Dong pause for a moment. Could you play farewell again? Thuk Dong asked. You're not going to exchange it for your life. He replied calmly. I don't need to trade for my life, and it wouldn't work even if I did. Thuk Dong nodded. All right. I like your spirit. Consider this song a gift. As for your request, you can make it whenever you wish. He gently lifted his instrument. The sound of music rose, its somber melody spreading throughout the prison. Kan Tran smiled faintly. Thank you. In the middle of the night, the prison was engulfed in silence. The sound of footsteps echoed, then stopped in front of Kan Tran's cell. A figure with a black bag over their head blocked his way. Two others stepped forward and dragged him away. He was taken to a secret location, a place no one knew. The door silently closed behind him. Kan Tran slowly regained consciousness. He sighed in the thick darkness. There was no one here, no one to talk to. He couldn't tell day from night, and time seemed to disappear, leaving only loneliness and fear to surround him. But he told himself that he wasn't really afraid of being alone. Ever since his parents divorced, he had gotten used to living by himself. Kan Tran licked his parched lips. Right now, thirst was the most terrifying enemy. He looked at the watch on his wrist. Even though the countdown timer served no real purpose, it at least helped him calculate how much time had passed. Kan Tran let out a dry cough. His throat burning, he lightly punched the iron bed frame beneath him. Looking at the large screen in his mind, Kan Tran told himself that since there was nothing to do, he might as well watch a movie. A prison break film seemed fitting for the occasion, so he chose Redemption 2. He continued to watch the countdown on his watch, lying on the bed. He had already finished watching 8 movies in his head, and had even dozed off for a bit. But the hunger and thirst wouldn't let up. Though he still hadn't reached his breaking point, the countdown timer showed 98 hours, 9 minutes, and 1 second. Kan Tran silently called out, "Summon the pawns." His head started to feel dizzy, and his body alternated between hot and cold. His skin was dry and cracked, a sure sign of severe dehydration. He couldn't sleep, and the hunger was so intense, it felt like his consciousness was slowly being worn away. The watch continued its countdown. 74 hours, 9 minutes, and 1 second. In the quiet of the night, Lo Kuang-Nia screamed, "Li Thuk Dong, let my boss out of that cell. How long are you going to keep him locked up? The Khan conglomerate won't let you get away with this." Lam Tu Tu turned back, staring intently at the screen which displayed 0000. He said softly, "Boss, it's been 4 days." It continued. Kan Tran has been in there for 4 days without saying a word, showing no signs of breaking. Li Thuk Dong replied, "He's very smart. From the beginning, he regulated his breathing to conserve water, so it's not surprising he survived for 4 days." Lam Tu Tu countered, "But that's still rare. He doesn't seem like he's being tortured, but more like he's waiting for something. 4 days without water. If we don't give him any, he'll definitely die. Boss, you value talent. Please spare him." Diep Fan also interjected, "Boss, maybe locking him in the dark won't have any effect on him." Li Thuk Dong said coldly, "Switch to water torture." Lam Tu Tu was startled. "Boss, he's exhausted from dehydration. If he sees water, he'll definitely drink it immediately. If that happens," Tu Tu warned urgently, "Kan Tran will die." Lai Thuk Dong was indifferent. Whether he lives or dies is his choice. How can he be qualified to follow my path if he's never faced death? Contran was tied tightly to a chair, his face covered with a cloth. A white light flashed as Lam Tu Tu silently watched Diep Fan douse Contran's face with water. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth so as not to make a single sound. Water was poured over Contran repeatedly, yet he bore it with grim determination. His lips sealed shut. Lam Tu Tu watched from the side, a sense of admiration growing within him. Even at this point, Contran remained conscious. He knew exactly what he was up against, using his last ounce of willpower to fight for a chance to live. Another wave of water crashed down on him as he felt his entire body being submerged. Contran suddenly heard a voice call out, "Little Tran." He snapped back to his senses as memories from long ago suddenly flooded his mind. He saw an image of his mother holding his hand, saying softly, "Little Tran, your father has changed. He doesn't want us anymore." At that moment, Contran spotted a cart selling candied fruit skewers by the road and shouted, "Mommy, I want a candied fruit skewer." Uyen Fuang gritted her teeth, trying to suppress her emotions. She looked at the little boy with red-rimmed eyes and said softly, "All right, Mommy will go buy you a candied fruit skewer." A young Contran took it gleefully, completely oblivious to the slight tremble in his mother's hands. Afterward, Uyen Fuang slipped into the bustling crowd, leaving him with a parting word. "Little Tran, you go ahead and eat. Mommy just needs to use the restroom for a moment." Contran stood there innocently, eating his candy while he waited for his mother to return. But time ticked by. The scorching midday sun gave way to the descending dusk, and his mother was still nowhere in sight. Heavy drops of rain began to fall. The fruit skewer slipped from his hand as Contran stood frozen in the downpour, his body shivering from the cold. He covered his face and began to cry, his tears mixing with the rain. A security guard saw him and approached with an umbrella to pull him inside. But Contran stubbornly refused to move. Just then, a woman rushed forward. It was Uyen Fuang. She threw her arms around him, and mother and son sobbed uncontrollably in the middle of the rain. In that moment, Contran understood. He had just been abandoned. Returning to the present, a sharp pain shot through his heart as if it were being pierced by 100 knives, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. In Contran's subconscious, Uyen Fuang turned away from him, her voice gentle. "Come with me." But Contran replied softly, "I don't need to anymore. Mom." An immense sadness flickered in Uyen Fuang's eyes as she pleaded gently, "Come with me." "Son," Contran still replied coldly, "I'm not going anywhere. I already told you. I don't need to anymore." Back in reality, Contran opened his eyes to see Lam Tu Tu looking down at him with a worried expression. He slapped Contran hard on the back to help him come to his senses. Thuk Dong stepped forward, his voice low. "Why didn't you beg? I still owe you a favor." Contran gasped, struggling to catch his breath, and replied, "Because you people have no need for a weakling." Thuk Dong watched him in silence, his expression unreadable. At that moment, Contran exuded the fierce aura of a newly awakened wolf. Lai Thuk Dong asked again, "Can you forget what I did to you?" Soaking wet, Contran answered, "I can't forget, but I won't hold a grudge." Thuk Dong smiled faintly. He turned away, leaving only a few words behind. "Very honest. Good. From now on, I will personally teach you and lead you down the furthest path, one that few dare to tread." With that, Lai Thuk Dong left. Tutua watched his retreating figure and thought to himself, the boss must be in a great mood. His knight finally has a successor, even though he's never said it out loud. So many chosen ones have failed. He must have grown weary. That path is so difficult that even Deep Van and I no longer wish to walk it. With that thought, he pulled up a chair next to Contran and said with a smile, "I'm really impressed. I don't know how you endured 4 days in the dark room. Back in our day, none of us lasted more than 36 hours. Deep Van, the strongest, only made it 47 hours. Deep Van's eyes widened. "A little bit," she scoffed. Tutu's face fell as he replied, "Stronger by a whole generation." "All right." Panting, Kung Tran asked, "You guys were locked up too?" Lam Tutu laughed. "To a normal person, it's torture. But for us, it's just a mandatory test. When the boss said to throw you into the darkness, I knew he had chosen you. It's just that if you couldn't make it through, he would have let you die. He's seen too much life and death, so his heart has grown cold. If you want to survive, you have to accept it." "You can't blame him." Deep Van handed a towel to Contran, saying, "Wipe your face." Very few people can withstand the water trial like you did. Most can't handle it. After that, Lam Tutu and Diep Van started arguing about what I would eat tonight, which was a pleasant thing to hear. Contran passing the water trial not only satisfied Li Thuk Dong, but it also made the other two happy for him. Diep Van brought out a plate of meat and said with a smile, "Look at this. Someone who survived the darkness and the water trial at least deserves some ribs, no matter how harsh the world outside might be. Compared to what he had just been through these past few days, everything else seemed insignificant, especially while others his age were still sitting in classrooms. They were falling in love and playing games. While he had embarked on a journey with an unknown destination, even he himself couldn't guess where the path ahead would lead him." As the three of them were eating, Lam Tutu asked, "So when you first got here, you didn't know you were part of the Khan Corporation. Is that why you played chess with the boss to win your freedom? You don't actually have any connection to the Khan Corporation, and it doesn't feel like coming home." "Right," Contran just gave a short reply. "Something like that." Lam Tutu smiled. "Well, that's good too. The boss probably understood that, which is why he accepted you." Sitting beside them, Diep Van added, "Don't worry. The fact that you're an outsider is a secret only I, Tutu, and the boss know. Not even Lai Dong Truk is aware. We'll keep it under wraps." Contran let out a soft breath. "Thanks. But who is Lai Dong Truk?" Lam Tutu, still smiling brightly, replied, "He's a member of the agency, the organization that controls the Knights. The Knights' abilities are much stronger than you can imagine. It seems you don't understand anything about this world yet. We'll teach you over the next 2 days." Diep Van chimed in. "That's right. Lo Kuangia is really loyal to you. He's had a rough few days. He almost came to blows with the boss." Contran just said flatly, "Yeah. Thanks. I know Lu Duk Chu and Huang Sin, but not that guy Jian Sin who's always cussing people out. The other two are just high school classmates." Lam Tutu was surprised to hear that. "Wait a minute. You're just a normal high school student in the outer world. I thought you were someone incredible. Your willpower and abilities are nothing like a normal person's." Contran said, "The outer world is very peaceful. There are no superhumans or armored bodies, and no powerful organizations. It's very safe to live there. Ordinary people have nothing to fear." Lam Tutu sighed. "That sounds nice." Contran suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, "Where is that captured man who speaks the local dialect? I want to meet him and ask a few questions." Lam Tutu winked. "We're all on the same side here, so why not? He's locked up just a few rooms away from the interrogation room. From now on, you can make yourself at home." In the interrogation room, the man detained by Diep Van was screaming non-stop. Heng Chan, with his face covered, held up a piece of paper with a few lines written on it. After reading it, the guy asked, "Are you from Earth, Khan?" Tron didn't answer and just continued writing. "I have a few questions. Are you from Swan Chow? How did you transmigrate here? Did you live in Lakthan?" The man snapped. "I used to do business in Lakthan. I have no idea how I got dragged into this miserable place." Tron wrote more. "What's your profession?" The man replied. "Bullfighting." Then he asked curiously, "Are you from Lakthan too?" Tran said nothing more, turned around, and left, ignoring the man's curses from inside the room. Seeing Tran come out, Lam Tutu thought to himself, to have survived both the dark room and water torture, and still maintain such cautious habits, he's truly terrifying. After finishing their meal, the three of them walked outside together. As he walked, Tran thought, "Tutus," and my speculation was correct. Jian Sin appeared in Lakthan, which is why he was pulled here. A transmigrator's destination is linked to where they were before. Diep Van added, "Don't worry. Tutu has already spread the rumor that you only received a light punishment because you were investigating the boss's S005. Tran nodded. "You guys are much more thorough in your planning than I am." Just as she finished speaking, a painful scream echoed out. Tran recognized the voice and frowned. "You've kept him locked up for 4 days. Tutu calmly replied. "Don't worry. Someone has been bringing him food and water regularly for the past 4 days. Tran asked again, "Have you finished the investigation?" Tutu replied, "We have." Before this, he worked as a janitor at a nursing home belonging to the Union Society. Tran was skeptical. A nursing home, working as a janitor there. According to Tutu, residents in the inner world rarely take care of the elderly. When they reach the age of 60, they are sent to an institution, and their children live off their parents' retirement pensions. And running errands at a nursing home actually means taking protection money, pretending to be a relative, so the elderly aren't bullied. Then why would the Khan clan send someone like that to help me? It's so strange. Kang Tran asked. Can I see him? Tutu nodded. Of course. In the cell, Lo Kuang Nia was lying flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Still muttering. Lai Thuk Dong. Let my boss go. Just then, Tiu walked up and opened the door. Hearing the sound, Kuang Nia shot up and saw Khan Tran step inside. His eyes welled up with tears. Then he ran around Khan Tran, crying while checking if he was injured, looking like he was about to burst into a loud sob. This annoyed Khan Tran. He said coldly, I heard you dared to cause trouble with Lai Thuk Dong. Kuang Nia nodded. I was just trying to investigate S005. Was it necessary to torture someone like that? Kang Tran sighed. Let's not talk about it anymore. When you're on someone else's turf, you have to know when to bow your head. But Kuang Nia stubbornly shouted, No, I'm going to risk it all against him tomorrow. Seeing him act like this, Khan Tran smirked. All right, stop pretending. Kuang Nia scratched his head awkwardly and asked, Pretending what I'm not pretending. Khan Tran narrowed his eyes at him, his gaze seeming to see through everything. Seeing that look, Kuang Nia slumped to the ground and sighed. My boss sees right through me. The truth is, we only know how to survive based on the instincts of the weak. Hearing this, Khan Tran understood completely. Kuang Nia must have guessed he would be fine and deliberately put on a show of loyalty. With that thought, he said in a cold voice, You don't need to cling to what you've done for me. I appreciate the sentiment. As long as you don't betray me, I won't abandon you. But if you're going to follow me, you need to learn some humility. No more showing off. Kuang Nia happily nodded upon hearing this. Whatever you want me to change. Boss, just say the word, I'll change it all. Khan Tran ordered. Take all the gold off your gauntlet. Keep things simple. I'll hold on to that for you. And remember, no more flaunting. Kuang Nia obediently removed the gold wire and handed it to Khan Tran, who then left immediately. As he walked, Khan Tran calculated. This gold wire is pretty long. With gold's specific gravity of over 19, it must be about 30 grams. I wonder what the after-hours price of gold is on the world market. As soon as he reached the hallway, Tu Tio saw the look on Khan Tran's face and asked, Is there something else that needs to be handled? Khan Tran nodded slightly. Yes. I have a plan to verify something. His countdown timer currently showed just over 40 hours remaining. From that day on, whenever Khan Tran's name was mentioned, people would always whisper and gossip about him. Also starting that day, he no longer ate with Thuk Dong, sitting next to Kuang Nia instead. While he was eating, someone placed a food tray next to him and asked curiously, What did you do to offend Li Thuk Dong to be treated like this? It was Ho Thien. He quickly sat down beside him. Khan Tran glanced over and asked, Aren't you afraid of getting on Lai Thuk Dong's bad side? Ho Thien replied nonchalantly. We Black Spades aren't afraid of him. After hearing this, Khan Tran asked, Then what do you want with me? Ho Thien answered calmly. I'm different from the others. I recognize your abilities, and I sincerely want to invite you to join the Black Spades. Khan Tran simply gave a cold refusal, then stood up and walked away, but he had only taken a few steps. He sensed that something was wrong. Behind him, 2 prisoners were secretly following him. They tailed him closely for a long stretch, until, unexpectedly, Khan Tran turned around. It startled them both, and a cold sweat broke out on their skin. The 2 looked at each other, as if they had just made a decision. Immediately, a dagger blade jutted out from their gauntlets. Without hesitation, they both rushed forward to attack Khan Tran. He merely glanced over, his eyes strangely calm. As they closed in, he struck out effortlessly, and both of them tumbled to the ground. Watching from a distance, Tu Tio couldn't hold back a satisfied smile. At the same time, Kuang Nia suddenly rushed out and, without hesitation, tore out the attackers' throats. He even broke their teeth, saying as he did, Boss, these guys are assassins. Khan Tran wasn't surprised. These 2 were accomplices of Jian Xin and had infiltrated this place 5 days ago. Part of the same group as the 3 who were already killed. The plan has yielded results. Their target wasn't Thuk Dong. But you? It's finally clear. The one who wants to kill Khan Tran is a rival competing for the position of Shadow. Clearly, the battle for this position is even more brutal than imagined. Within the Khan clan, those who bear the title of Shadow have never hesitated to use the most despicable methods. This game isn't about who is stronger, but about who is more ruthless and decisive. At this moment, Kuang Nia hesitantly asked, Boss, what should we do now? Contran thought for a moment before replying. Let's wait and see what we can get them to confess. After saying that, he returned to his resting room. The door suddenly opened, and Contran stepped out, seeing Tiu waving at him from below. He walked down slowly. Thukdong frowned and asked, Before we begin your training, is there anything you want to ask? We can sort a few things out first. Contran glanced at Tiu and asked coldly, Who wants to kill me? Thukdong was a little surprised, furrowing his brow as he replied, Someone is trying to kill you. Tiu spoke up. We haven't been able to get a confession yet. Those two are tough. They're clenching their teeth and refusing to talk even under dream concealment. But rest assured, give me 7 days, and I'll have results. Thukdong nodded. In any case, they are all juniors of the Khan clan. Once you've entered the competition for the shadow position, danger is unavoidable. You should be mentally prepared. Contran frowned, remaining silent for a moment before asking, Why must they compete for the shadow position? Aren't they afraid of losing their lives? Thukdong chuckled, then explained. For generations, the Khan clan has had an unwritten rule: only by becoming a shadow does one earn the right to become the family head. Contran was stunned, asking in astonishment, Only a shadow can become the family head? Thukdong recounted. Back in the age of human civilization, shadows were merely pawns, to be discarded after use. But later, a powerful shadow established a new rule. Only a shadow could inherit the Khan clan. A new batch of shadows is chosen every 10 years. A single family head might preside over dozens of shadow terms. Anyone who wants to apply for the shadow position must renounce their power in exchange for a death exemption token. It is said that because the chosen family head was too weak, he had to let his subordinates compete. Initially, it was just like a normal mission where the strongest would win. But now, survival is what determines the chosen one. That rule has persisted because the Khan clan understands that one cannot stand firm without being ruthless. After hearing this, Contran said in a low voice, That means I now have to worry about saving my own life, because everyone wants to eliminate their rivals. Thukdong nodded. This time it was beyond expectations. Someone made a move right at the beginning, which has never happened this hastily before. Someone must feel threatened by you. Perhaps because of my close relationship with you, Contran muttered. But that's not right. The Death Warriors had already infiltrated before I even met you. Thukdong didn't reply, only saying, You will understand later. Contran watched his retreating figure and asked doubtfully, Can I withdraw from this competition? Is joining the Knights and staying with the Khan clan a conflict of interest? Thukdong shook his head. It's best not to let anyone know you're a knight. I will come to teach you at midnight. The training schedule will remain once every 3 days, and I don't advise you to withdraw from the life or death struggle. After that, the two of them entered the training ground, and Thukdong sat cross-legged on the floor. He asked in a low voice if there was anything else I wanted to ask. Contran hesitated and then said, I've seen guns in the inner world. Are there more powerful weapons? Thukdong replied. Yes, but not many. There are EMP grenades for breaking through armor, but the rest are mostly bronze guns. Contran wondered why the weapons were so similar to the outer world. Thukdong replied coolly, Because to kill someone, a single bullet is enough. At this point, his voice turned serious. Enough about weapons. Let's get to the main topic. Contran understood and asked softly, It's the longest path, isn't it? His face grew stern as he nodded and replied, That's right. Give me your left hand. Contran immediately extended his left hand as he was told. Thukdong hesitated for a moment, then grabbed his hand. In just an instant, a sharp pain shot through his body, and Contran bit his lip. He felt a powerful will constricting his breathing, even controlling his blood vessels. It was unclear what method Thukdong was using to do this. He could only see an intense heat radiating from around the man's neck. Contran gritted his teeth and endured, feeling as if his life force was being sealed away. At that moment, a surge of fiery power flooded into his body. It flowed from his throat down into his internal organs, the terrifying heat causing his face to turn deathly pale. Deep Van, who was watching from the side, saw this and shouted, Hang in there. Tu also spoke up. Remember, only those who have experienced pain can rise above others. By now, Contran had bitten his lip open, and blood was streaming down. Tu shouted worriedly. Stay conscious, he said. All the pain you've ever forgotten will resurface. If you can't overcome it, no one can save you. Just as Tu said, Contran's mind was now flooded with childhood memories, the feeling of abandonment still completely intact. He even vividly remembered the sensation of his fingertips being severed back then, when he endured the water torture. The pain felt like poison needles piercing straight into his chest. In the dark room, the parched feeling from dehydration was a stark contrast to the pain from the water torture. Then came the image of the sun on the day his mother left, her figure dragging a suitcase as she walked away. Those memories came flooding back like a torrent, drowning Tran and pulling him back to the moment of the water torture. In his memory, he heard his mother's voice. She was smiling gently, saying, "Come with me." Tran's eyes widened as he looked at Fuang. He stood still for a long time. Then he reached out, intending to take his mother's hand. But before he could touch her, an image of her happy family appeared in his mind. Tran smirked faintly and let go. It wasn't surprising, as Dong had once said that anyone who couldn't pass this trial couldn't continue on the other path. He had already traveled such a long road, so he would surely walk the rest of it on his own. He no longer held any resentment and had no desire to turn back. The real journey lay ahead. He had experienced suffering, and only those who dared to face it could climb out of the abyss. Shake off the past and move forward. Down below, see. It was probably because Tran had a superhuman memory that he couldn't forget that past. A sharp memory was also a form of torment. After an unknown amount of time, Tran let out a soft breath. Dong squinted at him and remarked, "You passed this trial even more easily than I thought." Tran looked at his hands and asked, "What's the purpose of the breathing technique?" Dong answered slowly, "It's just a supportive skill that uses breathing rhythm for regulation. You can't do it yet, but I'll teach you a few more times, and you'll remember." As he said this, he suddenly remembered that Tran possessed a superhuman memory. He only needed to see it once to remember the entire rhythm. "When I was learning, I had to watch more than 40 times. One wrong beat, and the whole thing was ruined. According to the records, the gene lock opens after passing 8 life and death gates. In the past, only those who completed all 8 gates could officially become a knight. But the number of knights gradually decreased over time because one of the trials had to be completed in the middle of the ocean, and the ocean has now become a forbidden zone. In the inner world, people are ranked from F to A. Passing 6 gates makes you a rank." Tran then asked, "So what rank am I?" Before he could answer, Diep Van interjected, "The boss is S rank," which surprised Tran. He wondered what was so special about the breathing technique that it could help unlock the gene lock. Dong explained, "It's like dopamine, which helps create a pleasant feeling after exercise. But there's something even stronger called endorphins. Dopamine brings pleasure, but it also creates addiction. What you need to understand is that it causes dependence, not true happiness." Tran asked again, "What about endorphins?" Dong replied, "That's something that's bitter before it's sweet. It combines with morphine to help reduce pain. But that's just the initial effect. A senior named Tan Sin once discovered that after overcoming a life and death trial, the body secretes a large amount of endorphins. He believed this was the key to unlocking the gene lock, which is why the knights added a new rule." At this point, Dong paused for a moment, and then he and Tran said in unison, "Only those who have experienced suffering can stand above others." Tran was puzzled. "So what does the breathing technique have to do with endorphins? Why not unlock the gene lock another way?" Dong said, calmly, "In essence, it's a technique for controlling the body. You use your breathing rhythm to train your physical form, achieving in 3 months what takes others several years." Tran listened intently and asked, "Are there any other effects?" Dong simply said, "Wait until you pass the first trial. Then I'll tell you." He fell silent again, then asked, "Can't you just directly inject endorphins into the body? With current technology, that should be possible." Dong replied calmly, "This is an era where even love can be manufactured. But you must understand, anything that relies on external sources is useless to us. They understand how endorphins work, but they still haven't been able to solve the mystery of the gene lock. Knights still have to follow the most foolish path, adhering to the old laws. That's why Dong said this is the longest path, and to become a god, there is only one way, and that is arduous training." Hearing this, Tran seemed to understand. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this student will remember. But what if I use the breathing technique to pass the 8th life and death trial?" Dong sighed. "That question is meaningless," but Tran remained firm. "It has meaning to me, because the outer world has no forbidden zones." Hearing this, Dong was stunned. After a moment, he gave a small laugh. "That's right. In a place where you have no superhumans, how could forbidden zones exist? So you can absolutely complete all 8 gates in that world. This year alone, countless knights have been stuck at this level, unable to progress any further. And yet, A young man has now appeared who can overcome a trial that was once meant for his predecessors. Contran asked with confusion what forbidden items and forbidden places really were, and Diep Van calmly explained that they both originate from transcendent beings. Tu chimed in, explaining that after a transcendent being dies, their powerful blood seeps into the ground, nurturing all life in that area, from ants, snakes, and centipedes to insects, plants, and even microorganisms. Everything absorbs that energy and grows. As a result, those creatures have evolved, turning a dead land into a sealed area. There's a rumor that the Luke Dow Corporation once built a submarine to search for a new continent. During that process, they discovered the skeleton of a giant whale at the bottom of the sea. They suspected that the evolved whale had died of a disease, and its blood and flesh contaminated the entire region, turning it into a forbidden zone. According to Tu, that's the legacy of a transcendent being. Just like in the barren fields near City 16, a black train with 12 windows always passes through there, occasionally stopping in the middle of the barren fields. If you throw a 50-gram gold coin into the last car, you will become a passenger and travel with it to the end of the world. The last car is filled with gold coins, and large corporations often trade gold for supplies. But if anyone dares to steal, they will imprison that person until death, which is why only skeletons remain in the last car. Of course, not all forbidden items are related to transcendent beings. If they can be subdued, they become powerful allies. But if not, they become an immeasurable threat. When facing a forbidden item, a person is like a hunter with a sword, knowing there are fierce beasts in the deep forest but not knowing what kind. And as the number of these ferocious beasts increases, there must be people who specialize in eliminating them. Thus, the forbidden arbiters were born. They not only confront the beasts, but also those who nurture them. They not only hunt forbidden items, but also control those with the ability to create them. In order to prevent a catastrophe that could destroy humanity, Thuk Dong suddenly spoke up. From now on, Diep Van will teach you combat, condition your body, and train V8. I greatly admire that you come from the outside world, but that no longer matters. The important thing is that Contran might just be the one to change this era. With that said, Thuk Dong shot to his feet. He laughed heartily and said, "Let's begin. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Contran looked up at the ceiling, thinking quietly. Even though he was in a place of confinement, he could still feel a sense of freedom and hope. Compared to the bright world outside, he actually found this place more comfortable, and so the training began. During a break, Diep Van gave him a lunchbox full of meat, likely worried he would run out of energy and collapse. But what caught Contran's attention was a strange flow of energy he felt inside his body. It didn't have any obvious effects, but he could control it. And he knew he had to ask Thuk Dong about it, to understand. The next morning at breakfast, Tio couldn't help but ask how late he lasted last night. Diep Van casually replied, "From 11 o'clock to 3 in the morning." Hearing that, Tio exclaimed in shock, "Demon Deep, be careful you don't exhaust him." Diep Van just shrugged. "It's fine with the breathing technique. I know what I'm doing." Tio huffed, unconvinced. Even with a breathing technique, it's still exhausting. Diep Van shook his head. "I've never seen anyone like him. If he were here, he would have already become a superhuman." After hearing this, Tio frowned in thought and then nodded slightly. If he had awakened early, he wouldn't be an ordinary person anymore, and he couldn't have followed the boss's path. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Contran walk by with a food tray, his eyes completely alert. Tio turned to Thuk Dong and asked, "Let me try the training tonight. I think I'm strong enough." But he refused. "You're too late. You're past the age." Thuk Dong replied coldly, "The longer you live, the more suffering you accumulate. After 20 years old, it's hard to overcome the mental barrier. I used to think my youth was hard, but now that I'm grown, I see the suffering of adulthood as a different matter entirely." He sighed again. "There's a reason I let you all be ostracized. Otherwise, no one would be able to break this stalemate for me." Just then, an announcement of a visitor rang out. Contran frowned as soon as he heard his code number called. He had been here for so long, and this was the first time anyone had come to see him. "Un moment later." He followed a guard to the designated room. It wasn't just him. Many other inmates were also allowed to meet with their relatives. Contran walked toward the room assigned to him. As the door opened, he stopped in his tracks, frowning in confusion. His visitor was a girl. She had a delicate face and large, round eyes, exuding the air of a noble lady. The moment she saw Contran walk in, the girl looked up at him, her cheeks suddenly flushing bright red. Realizing she had lost her composure, she lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. It took a while before she dared to look at him again. Her gaze filled with hesitation. Contran observed her silently. This clearly wasn't Kan Ngon. Could his identity as a time traveler have been exposed? Thinking this, he softly said, "Oh." Before he could finish, the girl cut him off. "I'm your fiancé. My name is Brandon Soren Kong Am." After speaking, she looked straight at him, her eyes sparkling. Contran was stunned for a moment and didn't say another word. He didn't understand why Kong Am would appear here. This was clearly the first time they had ever met. Just then, an announcement from the prison rang out that visiting time was over. After introducing herself, Kong Am just looked at him silently, not saying anything else. Finally, she couldn't help but blurt out, "You look so handsome just sitting there like that. I can't take my eyes off the look on your face." Contran didn't hear clearly and asked, "What?" Kong Am quickly waved her hands. "It's nothing." Contran didn't ask again. He just silently stood up and left. On his way back, he still didn't understand what this engagement was all about, or if some other trouble was brewing. Behind him, Kong Am quietly watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with unconcealed adoration. Contran silently returned to his prison cell. Seeing him, Kwang Nia rushed over and asked, "Boss, did Kan Non say anything?" He shook his head slightly, his voice firm. "The person who came wasn't Kan Non, so we'll stick to the plan." Hearing this, Kwang Nia leaned in close and whispered, "Did you really cut ties with Thuk Dong?" Contran nodded calmly. "That's right. We never planned on relying on outsiders for our actions anyway." Kwang Nia nodded in agreement. "That's true. You still have me by your side." "Boss." Contran only had a little over 5 hours left in this world. Meanwhile, outside the city, for some unknown reason, a brilliant burst of fireworks suddenly lit up the sky. The dazzling light enveloped the entire city skyline. It was accompanied by a mechanical voice from a communication device, promising a superior three-dimensional communication experience. On a main street, a girl carrying a large bag was wandering aimlessly. She walked as if she had no destination, just drifting through the crowd, but she was unaware that someone was secretly following her. The girl then turned into a small alley. Suddenly, two people blocked her path, and one spoke seriously. "Hello, Ms. Giang Tuyet." Jiang Tuyet was a bit startled. "Hello, can I help you?" The other person pointed to a box and said formally, "Our company is honored that you've agreed to become a shareholder, and as a token of our gratitude, we'd like to present you with our latest model cybernetic arm." Hearing this, Jiang Tuyet marveled to herself. Rumors said people from large corporations were intimidating, but they were being incredibly friendly to her, giving her shares and even a cybernetic arm. While she was lost in thought, the woman smiled and explained, "2 years ago, you saved a middle-aged lady from the Lee Consortium. So these are gifts to show her gratitude." The 2 arms the Lee Consortium gave Jiang Tuyet were the most advanced models available, not only capable of housing powerful energy weapons, but they also possess superior durability and a neural synchronization rate of up to 97%. "And that's not all," the woman added. "That lady asked me to tell you that you're a good person, that she is deeply grateful, and that you will surely become a wonderful mother someday." Jiang Tuyet was speechless after hearing that, thinking to herself, what a strange thing to say. Meanwhile, in prison number 18, Contran was still training in secret. If he trained for another half a month, he could begin the weighted training phase, which was the real advanced step. But with only half an hour left before his return, he didn't know when he'd get to continue. Just then, Thuk Dong walked in with a smile and asked, "Isn't it almost time for you to return to the outer world?" Contran immediately stopped what he was doing and turned to his teacher. "Is something wrong?" He answered nonchalantly, "I want to see the transmigration process for myself. Maybe I'll discover something." Contran thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Afterward, Diet Van brought him a portion of meat. The breathing technique really made his training effective, but it also left him famished from the rapid energy consumption. While he was eating, Contran noticed Thuk Dong staring at him. He asked in surprise, "Is there something else, sir?" The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, Could you copy a few more manuals for me?" Contran thought for a moment, then nodded. "No problem." After that, he devoured all the meat in the box, not leaving a single piece behind. Contran's body quickly recovered its energy, and he pulled a golden thread from his pocket. Upon seeing it, Diet Van exclaimed, "No wonder I didn't see the golden thread on Lo Kuangyi's hand anymore." Just then, Contran's countdown timer started running. With exactly 10 seconds left, Thuk Dong stared at him intently, without blinking. When the timer hit 1 second, A flash of energy erupted from Contran's body. It was as if the membrane between the two worlds was torn apart, and his body instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, Contran had returned to the present world. He spat out the object in his mouth, still clutching the golden thread. Contran looked at the watch on his wrist and frowned. 7 days again. The time between transmigrations seemed to be getting longer and longer. What if one day he couldn't go back? But this time he managed to bring the golden thread back. At least when he returned to that other world, he would have an advantage over others. After getting back, Contran continued his training as usual. Following the method taught by Diet Van, he hadn't missed a single day. Only when he was drenched in sweat would Contran finally leave the room. While resting, he thought again about the girl named Kong Am. He took out his phone and translated the words she had said. After understanding the content, Contran frowned and muttered, "What does she mean?" The Brandon family speaks the common tongue, so why would she use Japanese? Is she a transmigrator from the outer world, or does the Brandon family have a tradition of speaking Japanese? But if that's the case, why is Kong Am so fluent in the common tongue? Not many Japanese people can speak it that fluently. While Contran was still pondering, his phone vibrated with a new message. It was from Kan then. The message basically asked if he knew how strong the uncle from the neighboring class was. Contran asked in surprise. What? Kanthan didn't explain. He just urged him to hurry to school. So Contran quickly put on his uniform and rushed straight to school. In the crowd, Kan then waved and called out. Over here, Contran tilted his head and asked, "What's going on?" Kanthan excitedly held up his phone, showing him the hot search results. Glancing at the screen, Contran was speechless. Duke Chu and Jian Sin were really unlucky. Other people get reincarnated and have glorious lives. But these two guys get transmigrated and land straight in jail. They would have been better off not going at all. Last time, Duke Chu said he ended up in prison number 18 and even mentioned meeting Thuk Dong. Now that the news about Jian Sin is out, anyone who sees it immediately thinks of him. Duke Chu stood in front of the class, sweating buckets. His friends surrounded him, interrogating him with questions, and no one noticed the color draining from his face. In reality, there was another transmigrator in prison number 18 who was the real main character. Duke Chu was just a scapegoat. He just wanted to beg that person to spare him and Jian Sin, because the person Jian Sin was talking about wasn't him. But it was useless to say anything now. Everyone kept gossiping endlessly about the mysterious transmigrator, which was driving Duke Chu crazy. Contran watched the scene from a distance, letting out a weary sigh. Another school day passed. When classes ended, the school gate was packed, not just with parents but also with reporters. Just then, Contran pulled Kanthan out of the hallway. Slipping away from the classroom, behind the school, a stranger suddenly climbed over the fence and jumped in. As soon as he landed, he yelled, "Who is Lu Batru?" Two female students nearby trembled in fear. Pointing towards a distant building, he rushed into the lecture hall area, shouting as he ran, "Where's Lu Batchu?" A student heard him and asked, "Do you mean Lu Duk Chu?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, Lu Duk Chu." So someone showed him the way. It turned out to be Jian Sin. He grabbed Duke Chu by the shoulders, his voice pleading, "I know you were very powerful in prison number 18. Even my interrogator followed you, so your status must be pretty high." Duke Chu, startled, was pulled back and shook his head repeatedly. "It's not me. You've got the wrong person." But Jian Sin was immediately restrained by someone else. As he was dragged away, he still managed to shout, "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to you. I was even planning to give you money." Kanthan sighed regretfully. "If you hadn't pulled me away so early, we probably would have heard some important information." Hearing this, Contran just pouted, acting uninterested. Kanthan glanced at him doubtfully. "Becoming a superhuman through transmigration is so cool. You and I could form the Sorrowful Sidekick Alliance. Just the name sounds awesome." But Contran didn't even bother to reply. Seeing this, Kanthan pulled out an IT book. Contran frowned. "Why are you suddenly studying this?" He changed the subject. "How about we try to befriend Lu Duk Chu?" Contran shrugged. "No need. I'm not a transmigrator." He clearly knows Duke Chu is an imposter. But outsiders don't. By now, there must be time travelers everywhere, and someone is bound to target his identity. Something so big happened today, yet no one from Koluan's organization has shown up. Even Thuk Dong's inheritance didn't stir them. Something is clearly wrong. Time passed quietly, and at 9:20 in the evening, Contran finished his class. He hurriedly pedaled his bike back home. Meanwhile, Duke Chu was also on his way home. but he quickly realized a car was following him. Inside were two suspicious-looking strangers. Duke Chu immediately pedaled harder, speeding up to escape, but they seemed to have anticipated it, giving him no chance to get away. Their car sped forward, ramming him and sending him sprawling onto the road. The two men quickly got out, intending to restrain him on the spot. One of them had a metal arm, marking them as time travelers. Seeing this, Duke Chu was so scared he nearly fainted, crying and screaming, "Help me!" In this perilous moment, a bright light flared up in the alley. Another car appeared out of nowhere, speeding toward them like crazy. Without hesitation, that car slammed straight into the two men's vehicle. The two men immediately became alert, their eyes fixed on the strange car ahead. The car continued to accelerate, hurtling towards them. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared on the overpass above. Before the two men could even react, they were taken down in the blink of an eye. They were thrown to the ground, with absolutely no chance to fight back. Duke Chu, terrified, cowered in a corner, his face pale. It only took the man a few seconds to swiftly deal with the two attackers. Then he turned, looked straight at the boy, and said seriously, "Hello, I'm Trin Vien Dong, the person in charge of Ko Luan's organization." Duke Chu still hadn't recovered from the shock, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Vien Dong said nothing more, silently opening a spatial gate. From within it, he drew a sharp sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Vien Dong swung the sword down. The car in front of them was instantly split in two. At that moment, someone stepped out of Vien Dong's car. It was Lo Vien. He slowly reported, "Boss, they really did appear exactly where you predicted." Vien Dong nodded slightly, having already guessed that Duke Chu was the target. But he was surprised at how bold these people were, daring to make a move this far inland. Vien Dong said in a low voice, "Influenced by the chaos of the inner world, they've grown bold enough to act so recklessly. We must make them understand that the outer world won't be so easily disrupted." Lo Vien nodded lightly. "There have been more and more people like that lately. Maybe we should increase the number of our time travelers." Vien Dong replied curtly, "We can't rush this. Our organization values belief and character. We don't blindly chase after power." Just as you predicted, someone was definitely targeting Duke Chu because of his connection to Thuk Dong, the current leader of the Knights, who is the man Lai Dong Trak calls uncle. In the inner world, approaching people of that caliber is nearly impossible. That's why they had to stake out the school, waiting for a chance to rescue Duke Chu, which finally baited them into the open. Vien Dong looked towards his subordinate and asked if he was injured. The other man immediately replied that he had minor injuries on his left hand, left leg, and left cheek, but nothing serious. Vien Dong gave a small nod and then reassured Duke Chu, "Don't be afraid. We came tonight to protect you, and we will continue to do so for the next 24 hours. Duke Chu hastily thanked him. He simply shook his head and said quietly, "There's no need to be so formal." After giving a few more instructions, he turned and got into the car. Right at that moment, the police arrived on the scene. Duke Chu watched the car drive away, his mind a complete blur. They really just left, without asking any questions or detaining him. But why? Elsewhere, once the car was clear of the scene, Vien Dong suddenly spoke up. "Did you notice anything strange?" Lo Vien asked with confusion. "What was strange about it?" "Boss." Vien Dong began to analyze slowly. "That student showed no signs of alertness, and he doesn't have any particular presence about him. How could he possibly be the one Thuk Dong chose?" Lo Vien thought for a moment before saying, "Maybe Thuk Dong isn't truly satisfied with him yet." But Vien Dong shook his head. "No. According to Jian Xin, all the superhumans are in service to that time traveler. That means Thuk Dong must already trust him. I suspect there's another time traveler inside prison number 18. One who doesn't match any of the information we have. Con Tran is too clever. He's hiding in plain sight, gathering intelligence in this world while secretly manipulating the inner world. That's the type of person who is truly dangerous." Hearing this, Lo Vien asked again, "Boss, aren't you going to recruit Duke Chu into Samsara?" Vien Dong shook his head dismissively. "He doesn't meet the qualifications." The two continued their conversation as they headed back to their base. Meanwhile, on his end, Con Tran had just returned home and immediately began his training. While doing push-ups, Con Tran noticed the golden thread he had taken from Kwang Nia. He thought to himself that he should probably exchange it for cash. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money for food. Right at that moment, there was a soft knock on the door from outside. It was the young girl, Dong Van, holding a plate of cakes that were still steaming. She smiled brightly as she offered them to Con Tran, saying, My mom just finished making these and told me to bring some over for you to try. After she said that, Dongvan quickly scampered back to her own place. Contran watched her small figure retreat, and his expression grew somber. He spoke softly. You're a very smart girl. Aren't you? You already know what I'm talking about. Dongvan's steps faltered for just a fraction of a second. A moment later, she turned her head back with a slight smile. You're a time traveler too, aren't you, brother Contran? Contran chuckled softly, feigning innocence as he asked, and what proof do you have of that? Dongvan thought for a moment before answering. The day my mom was hitting my dad, you pulled me inside to hide behind the door. You've met Miss Luan's people before, and you even avoided them. Contran was a bit stunned, not expecting the little girl to figure it out from such a small detail. It turned out she wasn't naive at all, just wise beyond her years. This little girl possessed an intellect beyond her years and incredibly sharp instincts. Who would ever be on guard against a child like that? Even though Contran knew her true identity in the inner world, she hadn't been able to find him yet. The next morning, as soon as Contran stepped out of his house, he saw several strangers. They were carrying furniture, and he asked suspiciously, "What are you guys doing?" The man replied, "Just moving." Contran pressed on. "So where's the owner? We're neighbors after all. It's okay for me to ask." "Right." The man shook his head. "We were just hired for the job. We don't know who the owner is." After hearing that, Contran fell silent. Room 102 across the hall had been vacant for a long time. So why was someone moving in now? And it wasn't just that unit, but the one on the floor above as well. 2 households moving in at the same time was clearly unusual, but only movers were around. The new owners were nowhere to be seen. Looking at their belongings, he guessed the new tenants were not ordinary people. They had money or status. But why would they choose this old apartment complex? Unless they came for another reason, one that was possibly related to the inner world. With that thought, Contran guessed their target was Jiang Tuyet. As he walked past her, he whispered a warning. "Miss Jiang Tuyet, you should be more careful." Jiang Tuyet just gave a slight nod, not asking any questions. After giving his warning, Contran continued to school. As he passed Duke Chu's classroom, he noticed his classmate's face was pale. He checked his phone and discovered that the news of Duke Chu's injury had climbed to the top 13 on the hot search list. It looked like the photo had been taken by paparazzi outside the school. But Contran wasn't surprised. Right now, nothing was trending harder than time travelers. Not even celebrities could compete. However, he noticed a strange detail in the photo. It was a video, and he curiously clicked on it to watch. An excited sound immediately rang out. "Today, I'm going to introduce everyone to the Forbidden Zones. Let's focus on the video playing on the phone." According to Ha Tiu, there are 139 forbidden zones in the inner world. They are extremely dangerous and even contain bosses. So she advises everyone to form a party before attempting to explore them. While Contran was watching intently, Kanthan suddenly called out, "Kang-chan, look." He looked up and saw 2 female students standing at the classroom door. The teacher walked in and announced, "Today, we have 2 new students in our class. I hope you all will help them out. Now, would you 2 please come up and introduce yourselves?" The girl in the baseball jacket stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hello everyone. My name is Vuong Van, and I'm from Seaside City." The girl beside her spoke next. "I'm Bakyu Yenni, also from Seaside City. I look forward to getting to know everyone." The class immediately erupted in applause, especially the boys, with Kan then being the most enthusiastic. "A moment later," the teacher pointed towards Contran and said, "You 2 can sit over there. Contran is the top student in this class. So if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask him." Then, the teacher asked for a few boys to help move 2 sets of desks and chairs. The words had barely left his mouth when several male students jumped up to volunteer. One of the boys immediately cleared his desk. Then he brought the desk over next to Contran and said to Vuong Van, "You can use this one for now." Vuong Van hesitated and asked, "What about you?" The male student smiled and replied, "It's fine. I can just go to the storage room and get another one." She just nodded in thanks. The 2 of them quickly sat down, blending into their new class. Vuong Van turned to ask Kan then, "Do you know Duke Chu from the class next door?" That question was like an arrow through the heart, making the daydreaming Kan then freeze instantly. He was silent for a moment before replying, "I don't know him, but I can get to know him right away." After the initial commotion, the classroom gradually quieted down. Throughout the class, Contran secretly observed the 2 new students. He was certain that Vuong Van and Uyen Ni were both time travelers, and their target was Duke Chu. In 45 minutes, Vuong Van glanced at her hand 6 times, and Uyen Ni 5 times, both at the spot where the countdown was. Meanwhile, Can Than looked a whopping 21 times. When break time came, Vuong Van and Uyen Ni immediately left the classroom. The two of them went down to the schoolyard and met up with 2 other male students. The 4 of them gathered into a small group. They spoke seriously, their eyes full of calculation. Can Tran watched them, frowning as he said softly, "They already know each other." Can then chimed in. All 4 of them transferred together. "I just asked the class next door. Those 2 guys are in class 11A4. Can Tran asked, "Anything else?" Can then nodded. "The one with the gold-rimmed glasses is named Ho Tun Yu. I heard he drove the whole group here in a G63 this morning. The other guy is Truong Tien Tran." After hearing this, Can Tran just let out a soft sigh. This is such a hassle. Throughout the day, the 2 girls didn't talk to anyone in class. As soon as a period ended, they would go outside to talk with Ngyu and Tien Tran, keeping themselves completely separate. These 2 were incredibly smart. Uyen Ni was even working on the 2021 topper exam, while Vuong Van was practicing for the biology Olympiad, a type of test Can Tran had never even seen before. Once, while passing them in the hallway, he overheard them speaking English. They kept mentioning time travel, transmigration, and moving between city number 7 and city number 18. Late in the afternoon, as the evening self-study session approached, Can Tran slung his backpack over his shoulder. He said quietly to Can Than, "I'm stepping out for a bit. Text me if anything happens." Seeing Can Tran leave, Vuong Van asked curiously, "Is he skipping class?" Can then shrugged. "Top students get special privileges. The teachers don't really say anything." Hearing that, Vuong Van just gave a small smile, didn't ask any more questions, and put on her backpack. She said goodbye to Can Than and left the classroom with Uyen Ni. Can Than was left sitting alone, feeling empty inside, like he was the odd one out in the crowd. Meanwhile, at Can Tran's small apartment, as soon as he got home, he changed his clothes and grabbed a small bag, planning to sell the gold threads he had gotten from Kwang Gia. But just as he stepped out the door, he saw a few people heading up toward him, and he recognized them immediately. It was the 4 new students. Vuong Van was one of the 2 girls, and the 2 guys were Ngyu and Tran. He never expected them to be his new neighbors. Vuong Van, also surprised, said, "I can't believe you live here." Chung Yu asked curiously, "Who's this guy?" Vuong Van replied, "A classmate. The teacher said he's the top student in our grade." Chung Yu smiled and stepped forward to shake his hand. "I'm Ho Chung Yu. I look forward to learning from you." Can Tran politely shook his hand and replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you." After that, no one said anything else, and he left to continue with his own business. At that moment, Chung Yu stood on the floor above, watching him quietly and muttering to himself, "Why does he seem so familiar?" It wasn't because he'd met him before, but because of the way he kept his distance from everyone. After thinking for a moment, Truong Tien Tran nodded. "Right. It's the same feeling as when we reject someone polite on the surface, but full of arrogance on the inside." After saying that, he looked at the other 3 and asked with a slight smile, "Did you guys notice anything unusual?" A short while later, all 4 of them had gathered in the 2 girls' apartment. Uyen Ni spoke slowly. "Today I asked Can Than, who sits next to me. He said that guy is always in the top 3. He's a bit arrogant, but that's common for smart students." After hearing this, Vuong Fan snorted coldly. "A top student in a small city, that's nothing impressive. Let's just ignore him. It's just a coincidence that we're neighbors." She turned to Chung Yu and continued, "Actually, staying at a hotel would have been fine. We didn't need to be here. Our main target is Lu Duke Chu. Jiang Tuyet isn't important at all." Chung Yu immediately replied, "Don't be so short-sighted. Since we've already moved from City 7 to City 18, we should build connections here. Did you forget about Ha Tu Tu? It's always better to have allies." Vuong Van slumped onto the table and said dejectedly, "I still think buying information with money is faster." Truong Tien Tran snapped in annoyance. "We came to Luo City, so you have to be ready to endure some hardship." Seeing them argue, Duong Yu stepped in to mediate. "The important thing now is to find a way to get close to Duke Chu. Money can't buy everything, and there are plenty of people richer than us. When someone tries to use money to get resources from Duke Chu, relationships will be their group's greatest advantage." That made sense. Vuong Van sat up straight and asked, "So how much progress have you 2 made?" Duong Yu replied, "Duke Chu is pretty easy to talk to, but he go quiet if you ask deeper questions." Suddenly, Vuong Van remembered something and said quickly, "Oh, right. I heard Uong Wong is about to go through the school transfer procedures." The other three exclaimed in unison. Uong Wong, Trong Tien Tran was skeptical. "Is she planning to transfer here?" Duong Yu stood up and said in a cold voice, "We'll deal with that later. No one has heard that Wong Wong is a time traveler. Let's just go say hi to the neighbors first." After saying that, he took a box down from the shelf. "I'm a monitor at Jiang Tuyet's house." Vuong Van knocked on the door. Inside, Jiang Tuyet said, "Tue Van, go get the door. It's probably Con Tran." Dong Van ran out happily. "Brother Con Tran. Just a second, I'm coming." But when the door opened, the little girl saw four strangers, and her smile vanished instantly. Vuong Van smiled warmly. "Hello, little one." The door slammed shut right after, leaving all four of them stunned. The voices of Jiang Tuyet and her daughter echoed from inside the house. The walls were so thin they could hear every word. Vuong Van's group all heard a familiar name, Con Tran. In a southern alley of Luo City, rain fell steadily on the old tiled roofs. Outside a pawn shop in the dark alley, Heng Chan, wearing a hooded cloak, stepped inside and asked quietly, "What's the price?" The owner looked up and asked back, "Do you have a receipt?" Con Tran shook his head. "No." The owner stood up, his voice serious. "It's tricky without a receipt. If you're really selling, I'll pay 220 credits a gram." New questions asked. Con Tran quickly calculated that it would be 8,580, enough for his current expenses, and said, "Deal. For 39 grams. But I need cash." The old man nodded and counted the money, saying as he worked, "You're young but cautious. Even in my line of work, it's rare to meet someone like you." Quickly, he handed the money to him with a smile. "Next time you have goods, just bring them here. I'll add an extra 5 credits per gram." Con Tran carefully inspected each bill, checking the watermarks and printing, not missing a single detail. Then he handed a few bills back, saying, "Could you change these for 50s and 20s? The owner was a bit surprised. Opening a cabinet, he replied, "In this business, most people just take the money and leave. It's rare for someone to check it so carefully." Taking the new bills, Con Tran said softly, "Even if you're making a profit, you shouldn't use counterfeit money to make more." With that, he left the shop and walked quickly into the rain. He planned to walk around a few more times before heading back. When he returned, he was carrying a large bag of meat and some eggs, enough to last a few days. Just as he reached the front door, Dong Van peeked her head through the window. The little girl waved and called out to him softly. Con Tran smiled faintly, looking at the girl with a friendly expression. He thought for a moment, then gestured with his hand. "If you need something, come down and we'll talk." As soon as he stepped inside, Dong Van immediately asked, "Brother Con Tran, who are those new neighbors? Have you talked to them yet?" While folding his clothes, Heng Tran replied, "They're from High City. I heard them speaking English. So they're probably from city number 7 of the inner world." Dong Van's eyes widened as she asked, "You understand English?" Con Tran said casually, "A little. They're likely here because of your mother. Time travelers in city number 7 have nowhere to stay, so they come to city number 18 to look for opportunities." Dong Van asked curiously, "City number 18 is managed by the Lee Corporation. So why would they want to come here?" Con Tran calmly explained. "They use English. If you listen closely, you'll know their purpose right away." The little girl looked up, surprised. "They talked right in front of you. That's bold of them." Con Tran smiled and patted her head. "They're not as smart as you are." After hearing that, Dong Van turned and ran off, still hugging Con Tran's pile of clothes. She said as she ran, "My mom told me to take your clothes to wash. Don't be mad." "Okay, I'm just doing what she said." Heng Tran didn't stop her, just watched silently as she left. He turned back to look at the empty room. Then he stood quietly in the silent space. After a moment, he began to train, telling himself, "I can't stop. I have to keep moving forward." He had once heard it said that those who walk alone are either beasts or gods. If he couldn't become a god, then being a monster would have to do. The next morning, Con Tran arrived at school and switched seats with Con Than. As soon as he entered the classroom, Can Than smirked slyly and whispered, "I thought you weren't interested, but I didn't expect you to be so proactive. If you had just said something earlier, I would have switched with you." Con Tran glanced at him. It was obvious Can Than thought he wanted to sit near Vuong Van, but Con Tran didn't bother to explain. Seeing Con Tran's silence, Can Than just kept talking, which started to annoy him. Just then, Vuong Van and Uyen Ni walked into the classroom. Noticing that Con Tran had switched seats, Uyen Ni asked in English, "Why did they switch places?" Vuong Van replied coldly, "Who cares?" She glanced over at Con Tran and saw that he was writing something down. Then she turned back to speak with Uyen Ni in English, acting as if he didn't exist. As soon as the two of them sat down, they began whispering to each other. They had no idea that Con Tran understood every single word they were saying. They weren't wrong. Eavesdropping while trying to study is difficult, but Con Tran was still able to do it. He committed every word they said to memory. His life couldn't be started over, but it could be rewritten. During the break, Duong Yo came to the classroom looking for Vuong Van and Uyen Ni. The group went out to the schoolyard, continuing their conversation in English. Duong Yo asked, "Has anything unusual happened on your end?" Uyen Ni smiled. "Nothing strange, except that some guy deliberately switched seats to sit behind Vuong Van." Duong Yo asked doubtfully, "Is he a time traveler?" "Maybe that's why he did it. To confirm your identities." Hearing this, the two girls glanced at each other. Vuong Van frowned and said, "It's probably just a coincidence." The four of them continued to speak in low voices out in the hallway. Chun Yo suggested, "Next class, pay attention and see if he looks at your arm." Vuong Van understood and nodded slightly. "All right, I'll keep an eye on him." Not long after, the next class began. True to her word, Vuong Van secretly observed Con Tran throughout the entire class. She even deliberately dropped her eraser, bending down to pick it up just so she could get a look at his arm. But Con Tran's expression remained perfectly calm, giving nothing away. Time passed, and the bell for the break rang once more. Vuong Van hurried over to the other three and said quickly, "He never looked at my arm. Not even once. There wasn't even an accidental glance." Duong Yo frowned in thought before saying, "Let's set aside whether he's a time traveler for a moment. For a normal teenager to be that discreet, that's genuinely terrifying." Truong Thien Tran chuckled. "Maybe he just has a crush on Vuong Van." Vuong Van shot him a look and changed the subject. "All right, what's the progress on your end?" Ho Teung Yu answered calmly, "Nothing yet. Lu Duke Chu is probably playing dumb. If we want to get information, we have to build his trust first." Truong Thien Tran suggested, "How about we try approaching Jiang Tuyet? At least we can learn more about the situation in City 18. Duong Yo nodded. "That's the only way. But Jiang Tuyet isn't easy to get close to." Everyone agreed. Then Truong Thien Tran looked towards Con Tran and said slowly, "Or maybe we could start with him." Vuong Van also nodded. "Yes. Let's approach Con Tran and use him to get in touch with Jiang Tuyet." Meanwhile, Con Tran was sitting in class, his eyes glued to his phone. Suddenly, a female voice called out, "Heng Chen, Geng Ten. We just got back from the cafeteria and bought some drinks for you guys." Con Tran looked up. Standing before him was Vuong Van, holding 2 bottles of water with a smile, as bright as sunshine. Con Than immediately took one and asked, "Is this for me?" Vuong Van smiled faintly. "Of course it is." He was overjoyed, thanking her repeatedly. But Vuong Van paid him no mind, simply handing the other bottle to Con Tran. He took it and said simply, "Thanks. You don't have to do this next time." Vuong Van kept smiling. "We're neighbors. We should help each other out." Hearing this, Con Tran just remained silent, his expression slowly darkening. The whole class started to buzz, and all the boys turned to look at them, which made Con Tran feel uncomfortable. He secretly observed the 2 girls. Just a few hours ago they were aloof, but now their attitude had completely changed, becoming unusually attentive. It was clear they were hiding something. While he was lost in thought, Vuong Van moved closer and asked softly, "What are you looking at so intently? I called your name, but you didn't seem to hear me." But the moment she glanced at his screen, her expression immediately darkened, which surprised Uyen Ni standing beside her. On his phone was a news report about the takedown of a criminal ring involved in illegal detentions. The group had kidnapped 12 time travelers and held them in an abandoned factory. They used threats and torture to extract information about their identities in the inner world. Law enforcement had discovered a large quantity of illegal pharmaceuticals brought over from that world. Most of it consisted of genetic drugs and cancer treatments. Con Tran thought silently. This case had sent shockwaves everywhere. From now on, no one would dare reveal their identity as a time traveler. Everyone would have to hide in the shadows. Just one small slip-up could lead to becoming a victim like those 12 people, captured and turned into a tool for someone else. The person who had attacked Jiang Tuyet must have had a similar motive. As the days went by, the news spread rapidly across the country, sending shockwaves through the time traveler community. In another small corner of Lac Than, a young man wearing dark sunglasses was walking slowly. He wore a long black coat, his cold figure blending into the drizzling rain. When he arrived in front of an old house, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "A moment later," a head peeked out from inside, and a cautious voice asked, "Who's there?" The man took off his glasses and smirked. "Cao Chao. Kim Ha-thu." The door immediately slammed shut, followed by a frantic shout, "Boss, it's Kim Ha-thu." Not long after, the door opened again. Ha-thu walked in, his steps slow and unhurried. Everyone inside stood in a line, their eyes wary. Ha-thu smiled and spoke slowly. "Don't be so tense. Where is your boss?" Lo Vian stepped forward with a faint smile. "The boss isn't back yet. It's an honor to have you visit. Mr. Ha, please have some tea. The boss will be back shortly." Ha-thu nodded, walked inside, and sat down. He looked around and said casually, "This antique-style furniture is really stiff. Not very comfortable. Do you have any liquor?" "I don't like tea." Seeing this, one person couldn't help but blurt out, "Who gave you permission to sit in the boss's chair?" Lo Vian immediately signaled for him to stop. Just then, the door was pushed open by someone. It was accompanied by a deep voice. "For guests, we have wine and meat. For wolves, we need guns." Ha-thu looked up and smiled. "I invited Boss Trin to a meeting yesterday, but I was refused. So I had no choice but to fly straight to the capital city." Vian Dong sat down and asked calmly, "What's so urgent?" Ha-thu smiled, then raised an eyebrow. "Has Boss Trin read this morning's news?" Vian Dong nodded. "I know you just saved 12 time travelers, but there's no need to come all the way here to show off." Ha-thu gave a slight smile. "I didn't come here to show off. I came to ask what you think of my proposal." He elaborated. "The number of people at Koluan isn't increasing. It's decreasing. The current situation is too chaotic. How can we maintain order with so few people?" Vian Dong replied calmly, "Our ideals differ. Your side wants to control all the time travelers, but I don't. A disorderly mob of an organization can't last long." Ha-thu was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You know very well that if they aren't controlled, more people will get hurt. This morning's incident is the clearest example." But Vian Dong didn't answer, only silently taking a sip of his tea. Then he asked, "You have Ha-tio-tu, don't you?" Ha-thu was silent for a few seconds, then chuckled softly. "Why don't you take a guess?" Hearing this, Vian Dong placed his teacup on the table. He asked in a low voice, "Are you doing all this for power? Or do you genuinely want to protect the time travelers?" Ha-thu didn't answer. He stood up and said coolly, "I understand your position now. As for what I want, you'll find out for yourself this afternoon." With that, he turned and left. Vian Dong narrowed his eyes, watching his figure disappear into the distance. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "I hope that when a crisis comes, you and I will still be on the same side." Ha-thu's footsteps paused. He turned his head and smiled. "Of course, old friend." Immediately after, the meeting room door closed. Ha-thu walked alone through a deserted alley. That afternoon, Ha-tu-tu posted on social media again. Students at the school were glued to their phones, reading every single line of the post. Within just a few hours, the news had spread everywhere, and Con Tran was also following it closely. He frowned, wondering who this Ha-tu-tu person was, to dare create such a private group. He must have mastered technology from the inner world, but everyone had only crossed over a short time ago. So how could he have learned so fast? Could it be that he brought equipment with him from that world? Or perhaps, Ha-tu-tu wasn't a single person, but a whole group, with each member bringing a different component to combine. Con Tran didn't dare join the group. After all, he still needed to keep his identity a secret. In the video, Ha-tu-tu claimed that outsiders couldn't get in, yet he seemed to have information on almost everyone. This chat group was like a cage, and Ha-tu-tu was the one who set the trap, just waiting for his prey to walk in. He was like a fisherman casting nets in the northern seas, just waiting for king crabs to crawl right into his trap. Meanwhile, Con Tran was skipping school again, bringing some groceries to Jiang Tuyet's house. Dongvan ran to open the door, cheering happily when she saw him. She asked in surprise, "Are you skipping class again?" Con Tran didn't answer, simply handing her a bag and saying, "These pastries are for you, and the fruits and vegetables are for your mom to cook." Dongvan took the bag and asked curiously, "Where are all your friends?" Con Tran shook his head. "I don't know. Don't worry about them." Hearing that, Dongvan didn't press the issue. She just pulled him inside by the hand and said, "Oh, come see my mom's new armor. It's so cool." Jiang Tuyet was in the kitchen, cooking with a prosthetic arm. Contran took a closer look and asked, "Is this new? How durable is it?" Jiang Tuyet replied, "It's 10 times more durable than my old one. I once saved someone important from the Li Corporation back in the inner world." After hearing this, Contran glanced over at Dongvan, who was standing behind him. The little girl panicked, grabbing Contran's hand and pulling him away. "Mom, hurry up and cook. I'm starving." The two sat down, and Dongvan narrowed her eyes at Contran, asking slyly, "You were asking my mom about that to figure out who I am, weren't you?" He shook his head and replied, "Not at all. I was just making conversation." Dongvan didn't believe him and pouted. "You still haven't told me who you were in the inner world." Contran smirked. "Then why don't you try and guess?" The girl put on an innocent act and cheerfully suggested, "How about we reveal our secrets at the same time? I'll go first, and you can go second." Contran immediately shut her down. "No." Dongvan pouted and huffed. "You're so stingy. You obviously already know my identity, yet you're still trying to trick a little kid." Contran chuckled softly. "But you're not just any ordinary kid." Just then, there was another knock on the door. Dongvan went to open the door and saw Vuongvan's group. Vuongvan waved with a big smile and said, "Hey there, little one, we're close friends of Contran's." Dongvan turned her head and called out, "Hengchan, do you know these people?" But before Contran could even answer, Dongvan had already turned back to them and said curtly, "He says he doesn't know you." Vuongvan and her 3 friends were once again left standing outside the door. They were completely stunned to be rejected so bluntly right to their faces. Duongyo frowned, wondering why Contran could fit in with them so easily, while her group couldn't. Just then, Jiang Tuyet opened the door and said softly, "I'm sorry. The kids don't know any better. You must be the new neighbors. Right, please. Come in." Duongyu glanced down at Jiang Tuyet's mechanical arm and was immediately stunned. That thing looked incredibly high-tech. Jiang Tuyet paid it no mind and turned to say, "Tuovan, hurry and pour some tea for our guests." Outside, the sky had already grown dark. It wasn't until then that Vuongvan's group returned. Duongyu sat down, thought for a moment, and then said quietly, "Maybe we've been wrong from the very beginning." The whole group immediately turned to look at Tuongyu, who continued, "We came here from Hai Thon, and even had a leather sofa air-freighted over. Now look at the house across from us. They have nothing but old cloth sofas." Tuongyu went on. "Did anyone get a good look at Jiang Tuyet's mechanical arm? The details are incredibly intricate. They might not be rich in the outer world, but in the inner world, Jiang Tuyet is the real tycoon. It's our arrogance that's preventing us from getting close to Contran." Jiang Tuyet, Dongvan, or Duke Chu. But Uyen Ni was still unconvinced. "So what, we're still stronger than them?" That remark made Tunyu's face darken, forcing Uyen Ni to give an awkward laugh. "All right, fine. So what's the plan now?" Duongyu quickly decided. "First thing tomorrow, we're going to get our uniforms. Don't forget, our goal in coming to Loc Thon is to find hope, not to show off." Vuongvan pouted and retorted, "But the uniforms here are so ugly. Can't we just wear our own clothes? I brought so many nice outfits." "No," Duongyu said in a cold voice, silencing both of the other girls. Contran's countdown timer now only had 4 days left. He woke with a start and went into the bathroom. In the mirror, the lines of his abdominal muscles were clearly visible, growing more and more defined. Fiery patterns were also beginning to appear on the sides of his face. As he put on his shirt, he mumbled, "No wonder Lai Thukdong said that just 3 months of practice is equal to 5 years of hard training for others. This technique is truly incredible." As usual, Contran arrived at school early. As soon as he walked into the classroom, he saw Vuongvan and Uyen Ni already in their uniforms, sitting right there. Can Than was sitting behind them, his eyes shining like stars as he stared at them without blinking. Throughout the class, the 2 girls laughed and chatted cheerfully. Contran knew with a single glance that they had changed their strategy and were starting to proactively approach others. They even handed over a math problem for him to solve. But Contran immediately passed it to Can Than and teased him a bit. Judging by Can Than's expression, he seemed to be enjoying it immensely. He threw an arm around Contran's shoulder, grinning happily. "Hey, what do you think? She gave me the problem to solve. You think she might be into me?" Contran didn't answer. He just glanced at the hacker book in the other boy's hand, frowned, and asked, "Did you major in hacking Can?" Then scratched his head and laughed. "Nah, just learning for fun." Contran grunted softly and said no more, only thinking to himself, "I should probably learn something too, like Chinese chess." That was the first move to make when entering prison number 18. Thinking it over, another idea popped into his head. What about Japanese? In the inner world, he had suddenly gained a fiancée, but to understand what she was saying, he always had to rely on a translation, which was a real pain. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Contran immediately went online to look up information about that unaccented name, Brandon Soren. Finally, after much effort, he found her. She had the exact same face as his fiancée from the inner world. Just then, Vuong Van walked over, glanced at his phone, and laughed. "So you're into Japanese idols, you're staring so intently." Contran shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "No, I was just looking up the name Brandon Soren without the accents. I didn't expect to find her." That girl with the last name Brandon was silent during the entire interrogation that day. Her father is of Chinese descent, and her mother is Japanese, so she can speak both languages. She's currently starring in the new horror film by director Yuki Iwa. According to the information he gathered, the Brandon family wasn't separated by the sea. Thuk Dong had also mentioned that the entire sea region was now a restricted zone. If they lived on an island, they couldn't cross the sea to the continent, which means travelers from the island must have also transmigrated here, along with the mainlanders. When recess came, Tiu Nu's group gathered again, and he immediately asked, "Any progress?" Vuong Van Saihil, Nam Kan Than and Contran are acting like idiots. Contran spent the whole class just staring at a picture of a Japanese idol. Uya Ni wondered, but the teacher praised him for being a good student. Why would he be obsessed with an idol? The two girls chattered on endlessly. Hearing this, Tiu Nu snapped irritably. "I told you yesterday. Drop the arrogance. If you keep calling them idiots, you won't be able to befriend anyone." Just then, a voice called out, "Heng-chan, the foreign language teacher is looking for you." Contran quickly stood up, said yes, and ran outside. Tunajue immediately went to ask the other male student, "Why is the teacher looking for Contran?" The boy shook his head. "How would I know? They're friends and study Chinese together." Hearing this, Duong Yo was instantly shocked. That alone was enough to understand that Contran's English listening skills were excellent, far different from his initial assumptions. He then returned to his group and said in a low voice, "I suspect Contran is also a transmigrator. Confirm one more time. Did he overhear anything you guys said?" Uyenyi thought for a moment and replied, "I'm sure he was doing math at the time. He didn't hear anything." After hearing this, Duongyo clenched his fists tightly. "A moment later," he said coldly. "Then we have to verify it again, just to be sure." That evening, in Zhang Tuyet's kitchen, she was cooking. Vuong Van and Uyen Ni were sitting and chatting with Dong Van. Vuong Van asked gently, "Little sister, can I ask you something?" Dong Van smiled innocently. "If I answer, will I get candy?" Vuong Van beamed, taking out a handful of chocolate candies and holding them out. "Of course. Do you like this kind?" Dong Van nodded. "Thank you. Big sister, I love chocolate." Vuong Van began to ask, "So, is your big brother Contran like your mom? Is he a transmigrator too? That's so cool." Dong Van shook her head. "I don't know." Vuong Van narrowed her eyes. This was the right reaction. If she had said yes, it would have been suspicious. A 10-year-old child can't lie that easily. Uyen Ni then asked, "Have you ever asked him?" Dong Van replied casually, "I have. He told me that instead of thinking about transmigration, I should study hard and get into a university first." Vuong Van, a little skeptical, asked again, "What else did he say?" Dong Van replied while eating her candy. "He said that being a transmigrator is no big deal." After hearing this, Vuong Van was lost in thought. If he were a transmigrator, he wouldn't have said that. It sounded like a mix of jealousy, admiration, and self-consolation. Uyen Ni patted Dong Van's head and praised with a smile. "Little Dong Van, you're such a good girl." After finishing their questions, the two of them stood up and left. As they walked away, Uyen Ni whispered, "Do you think that little girl was telling the truth?" Vuong Van answered confidently, "Of course she was. A sweet kid like that doesn't know how to lie." But little did they know, Dong Van had heard their entire conversation from behind the door. She recalled a past memory of a despicable man who once lured her into a room with candy. He then proceeded to beat her mother, an event that has haunted Dong Van ever since. So, from the very moment Vuong Van offered her candy, the outcome was already decided. Without a second thought, the little girl tossed it all into the trash can. A cold hatred flickered in her small eyes. Not long after, a knock sounded on Contran's door. When he opened the door and saw Dong Van, he frowned, thinking, What is it now? She stepped inside, spotted a pressure cooker on the table, and chirped. Did you ask my mom to cook for you too? She's a really great cook, Contran replied calmly. There's no need. I already handled it myself. Suddenly, Dongvan popped her head out and pressed a piece of candy into Contran's hand. With a bright smile, she whispered, This is a gift for you. She giggled and continued. Those two women asked me today if you were a time traveler. I covered for you. But something must have made them suspicious. Hearing this, Contran frowned. It must be because of the foreign language teacher incident. He thought, my cover's been blown. He didn't dwell on it and turned to ask, Where did you get this chocolate? Dongvan, perched on a chair with her legs dangling, smiled and replied, I bought it as a gift for you. Contran gave a slight nod and continued. From what I've observed, that group has provoked a dangerous individual in city number 7 named Tran Yak Du. Dongvan listened and then asked, So is that why they ran here? To hide from the Tran family, but that's not the kind of information I need. Contran furrowed his brow and asked back, Then what is it that you want? The little girl broke into a grin, her eyes crinkling as she said, I want to know who you really are. Contran froze for a moment before shaking his head and refusing. I can't do that. Her eyes sparkling, Dongvan pleaded playfully. Well, can you do my homework for me then? But Contran still shook his head no. She pooted. This is so annoying. They're right next door and they keep spying on us. It makes me uncomfortable. Should we drive them away? That would be difficult. Contran said calmly. Being under suspicion was certainly a pain, but he couldn't keep hiding forever. The best course of action was to create a diversion, and the only one who could help him with that was Uncle Duke. Besides creating a diversion, that group had money and power, which were exactly what Contran needed. On this next crossing, he had to have a serious talk with Uncle Duke. Lost in thought, he was pulled back by Dongvan's voice. Hey Contran, National Day is coming up soon. We should go do something fun. Contran was a little surprised and asked, Why the sudden invitation? I'll have to think about it. Maybe we can talk again in a few days. Dongvan nodded. All right. Just make sure you think about it. With that, she left Contran's apartment, now alone. He opened his phone and swiped through an app. The countdown timer on the screen showed only 10 seconds remaining. Contran plugged a USB drive into the device. He grabbed a knife. When the timer hit 0, space itself seemed to tear open. Contran reappeared. Now, in the guise of a prisoner in prison number 18, Thukdong smiled softly when he saw him and said, So you're back. Contran nodded slightly. Yeah, I'm back. He took something out of his mouth. This trial was a success, as he was at least able to test how many items he could bring back. Looking down at his own hands, Contran mumbled. This time it was 2 days. He smiled softly. It was still the same familiar prison number 18, but this time was different. He wasn't alone anymore, as there were people waiting for him to come back. Thukdong and the others seemed to be waiting for Contran's return. And even though the room was gloomy and cold, it was enough to make him feel warm inside. Thinking this, he handed the USB drive to Thukdong and said, Master, here is the music you wanted. Did you see anything during my transmigrations? In the past, he had to fumble through it all alone. But now that he had an observer, maybe they could notice something new. Thukdong nodded and replied, You previously mentioned that after you transmigrate to the other world, it takes 1 second to cross over. But I don't think that's right. It felt like it took less than a second. Contran was astonished. So his physical body transmigrates as well. But what about the Contran of that world? Did he really just vanish? He was about to ask more. Master, the flame inside me. But Thukdong interrupted him. Now is not the time. It just appeared earlier than I thought. Contran was excited and said with a grin, Then let's get to training. Master, just like last time, but Thukdong shook his head. No need to rush. Just follow me for now. Contran froze for a moment, then asked, Where are we going? Thukdong replied casually, I'm taking you to see the world outside. Hearing this, Contran was puzzled. Why do we need to see the outside world? Thukdong smiled and asked, Aren't you curious? Of course he was curious. A city within a city. A jungle of steel. A sky like a mind-bending three-dimensional illusion. Think about it. Other transmigrators arrive in worlds bursting with color. But the place you go to is just an iron box. A prison. But Contran still hesitated. I don't think now is the right time for sightseeing. Thukdong replied calmly. You are very patient. But my student cannot fall behind anyone. The more he listened, the more confused he became. What do you mean by that? Master, he asked. Thukdong laughed. Other transmigrators get to enjoy the scenery, and my students should be no different. Tonight, I'm going to show you the most beautiful sight in City 18. At that moment, Diep Van came up from behind and gave Contran a small box, whispering, "Put this on. You can't reveal your face yet." Inside the box was a sleek black mask. Immediately after, the four of them headed toward a dazzlingly bright gate. Before he left, Contran turned his head to look back. The freedom he longed for was, it turned out, so very close. A short time later, in Sector 1 of City 18, inside a large restaurant, a staff member was politely turning away new guests. The statement annoyed the male guest. Who would dare to book this entire restaurant? Was it the Lai Consortium or the Khan Consortium that made the reservation? The staff presented a small sign, on which the name Hangza Lai Dong Trak was clearly written. Upon seeing that name, the man immediately pulled his mistress away. Once outside, the girl dared to ask why they were suddenly leaving. He gave a forced smile and said, "Be good. We'll pick a different time next time." Just as they left, another luxury car pulled into the parking lot. The staff lined up neatly on both sides, preparing to welcome the distinguished guests. The ones who stepped out were none other than Thukdong and Contran. A staff member handed a towel to him and said warmly, "Mr. Lai has prepared a private table, and all the cameras have been turned off." Contran was also treated with great respect, but he just gently waved his hand in refusal. Thukdong chuckled lightly and said, "You'll get used to it sooner or later. In this world, as long as you have money and power, everything goes your way." Contran remained silent, his gaze fixed on the extravagant scenery below. He asked quietly, "If it's this easy to get out, why did you stay in prison number 18 for so long?" Thukdong calmly replied, "Because I still have unfinished business." Contran was speechless upon hearing that. The way these powerful figures think is truly hard to fathom. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "It's past 1:30 in the morning. Is the restaurant still open?" Thukdong smiled faintly and said softly, "In this sleepless city, life is just beginning." The two stepped into an elevator, and Contran asked curiously, "Don't they need to sleep?" Thukdong slowly explained, "Neural link technology allows people to get by with just a few hours of sleep each day." Hearing this, Contran was surprised and asked, "Aren't there any side effects?" Thukdong replied, "Of course there are. After using it for 1 month, you can't sleep even if you want to. Science is a double-edged sword. No one knows if it brings blessings or curses, much like when the Lai Corporation created fast-growing crops, including rice. But when people no longer need to sleep, their reproductive abilities decline, and their mental state gradually weakens." Contran listened while observing the brightly lit city below. An airship hovered in mid-air, circling the buildings. Knowing he was curious, Thukdong said quietly, "Don't look anymore. Every second that ship releases methane and liquid oxygen is paid for with the sweat and blood of the workers." The two entered a private dining room. On the table, there was only a single plate of fragrant braised pork, but there was only one plate, and no chopsticks for Contran. He asked in surprise, "Where are my chopsticks?" Thukdong took a bite and said, "You're wearing a mask. How can you eat Con?" Tran could only sigh, not knowing how to respond. He took another bite and asked, feigning concern, "Are you hungry, Con?" Tran replied in a low voice, "A little." Hearing this, Thukdong turned to the staff and said, "Bring him a bowl of Milanese fried noodles." Before long, a staff member brought out a steaming bowl of noodles and placed it in front of him. Thukdong gave a slight wave of his hand, and the staff member immediately withdrew. Then he said slowly, "Take off your mask and eat." Contran nodded, took off his mask, and thought to himself that this building must be one of the tallest in the city. Looking up, he could only see 2 other buildings rising straight into the sky, alongside this one. As Contran was observing, Thukdong slowly said, "Those are the headquarters of the Khan and Lai corporations." Contran's brow furrowed instantly, and he flinched slightly. He just smiled lightly and didn't say another word. Contran asked if this was the place with the best view in the city, and Thukdong nodded, explaining that the Eternity Tower was built on top of 6 skyscrapers to achieve its incredible height and magnificence. If you ignore the crime, the dirty water, and the decaying walls, then this is truly the most beautiful view. And if he had the chance, he would show him the city's dark side too. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance, saying there was a telescope by the window for diners who wanted a closer look at the view, and that he should go try it. Contran turned to look and, sure enough, saw the telescope, so he curiously walked over to take a look through it. Just then, an airship appeared in his field of view. People were disembarking from it. It was a squad of regular soldiers, and their target was the very building where the two of them were having their meal. Thuk Dong saw it too, but he just calmly said to finish eating first. And Contran gave a slight nod. The two returned to their table, and Thuk Dong asked, "Aren't you scared?" Contran calmly took a bite of his noodles and smirked, saying it was the first time his master had taken him sightseeing, so he doubted he'd let his student die along the way, because that would make for a very irresponsible master. Hearing that, Thuk Dong burst out laughing, but down below, it was a completely different story. As armed soldiers had already entered the building, in the sky, two aircraft were descending. They hovered close to the building, ready for action. They were all regular soldiers, fully armed. At a temporary military base not far from there, inside a large airship hovering in mid-air, a man spoke in a stern voice, ordering them to halt, check their equipment status, and report back to him. The entire squad immediately carried out the order. Then, the commander reminded them that Boss Tran had given orders that if they wanted to leave alive tonight, they were not to open fire, and he stressed that they must not involve anyone else. Someone asked in confusion, "Captain, I don't understand." But the captain calmly replied that they would understand later, and that they were absolutely not to open fire. Just then, a figure appeared, blocking their path. It was a man wearing a black hat. He slightly raised an eyebrow and said in a calm voice, "Good evening." Upon seeing him, the entire squad's expression changed instantly. Before they could even react, the figure lunged at them like the wind. In just a few seconds, the entire squad had fallen, and the man smirked, saying, "Don't disturb someone else's meal." Meanwhile, back at the Vanvi building, where Thuk Dong and Contran were eating, an uninvited guest arrived. It was a young man with white hair, dressed in a sharp suit, who carried a noble air about him. As soon as he stepped in, his eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before him. Thuk Dong saw him too and waved his hand, signaling that whatever it was could wait until the boy finished eating. The young man didn't dare to argue and stood by, waiting in silence. Contran continued to eat his noodles at a leisurely pace, slowly chewing every single strand. A short while later, he finally finished his meal. He put his mask back on and said slowly, "I've finished eating." At that moment, the young man approached. Thuk Dong chuckled lightly. "Ah, the eldest grandson of the Tran family. Tran Dako. I hear you've reached A rank." Dako shook his head and replied in a serious tone, "Rank is not important. We don't wish to confront the knights or Hang Za. We only hope that you will return to prison number 18 and not escalate the situation." Thuk Dong smiled faintly. "Rest assured, we're just talking. We won't make trouble for anyone." Dako sighed in relief. "That's good. Once you leave, we will withdraw as well." Immediately after, he stood waiting from a distance. Thuk Dong glanced at the helicopters outside and gave a faint smile. "My mere appearance causes a stir. Now you understand why I don't leave that place, don't you?" Contran asked. "Are they afraid of you?" "Master." Thuk Dong nodded slightly, his gaze profound. In this era, even reaching the realm of a demigod doesn't guarantee invincibility. They're not afraid of me. They're afraid of fire. As he said this, he instinctively glanced at the small flame beside him, falling silent for a moment before saying, "Let's go. Time to go home." The master and disciple left the building, got into a car, and drove off in silence. Contran quietly gazed down at the city below, but he was certain that one day he would return. Meanwhile, Dako was still watching the car as it drove away. Then he asked, "Have you found the tactical squad yet?" The female staffer behind him immediately reported, "We found them. They're all unconscious. Someone attacked them at the emergency exit and then withdrew." Dako chuckled, shaking his head. "It seems the net we cast still wasn't tight enough. Let's dismiss everyone. It's time to get some sleep." With just one trip out of the prison by Thuk Dong, the entire city was shaken. But that didn't seem to bother the master and disciple, as they calmly rode back in the car. On the way, Thuk Dong asked, "Do you know why I told you to wear a mask?" Contran calmly replied, "Because you wanted to hide the relationship between us." He nodded, then asked again, "So, do you know why I took you as my disciple but didn't announce it publicly? Do you feel wronged by that?" Contran shook his head and said calmly, "Because you were afraid the shackles you bear would drag me down too." "I understand, and I thank you for that, Master." Hearing this, Thuk Dong was even more pleased. He smiled and nodded. "You've always been intelligent, and you have great potential. That's precisely why I don't want you to be shackled when you step onto the battlefield. As your master, I can only accompany you for a short part of your journey. Then I must stand back and watch to see how far you can go. While he was lost in thought, Contran suddenly asked, "Will we be able to go out again in the future?" Thuk Dong burst out laughing. "You're not tired of it already?" Contran nodded decisively. "I still want to go out." Hearing the determination in his voice, Thuk Dong let out a hearty laugh. "Then let's wait a few more days, and we'll find another chance to go out and have some fun." Contran felt a surge of excitement after hearing that, and he looked down at the countdown timer on his hand. These 3 hours were definitely not wasted. It was awesome. Meanwhile, at a deserted tavern, Lo Vian and Vian Dong were there. As soon as Vian Dong sat down, he asked, "You've seen the news?" "Right." Lo Vian nodded slightly. "I've seen it. I think we should try to approach Lu Duke Chu, no matter how much he tries to hide it. Lu Duke Chu is still the closest person to Lai Thuk Dong," Vian Dong said in a low voice. "I trust my instincts. Someone like Li Thuk Dong wouldn't even give Lu Duke Chu the time of day. There must be a third person in prison number 18. Hearing this, Lo Vian frowned and asked, "So what do we do now?" Vian Dong narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance, and said resolutely, "We find him." At this moment, the clock struck 3 in the morning. In District 9 of City Number 2, a pair of shiny black shoes stepped into a damp and dark area. A young man in a white suit slowly approached a small house where a woman was watching the news. As soon as he arrived, he tapped his hand on the table, startling her. It was Ha Thu. The girl recognized him and became flustered. "Boss, I'm sorry. I didn't notice you come in," Ha Thu said calmly. "No need to be tense. I'm here to deliver 2 pieces of news. First, tell Tiu Tiu to cut contact for now. We'll figure things out when he gets back. Second, tell her to quickly gather information on Li Thuk Dong." She nodded in acknowledgement. Ha Thu pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems we have to win over Lu Duke Chu before Miss Luan makes her move. We need him." As he spoke, his gaze turned ice cold. "I hope you understand our mission. After you return, go find the instructor and increase your training. Any objections?" The girl quickly shook her head. "None." Ha Thu snorted coldly. Then it settled. A few hours later, at prison number 18, after returning, Contran comfortably snuggled under his blanket to sleep. It seemed no new prisoners were transferred to prison number 18 last night. With that thought, he turned over and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning in the cafeteria, Thuk Dong maintained his usual calm demeanor, going about his day as usual. Tu Tu watched the scene and sighed softly. The outside world is in chaos because of last night's events. Yet the boss is acting as if nothing happened. Just then, Ho Thien walked over and asked curiously, "Where did your boss go last night? If there's something fun going on, you should have called me." Tu Chiu frowned. "It's chaotic outside." "How would you know?" After a moment's thought, he understood and gave a faint smile. "Someone from the Black Spades mental division is here." "Right. How many of you are there?" Ho Thien replied. "Just me." "Now tell me, what did Lai Thuk Dong go out for?" Tu Chiu snorted lightly. "If I told you the master just went out for some braised pork, would you believe me?" Ho Thien grimaced. "I don't believe you. Who goes out to eat in the middle of the night?" Tu Chiu smirked. "Anyone would think that, but the master really just took Contran out for a stroll. People only remember Thuk Dong as a terrifying man, but they forget he's also extremely whimsical." The more Tu Chiu thought about it, the funnier it seemed. He looked up at the upper floor and remarked to himself, "It's one thing for Thuk Dong to be calm, but for 17-year-old Contran to sleep soundly until noon is something else." Just then, the prison system broadcasted an announcement. "Inmate number 010101. You have a visitor." This startled Contran awake. Ho Thien was also surprised to hear this. "Wait a minute. Aren't visits only allowed once every 3 months? 2 people just came yesterday." After that, Contran was led by 2 robots to the visitation room. He was used to it this time and walked straight there without any hesitation. When he saw the girl waiting inside, he was momentarily stunned. The visitor was Kong Am again. He asked in surprise, "You're here again, Kong?" Am smiled and replied, "I brought you some food that I cooked myself." She placed the lunchbox in front of him, her eyes sparkling. "I heard the food in prison is terrible, so I made this so you could eat something better." Contran took it and then asked curiously, "We're not close enough for you to visit me every day, are we?" Kong Am hesitated before saying, "This time, I came to City 18 with my elders. They want me to get in touch with you. And besides, I don't really get along with them." Hearing this, Contran glanced at her for a little longer. Under her expectant gaze, he picked up a piece and tried it. The flavor spread through his mouth, making him silently praise her. This girl's cooking skills were actually quite good. He continued to eat, while she just stared at him intently, which made him feel a little awkward. Seeing his reaction, Kong Am chuckled softly and whispered, "It's okay. This is a special way of communicating in my clan. I'll see you later." With that said, she stood up and left. Before she left, she said something that made Contran pause. Meanwhile, Tutu was sitting around, sighing out of boredom. Ever since Thuk Dong told Contran to hide his identity, this prison felt like it had lost all its fun. Even when they wanted to talk, they had to pretend to be indifferent. Suddenly, the door behind him opened. Startling him, he saw Duke Chu being escorted by a robot and panicked, thinking he couldn't let this guy meet Contran. He leaned in and whispered to Thuk Dong, "Boss, we can't let this person go." Thuk Dong calmly replied, "Then lock him up. We'll deal with him tonight." After hearing that, Tutu quickly ran out to talk to the robot. The robot immediately turned around, causing Duke Chu to panic and yell, "Wait a minute, weren't you supposed to take me back to the workshop? Why are you locking me up again? What did I do wrong?" Despite his shouting, the robot still locked him up. He clutched his head and lamented, "Why do I get dragged into this world every time the countdown ends? Only to be imprisoned for days on end." A moment later, the door opened again, and someone walked in. It was Contran, but he was wearing his familiar mask. Duke Chu asked with a tremble, "Who are you?" Very quickly, he realized this was the third time traveler in the prison. At that thought, Duke Chu grew even more afraid, his voice trembling as he asked, "What are you going to do to me?" Contran didn't answer. He just wrote a few words on a screen and showed it to him. After reading those words, Duke Chu immediately panicked and waved his hands frantically. "Big bro, I wouldn't dare impersonate you. I swear I'll stop bullshitting. I'll confess as soon as I get out next time." Contran wrote a few more lines, making him ask in confusion, "So what do you really want?" He didn't say anything, just continued writing a new line for him to read. But after reading the proposal, Duke Chu immediately shook his head and refused. "No way. I've been scared enough already." Then he started complaining about all sorts of things, but Contran didn't seem to care much. He asked directly, "Do you know how long your prison sentence is?" Duke Chu shook his head. "How would I know? I was already in prison when I transmigrated here." Contran clarified, "According to the records, you're charged with robbery, theft, and attempted murder. A whole series of crimes, totaling 99 years and 7 months. That information made Duke Chu turn pale with fear. But then he seemed to realize something. Duke Chu stared at Contran and hurriedly asked, "You're only communicating by writing because you're afraid I'll recognize your voice." "Right. That means I know you, or have met you before." Contran's answer was a sharp kick to his leg that made him wince in pain. He leaned in close and said coldly, "The truth is, you're just a scapegoat, pushed out by the syndicate to take the fall. They often do that in the inner world." But Duke Chu wasn't really listening, because he was focused on analyzing Contran's voice, trying to search his memory, but it was a complete blank. Contran didn't care what he was thinking. He just said in a cold tone, "Now that you've heard my voice, can we continue?" He quickly nodded. "Sorry, boss. I misunderstood you." Contran got straight to the point. "I came today to make a deal. You're impersonating me, and I can help you get cleared of your crimes." Duke Chu's eyes widened as he asked, "How?" He answered succinctly, "Find the real culprits and force them to confess." Duke Chu still wasn't convinced. "What if you just abandon me? Wouldn't I be screwed then?" Contran smirked. "Do you have any other choice?" That question left Duke Chu unable to argue. He thought for a long moment, then nodded. "Okay, I accept. What do you need me to do now?" Contran said slowly, "I'm sure there will be people interested in your identity. You just need to find out what their goals are. I want to connect with them through you." Duke Chu immediately demanded his cut. "Boss, you can't expect me to work for free." "Right," Contran said calmly. "There will be a reward for every successful transaction. It could be better food, or access to outside news, or getting equipment from the entertainment district brought in here for you." After hearing this, Duke Chu's eyes widened. He never expected the third-time traveler to have so much power in prison number 18, but he still pointed with a trembling hand. "But boss, it's really dangerous outside. You must have seen the news. I got injured on my second day out." Hearing this, Contran frowned and asked, "Tell me the details. I never understood how you got hurt before." Duke Chu then began to recount the entire incident. After listening, Contran nodded slightly. It was true that letting him impersonate him was indeed a bit risky. It wasn't out of pity. It was just that finding a suitable person was difficult, and it would be a waste to let him die. With that in mind, he said seriously, "You want the ability to protect yourself, right?" Duke Chu immediately replied, "Like a gene potion." For example, as soon as he heard that, Contran fell into a thoughtful silence. Duke Chu's heart began to pound erratically, skipping beats. Finally, Contran spoke. "I can give it to you." Only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. But immediately after, Contran glared at him with a warning. "I expect you to be capable enough to deserve that potion, and to understand what it means to cooperate with me." Duke Chu nodded decisively. "Just you wait and see." "See ya. 4 people have already tried to approach me, and I haven't even bothered with them yet. Those guys have money." Hearing this, Contran immediately guessed it must be Vuong Van's group. Duke Chu added confidently, "I'll investigate their motives and find a way to profit from them." Contran shook his head. "I don't need money. Just unmarked pure gold." Duke Chu nodded and then recounted. "Some idiot even invited me to a group chat. Turns out it was full of creeps. And they even introduced me to a sugar mommy." Contran was speechless, thinking it must have been Can then. Not wanting to hear him ramble on, Contran turned to leave. But Duke Chu called out, "Boss, how do I contact you in the real world?" He replied coldly, "Don't worry, I'll find you." As soon as he finished speaking, the cell door closed, and Contran left. Duke Chu watched him go, his heart swelling with excitement. Although he couldn't stick with Thuk Dong, following his successor wasn't a bad alternative, because it was clear that the protagonist of this world wasn't him, but the one wearing the cat mask. At the same time, Contran had stepped out of the cell and was quietly leaving. Contran took off his mask. The change in his voice was a side effect of his breathing technique. Just then, Thuk Dong approached and asked, "What about your classmate? How did the talk go?" Contran replied seriously, "I need a dose of gene reagent." Hearing this, Thuk Dong frowned skeptically. "Gene reagent, is it for Lu Duke Chu Kan?" Tran nodded. "Yes." Chu Chu, who was behind them, was also puzzled. "Why give it to him? Isn't that just to his advantage?" Contran calmly explained. "I need to prove that I can provide them with the things they need. Besides, Duke Chu has no backbone. He'll spill everything if he's questioned. I can't trust him to be a human shield. So, thinking about it from another angle, if we're afraid he'll talk when caught, the best solution is to not let him get caught in the first place." The countdown had only 1 hour left. Contran returned to Duke Chu's cell once more, carrying a suitcase. Duke Chu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's this?" Contran replied, "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say." He then instructed him on every detail he needed to pay attention to. Contran opened the suitcase, his voice turning serious. "Now for the most important part." Tu said, "This is the Lee Consortium's FDE code gene reagent. To enhance your strength, you must start with type 005, then move up to 001. Injecting 001 directly will kill you instantly. Each injection must be 1 month apart. It'll take you from F rank to B rank. This gene reagent is fast-acting, has few side effects, and won't damage your internal organs." Contran meticulously emphasized every point, and Duke Chu nodded his head repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at grain. As Contran left, Duke Chu's eyes gleamed as he stared at the suitcase of gene reagent. After handing over the reagent, Contran didn't look back and just walked away. He ignored the screams echoing from behind him. When he met up with Diep Van and Tu Tio, Contran asked, "After he takes the second shot, do you think he'll dare to take the next one?" Tu Tio shrugged and pouted. "It's unlikely. The gene reagent causes bone-deep pain. Many people quit after the very first injection." Diep Van also nodded. "If you want to get stronger, you have to pay the price. No matter how effective the gene reagent is, it's not a free ride." Contran thought for a moment and then asked, "What about the awakened? Can't they achieve a breakthrough overnight?" Diep Van calmly replied, "Most of them do so because of intense external stimulation." As the 3 of them were talking, the screaming from inside suddenly stopped. Contran sighed and said softly, "It seems I overestimated Duke Chu's willpower. He gave up after just the first shot. Many people think they're willing to pay any price to get stronger. But when they actually face the pain, they realize just how weak they are." Just then, Diep Van handed Contran a gold bar. He was surprised and asked what it was. Diep Van smiled and said, "The boss said you don't have to accept it. But as your teacher, he couldn't not give it to you." Tu also gave him a device, smirking as he said, "This is an information simulation device. It can create a private channel, encrypt data, and perform calculations." Contran took it and asked in surprise, How did you know I needed this? Tu laughed. It wasn't my guess. The boss told me in advance. This device will help you hide your identity out there. With your personality, you'll definitely need it. Contran frowned and asked, what's that supposed to mean? With my personality. Deepfan smiled. The boss probably thinks you're a bit cold. Contran was speechless. He looked down at his watch and muttered, looks like he's given up. It's time to step in. Hearing this, Tutya and Diepvan reacted. They both flashed a sinister smile and headed straight in. Inside the room, Duke Chu was exhausted, lying sprawled out and unwilling to move, but his nightmare was just beginning. As Diepvan and Tutu had arrived, without a word, the two of them coordinated perfectly. One held Duke Chu down while the other prepared the syringe. He cried and begged, please don't. We can talk about this. But Tutu remained cold, plunging the needle straight into his butt without any hesitation. The watch had just ticked down to the final 1 second. The countdown ended, and Contran returned to the outside world. Once he was back, he immediately translated the last thing Kong Am had said to him the other day. As soon as he understood the meaning, his expression turned a bit flustered. He really had no idea what this girl was thinking, and it seemed he would have to get serious about learning Japanese. Kong Am always played these little games with him, forcing him to wait for a translation to understand. It put him in a passive position. Besides, according to the information he had, only Japanese and Korean people transmigrated to Lianthan. But no one in the real world knew that Kong Am was also a transmigrator, which didn't make sense. She was a celebrity, so how could no one recognize her? It seemed she wasn't very happy in the inner world, which is why she sought out Contran. It wasn't necessarily for him, but to escape the real world out there. Strangely, sitting next to her, Contran felt a rare sense of peace. He didn't need to talk, worry about outsmarting anyone, or think about how to survive the dangers outside. Thinking about this, Contran looked down at his countdown watch. This time, it was also 2 days. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed. It was a message about Duke Chu. He had just returned and was already screaming his head off at home. The front of his house was already packed with reporters. The moment he showed his face, Duke Chu was immediately swarmed by a barrage of questions. A few taunting remarks made his face flush with anger. Unable to take it anymore, he screamed, "Get out of my way." But Duke Chu never imagined what would happen when he just waved his arm. The crowd of reporters was instantly sent flying. They were even blown a considerable distance away. Duke Chu stared at his hand in shock, his eyes filled with utter confusion. But he quickly recovered, jumping on his bicycle and speeding away. On the way, he pedaled and thought, everyone says gene potions are as rare as gold. Yet he got one just by casually asking. That person must be incredibly powerful in the inner world. Thinking this, he chuckled and muttered, "It's just like a game. You don't have to be skilled. You just need to follow a strong leader to win." A little later, he arrived at school, where everyone around him was glued to their phones. Curious, Duke Chu opened his phone and saw the news that Thuk Dong had left prison number 18. The more he read, the darker his expression grew. The news said Kan Thi planned to use the forbidden substance S009 to confront Thuk Dong. There was even a picture of Contran wearing a mask, making him unrecognizable, but Duke Chu knew who it was. He sighed, realizing he still didn't truly understand his boss. Meanwhile, Contran was also reading the news, wondering who was using the ID Thunder King. This person had too much information. Even knowing that Kan Thi had dispatched patrol teams, the media in the outer world had a lot of news. But Thunder King was like a war correspondent, with an update speed that surpassed even the dungeon conquerors. Clearly, he was no fool. He either had backing from an organization like Luan's, or he was like Ha Tu, possessing technology to conceal his identity. It seemed more and more transmigrators were appearing, and they were no longer just internet celebrities, but people with actual survival skills. With that thought, Contran left the classroom. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Duke Chu happily chatting with Tung Yu and Tian Chan, a flashy watch sparkling on his wrist. Contran was furious. He had explicitly told him not to wear the watch, yet the guy still didn't listen. He immediately sent a text asking for a progress report. Duke Chu simply gave a vague reply, saying there was nothing specific to report yet. This response made Contran even angrier. He thought the guy just didn't get it, but it turned out he was planning to keep the watch for himself, clearly trying to squeeze out more benefits, like demanding a gene potion. In the end, Duke Chu was the one profiting handsomely. He was treating Contran and Tu Mu like his personal cash cows. If Contran wasn't in the classroom next door, he would have been completely deceived. Meanwhile, Duke Chu, still oblivious that he was being watched, was excitedly asking around. The students from Hython City wanted to know how to get into City 18. Thinking they could probably make a quick buck, Contran immediately texted back, "You mean the watch you're wearing?" For a moment, Duke Chu's face went completely stiff. He frantically darted his eyes around, wondering if this boss was in the same class, or at least someone from his school. Immediately after, Duke Chu frantically apologized. "I was wrong. You can punish me however you want. I'll return the watch right away. And I promise I'll never talk trash again. I'm a monitor." He walked out of the restroom looking dejected. Tuang Yu saw him and asked why he took so long, wondering if he wanted to go to a bar tonight since she hadn't been to one since arriving in Luo City. Duke Chu shook his head and returned the watch, saying he wasn't going to the bar. Their partnership would continue, but from now on, payment would be in gold, and he wished her an early Happy New Year, good fortune, and a peaceful home. Tuang Yo just stared blankly, having no idea what he was talking about. At the same time, Contran was also leaving the restroom. His phone screen lit up with a new friend request. It was from Dong Van. She sent him an important message. Ko Luan had just warned Jiang Tuyet that 9 wanted fugitives might have arrived in Luo City. In the past 24 hours, 2 travelers had already gone missing, and she told him to be careful. After reading this, Contran grew pensive, thinking those 9 were definitely not simple, and that many transmigrators would likely fall victim to them. With that in mind, he messaged her, asking if she was still in contact with her mother. Dong Van replied immediately, saying she was sitting right next to her mom and that they were safe for now. But the young girl wanted to ask if she and her mother could spend the night at Contran's place. Contran read the message and couldn't help but think. Afterward, he went back into the restroom to message Dong Van, who had forwarded the message from Ko Luan to him. Contran frowned after reading it. That group had just arrived in Luo City and hadn't had time to investigate, so if Jiang Tuyet and her daughter weren't home, it would be difficult for them to find their targets. Thinking this, he messaged Dong Van, "Today's Friday. I'll be home early. I'll be at the gate around 5:40. I'll scout the area first to see if anything is unusual. Then we'll figure it out." After school ended, Contran casually bought some food and headed home. On the way, he opened a message from Duke Chu. He just gave a brief reply, saying he'd wait and see how he behaved from now on. Contran thought as he walked, step by step, back to his familiar neighborhood. These 9 were different from the 2 reckless ones before. Their actions were methodical and clearly organized. They hadn't fallen into any traps so far, which proved they were extremely cunning. This type was the truly scary kind. Right now, everyone in the area was a familiar face, with no signs of any strangers appearing. Everything was in its original state. The curtains and other items hadn't been moved, proving that his home hadn't been broken into. Contran quickly went up to his floor and messaged Jiang Tuyet and Dong Van. "The door's unlocked. Just come in. I'm a moniteur." The door to Contran's apartment opened. The ones who walked in were none other than Jiang Tuyet and her daughter. As soon as they got home, Jiang Tuyet thanked him profusely and then went into the kitchen to start making dinner. Contran watched her quietly, unable to help but marvel at how gentle and kind she always was. Then he sat down to talk with Dong Van, asking if she had heard any news about Lai Thuk Dong in the inner world, and how the Plutocracy Corporation was reacting. Dong Van pooted, saying her older sister mentioned Lai Thuk Dong had been missing for years, and his reappearance was sure to cause a storm. She seemed to really admire him. Hearing this, Contran nodded while grabbing a pillow and placing it on the chair. He smiled and said, "You 2 can sleep in my room tonight. It's a bit small, so you'll have to make do, but I'll be fine on the sofa." Dong Van's eyes crinkled with a smile as she asked where he was when Li Thuk Dong got out. Contran answered calmly that he was on the subway and only saw the airship flying towards the Eternity Building. Then he played dumb and asked why Lai Thuk Dong had been locked up in the first place. Dong Van shook her head, pouting again, and said, "I don't know either. I'm just a kid. His file isn't easy to get. You know, I've already shared so much information, so you should share something too." "Right." Contran sat casually on the chair and just mentioned a few things offhandedly, like his suspicion that Hatiutiu wasn't an individual but an entire organization secretly recruiting transmigrators. Dong Van sulked visibly, her cheeks puffed out. "Heng-chan, you're only sharing news from the outer world because you're afraid of exposing your identity if you reveal information from the inner world. Aren't you?" Contran just gave a small smile and didn't answer. Just then, a strange noise suddenly echoed down from the floor above. Contran's expression changed instantly. Dong Van also stopped joking around immediately. The ceiling trembled slightly, emitting a continuous sound. Contran's eyes were fixed on the ceiling, his tension clearly visible. He frowned slightly and whispered, "There shouldn't be anyone upstairs at this hour." Dongvan's face paled as she remembered the news from this afternoon. The little girl's body trembled, and Contran signaled for her to be quiet, but the TV was still on. And when Dongvan reached for the remote to turn it off, Kung Tran stopped her. Because if they come and see the lights are on, pretending no one's home now would only make things more suspicious. He walked over and gently patted Dongvan's shoulder to reassure her. "Don't worry. I'm here." The little girl nodded, quietly wiping away her tears. After calming her down, Contran went into the kitchen and passed a note to Jiang Tuyet. He instructed her that they were already upstairs, and from now on, she should act normally and continue cooking, as they wouldn't suspect the two of them were downstairs. Jiang Tuyet nodded in understanding and continued cooking as if nothing was wrong, but her hands were still trembling slightly, making it difficult to cook. A short while later, Jiang Tuyet finished preparing dinner. She came out to find Contran and worriedly asked what they should do now. Before Contran could even say a word, heavy footsteps echoed from the ceiling again, causing both of their expressions to change. Contran looked up, his mind racing. Those heavy steps couldn't belong to an ordinary person. It was the sound of special armor. He closed his eyes, focusing on every sound above him. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a zipper scraping against the floor. Someone was lying flat on the floor, listening for any movement. Realizing this, Contran immediately composed himself. Outside, flashes of lightning lit up the night, heralding a turbulent evening. Inside, the three of them held their breath, careful not to reveal that they had discovered the people outside. Contran sat in his chair and began to think of a countermeasure. Right after, he used a note to tell Jiang Tuyet to contact Ko Luan, reminding her to only text, not call, to avoid being overheard. But when Jiang Tuyet took out her phone, she discovered there was no signal. Her face immediately paled, making Contran even more tense. The signal was jammed. This group was better prepared than he thought, but the connection signal to Duke Chu's device was still active. He signaled for Jiang Tuyet and her daughter to keep waiting, not to act rashly. The mother and daughter quickly sat down at the dining table as usual. Contran nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. Just act like you don't know anything." But then, Contran discovered something that made him uneasy. A young man's voice echoed from the hallway, wondering if Jiang Tuyet and her daughter were home, saying he had sent someone to buy fresh beef and bring it over. Contran was startled and panicked. Tumu's group had climbed up to Jiang Tuyet's floor and was now banging on the door. The three of them suddenly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, a chill running down their spines. Dongvan was so terrified that she burst into tears. The little girl huddled fearfully in Jiang Tuyet's arms. Contran's face grew paler and paler. Jiang Tuyet suddenly whispered, asking what they should do now, and if they should save them. Contran remained silent, his expression as cold as ice. Suddenly, the sound of a fight erupted upstairs, then went silent. "Senya, you misjudged the combat strength of this squad. Even if you thought they were civilians, they wouldn't have been taken down so quickly. Tuangu's group isn't dead yet. Criminals like them just see transmigrators as rich targets. They wouldn't kill them. There's still time." Contran closed his eyes, forcing himself to think as fast as he could. In just a moment, an idea flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Duke Chu's communicator let out a piercing ring. Contran immediately gave an order, telling him to get a car to house number 12 on Han Thu Street and wait. Duke Chu asked in surprise, "Boss, what am I supposed to do there?" Contran answered briefly, "Tell Ho Tunyu that the first mission is complete." He also told him to bring the gold for repayment, and Duke Chu immediately accepted the order and rushed out the door. After giving the order, Contran could only wait, knowing that even if he couldn't contact Miss Luan directly, she surely had people tailing Duke Chu. Meanwhile, Jiang Tuyet and her mother were still trembling with fear, not yet recovered from the shock. There was nothing Contran could do either, so he could only wait in silence. At that exact moment, Duke Chu was already rushing out of the house. The moment he stepped outside, he was tailed by one of Miss Luan's agents, who immediately reported, "Sparrow has left the nest and just got into Tu Yong's car." The second Duke Chu got in the car, he urged the driver to courtyard number 4 on Han Thu Street and step on it. Receiving the report, Lo Vian immediately commanded the entire team to follow, saying, "Sparrow's location is unusual. Ban Thu, Suncha, pick up the pace and check the surrounding area now." It was just as Contran had planned. Duke Chu was unwittingly leading Miss Luan's team exactly where he wanted them to go. The car carrying Duke Chu quickly stopped at the appointed location. He rushed out of the car, and the driver called after him. This place used to be the main headquarters. What are you doing here? Duke Chu replied hastily. I'm getting the gold thread. Then sprinted off. The agent tailing him immediately reported to his contact at Kunlun. Sparrow says he's here to get the gold thread. Lo Vian frowned in suspicion. Get the gold thread. Don't tell me he had a deal with another time traveler. Just then, a report came in about a recent murder. Miss Luan was in pursuit of a time traveler, so the convoy immediately changed course to join the chase. Meanwhile, Duke Chu silently approached the building like a phantom. He slipped inside stealthily, and to an unknowing observer, the place would seem fraught with danger. Duke Chu quickly made his way to the door of apartment number 12 and sat down to wait as instructed. When Lo Vian's men arrived, they saw him and muttered in confusion. What's he doing? Why is he just sitting there in front of apartment number 12? Unexpectedly, the door to apartment number 12 creaked open, and a foot stepped out silently. A hooded figure emerged. Stepping out slowly, he had a timid and furtive demeanor, and definitely didn't look like a good guy. The moment Duke Chu saw him, his face went pale with fright. The man in black saw him too and asked in a cold voice, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. He quickly recognized the familiar face. Duke Chu was now trembling from head to toe. Unable to hide his terror, the man in black stammered a few incomprehensible words, his voice trembling. He immediately messaged his accomplices to report that something was unusual. Seeing the man call for backup, Duke Chu panicked and ran for his life. The other man saw this and immediately prepared to give chase, but after just a few steps, he spotted the figure of Lo Vian approaching. He immediately turned around and dashed back into the house. That action startled Lo Vian. Making his heart pound, he caught a glimpse of a figure flickering by Jiang Tuyet's window frame. He immediately gave the order, We've been spotted, surround the entire area, be careful. The target is extremely dangerous. But at that very moment, the window of Jiang Tuyet's house suddenly shattered. Lo Vian looked up, his cold gaze sweeping across the scene. He instantly understood that they were planning to escape through the back window. Luan's people quickly fanned out, surrounding the entire area. Lo Vian also rushed inside, determined to catch them at all costs. But as soon as he crossed the threshold, he felt something was wrong and quickly shouted, Be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive explosion erupted in front of them. Luan's people were thrown back by the blast. As thick smoke and dust filled the air, Lo Vian rushed forward to check on each person's condition. It turned out the criminals had planted explosives beforehand, hiding them in a trash can to buy time, then secretly snuck into Jiang Tuyet's house. When they were discovered, they broke the back window as a diversion, then detonated the explosives on the street to create chaos, giving them enough time to make a clean getaway. After confirming the casualties were not severe, Lo Vian immediately ordered, Pursue them now. If we let them escape, countless other travelers will be in danger. But after running just a few steps, he stopped short, realizing something didn't add up. Their armor wasn't strong enough to withstand a jump from the second floor, and they certainly couldn't carry someone with them, unless it was a trap. From the sound of breaking glass, to the figure they deliberately let him see before running, to the explosion on the street, it was all just a decoy to lure them away from the front door. Realizing this, Lo Vian's face paled, and he immediately yelled, Turn back, follow me. He opened his comms as he ran, his voice urgent. Chuung, are you there yet? Chuung, who was speeding to the scene, replied, Almost there, hold your position. Lo Vian sprinted with all his might toward the front door, trusting his judgment was correct. If he was wrong, they would lose the targets completely. In no time, he was already approaching the main entrance. A black car was parked right in front. A few strange men stood around it, their gazes cold and sharp. They were clearly not good people. The moment one of the men saw Lo Vian, he raised his gun and took aim. Lo Vian didn't hesitate for a second. Charging straight ahead just as their car started up to make a getaway, he ducked to the side, dodging a bullet that grazed his cheek. Then he yelled, Chuung, rammed their car. Chuung, having just arrived, immediately slammed on the gas and accelerated. The two vehicles collided with a deafening screech of metal. Seizing that moment, Lo Vian took a step back to prepare his counterattack. The criminal across from him froze, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Lo Vian. But before the man could react, Lo Vian lunged forward with lightning speed. He shattered the car window with one kick, then followed up with another that sent the thugs tumbling to the ground. Every one of his kicks left them writhing in pain on the pavement. In no time at all four men were completely taken down. Lo Vian roared, Use everything you've got and take them all down for me. The moment he finished speaking, Miss Luan's people swarmed in, and a fierce brawl erupted. Not long after, the scene was cleared, and the criminals were taken into custody by the police. Meanwhile, Contran had been watching the entire scene. He frowned slightly, realizing that Lo Vien was no ordinary person either. This organization was more sophisticated than he'd thought. They weren't just a random group but a well-organized force with a clear plan. And while their individual members weren't that strong, their coordination was impeccable. After a moment of thought, Contran turned to reassure Jiang Tuyet and her daughter. Everything's okay now. We can't go out yet, so let's just relax and eat. Jiang Tuyet let out a sigh of relief and smiled gratefully. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Dongvan and I wouldn't have made it. Let me go heat up the food. Now, only 2 people remained in the living room, and a quiet atmosphere settled over them. After the frightening ordeal, Dongvan hesitantly asked, Hengchen, how were you able to call Miss Luen? The signal was down. So how did you contact her? She asked curiously. Contran just gave a faint smile, knowing he had revealed quite a few details today. Sooner or later, she would figure some things out. With that in mind, he walked over, gently patting her head, and asked, Are you still scared? Dongvan nodded slightly, then said softly, I know you don't want to reveal your identity, but if I were in danger in that other world, would you save me? Yes. Contran hesitated for a moment before giving a firm nod. He reached out and gently patted the little girl's head again. His gaze soft, but Dongvan pouted and said, I get hiding it from other people. But why from me too? I'm just a kid. I don't mean any harm. Contran didn't answer. Simply smiling as he looked at her, he raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, Who told you to change to that channel? Dongvan nodded and smiled. Thanks. Contran. If only Dongvan had suddenly turned off the TV back then. If Contran hadn't reminded Jiang Tuyet to cook in time, they might have been in big trouble. Jiang Tuyet still hadn't recovered from the shock. Her hands trembling uncontrollably. A moment later, she set a full meal on the table, and the 3 of them sat down together. She gently reminded them, You 2 are still young, so no drinking alcohol, but Dongvan immediately said, Brother Contran can drink. Though, as they took their first bites, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Jiang Tuyet's expression changed slightly. She had been so scared earlier that she forgot to add salt, afraid she would feel embarrassed. Contran quickly said, Anyone would have panicked in that situation. I was shaking too. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the group of criminals was brought in for treatment under strict supervision. Tuang Yu was also there. Watching the man who was trembling continuously, he realized it was a side effect of injecting a low-grade gene medication. To have so many vials of it so soon after transmigrating, Boss Trin must be a powerful figure. Lo Vien was helped along by his comrade when he requested a bed change. Let me be next to Ho Tu Mu. The other person hesitated and said, But I've already arranged a private room for you. Lo Vien shook his head and said in a low voice, There are still some things that aren't clear. I need to question those 4, and tell Ban Thu to investigate them. The other person hurried away, and Lo Vien was moved to the bed next to Tianu. Tuang Yu looked at him and said gratefully, It's a good thing you guys arrived in time. Otherwise we wouldn't have escaped. Lo Vien smiled. It's our duty. Did you think we looked cool saving you? I was perfectly calm even when facing the barrel of a gun. He added with a laugh, I bet Boss Trin will give me a bonus when he sees that. Tuang Yo looked at him suspiciously. How did you know we were in trouble? Lo Vien replied calmly. We didn't discover it ourselves. Someone else reported it. Tuang Yo was stunned and quietly asked, Someone else, who was it? Lo Vien shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, I can't disclose that information. Just then, one of Ms. Luan's subordinates entered, holding several phones. We found these in the criminal's vehicle. Do you want them back? Tuang Yo nodded slightly and took back his phone. Opening it, he immediately saw a message from Duke Chu, transaction complete. Remember to pay the gold. Reading this, Tuang Yu was dumbfounded, his eyes widening in astonishment. He still didn't understand what was happening, and just stared blankly at the words on the screen. A moment later, Tuang Yo finally pieced everything together. It all fit perfectly. It turned out that it was Duke Chu who had discovered they were in danger, so he led Miso Luan to capture the criminals, which is how they escaped. That's why Duke Chu called it the first transaction, so the transaction was saving their lives. But Tuang Yo still didn't understand how Duke Chu knew they were in trouble, or how he managed to mobilize Ms. Luan's forces. After thinking for a moment, Tuang Yu messaged back, Thank you. A pleasure doing business with you. For our first time cooperating, I'll pay double. Duke Chu read the message as soon as he got home. His eyes lit up like stars. What kind of divine partner was this? When they said double, they really meant double. This world truly belongs to the rich, he chuckled to himself. This time, he got the gold, and no one was the wiser. Back at the hospital, Lovian asked, "So, how did you guys end up getting captured?" "At first, I thought they were targeting Jiang Tuyet and Dong Van'e, but it turned out that wasn't the case. This whole situation is strange. Lovian wanted to get more information from these students." Chuang Yu explained, "We're students at Lac Than International School, and we just moved to the 12th floor. Today, we were planning to greet our neighbors in Unit 201, but we ran into some thugs and got captured." After hearing this, Lovian frowned. "Aren't you guys travelers? Was it all just a coincidence?" Chuang Yu nodded slightly, confirming it was just a coincidence. While they were talking, one of Miss Luan's people came in and reported that they had found Jiang Tuyet. The mother and daughter were hiding at a friend's house. The person handed a file to Lovian. He glanced through it and said, "Because we warned her in advance. The criminals couldn't catch her. It was just an accident that these 4 kids ran into them." "Right." The person nodded and whispered, "Captain, we have to pay the hospital bills, but we don't have enough money with us." Lovian scowled and sighed. "What a pain. My salary is so low, and I still have to pay a deposit." Chuang Yu overheard this and said, "If it's all right, I'd like to make a personal donation to Ms. Luan," but Lovian cut him off. "Wait. If you donate, and both you and a civilian are in trouble, who do I save first? Obviously, I have to prioritize the person closest to me." "Right, and if you were the one standing closer to me, the public would accuse Ms. Surti Luan of favoritism." "This isn't me talking. It's Vian Dong." He then told Tunyo not to worry, because Vian Dong is very good at making money. Just as he finished speaking, one of Ms. Luan's people leaned in and whispered, "His father just transferred into Lu Duk-chu's class." Hearing that, Lovian finally understood. No wonder the way he talked about money sounded so familiar. He really is a rich kid. He turned and asked, "Ho Chunyu, how many gold bars did you give Lu Duk-chu? And how many grams were they?" Chuang Yu froze, not knowing what to say, but Lovian's stern gaze made it impossible for him to avoid the question. He had no choice but to confess. 10 bars. Each 100 grams. Lovian nodded. "So that's it." When Duk-chu was in Tuang's car, he mentioned gold bars. It turns out Tunyu was the one who hired him to buy supplies from the inner world. With that thought, Lovian gave an order. "Register the identities of all 4 of them. Don't miss a single one. They are all travelers. There's no doubt about it." Afterward, he sent the entire report for the day to Vian Dong. Vian Dong read it and texted back a few words. "Good analysis." This made Lovian smile with satisfaction. But his joy was short-lived as the next message arrived. "You guessed wrong." The smile on his face froze. He frowned and asked, "Where did I go wrong?" "Boss," Vian Dong explained. After Ho Teung-yu arranged to meet Lu Duk-chu, he didn't stay put, and instead went to visit his neighbors. Who goes to greet someone in the middle of an important transaction? Lofin pondered. "Right. That doesn't make sense." "You mean Ho Teung-yu didn't know Duk-chu was coming? They never arranged to meet, did they?" Vian Dong replied. "Correct. If you were Duk-chu, and someone asking for your help made you wait outside for 20 minutes, would you be annoyed?" Lovian answered immediately. "Of course. I'd think they were disrespecting me." Vian Dong laughed. "What if I made you wait for half an hour? Would you wait?" Lovian gave a strained smile. "Boss, how would I dare not to wait?" At this point, he suddenly froze as if he had just realized something, and let out a soft gasp of surprise. "You mean there's someone else pulling the strings behind Lu Duk-chu?" Vian Dong didn't give a straight answer, instead asking if Lovian really thought his previous conclusion was accurate. It was then that Lovian realized he'd overlooked something. Vian Dong continued, explaining that someone had deliberately hidden a clue to mislead him, and that although the clue was subtle, it was the key to everything. The real question is, who directed Duk-chu to show up at building number 4 on Hanthu Street, and who could make him willingly wait for over 20 minutes without leaving? There was someone else lurking in the shadows tonight, pulling all the strings. Vian Dong said gravely that this person was likely the 3rd traveler from Prison 18 he had mentioned before. He explained that this person manipulated Duk-chu's actions tonight, like a puppeteer with invisible strings, drawing everyone together. But for now, they didn't need to worry, as he seemed to have good intentions. Lovian thought for a moment, and then asked if he should try to get information from Lu Duk-chu. But Vian Dong shook his head, saying that would only turn a potential ally into an enemy. Lovian fell silent, thinking. Then he suddenly remembered that Jiang Tuyet had hidden in the downstairs neighbor's apartment. and that the kid living there seemed a bit unusual. Vian Dong was a little surprised and asked, "Unusual in what way?" Lo Vian thought for a moment before replying that the boy was quite striking and hard to forget. And more importantly, they discovered the thugs were using a signal jammer, yet he was able to communicate despite being so close, which was strange. Meanwhile, at Contran's home, he had just laid out a blanket on the floor, getting ready for bed, but his mind wouldn't rest. He kept thinking about the day's events. Even if Duke Chu was interrogated, people would only know there was a mysterious figure behind him, with no idea who it was, as if he had nothing to do with it at all. And yet, the entire chain of cause and effect had been orchestrated by Contran himself, like a game of chess where he was always the player, never the pawn, and he had never accepted being a pawn in anyone else's game. As Contran was lost in thought, Dong Van quietly entered the room, but he still noticed her. She sat down beside him and whispered, "Heng-chan, aren't you asleep yet?" He turned to her and asked, "What about you? Why are you still up? Where's your mom?" Dong Van replied that her mom was already asleep. Then she asked what he thought about what she'd asked him before. Contran feigned ignorance, asking what she was talking about. The little girl pouted. "Oh, come on. Stop pretending. I know you remember what I asked. Today is the 29th. Tomorrow is the 30th. And the day after that is National Day." Contran nodded. "Oh, that." Dong Van smiled brightly and said, "Let's go out and do something fun. It's been nothing but trouble lately. So it would be nice to get out for a change of scenery." Contran glanced at her and said nonchalantly, "If you want to go, then go. Why do you need me?" The little girl looked down and mumbled, "If you don't go, my mom won't go either. She says it's too dangerous outside." Contran realized what she was getting at and asked sternly, "Is going out the only reason you want me to come?" Dong Van hesitated before admitting that if they didn't go out, she'd have to go to her cram school. Hearing this, Contran couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was certainly clever, way too smart for her age. He looks just like a kid, and kids can never escape having to go to tutoring. With that in mind, he said softly, "If you want to go out and play, I don't think I can convince your mom." But to his surprise, Dong Van immediately perked up. "No need, as long as you nod. I'll take care of the rest." And so, in the dead of night, Contran and Dong Van struck a deal. Dong Van happily skipped back to his room. Just then, Contran's phone buzzed with a message from Con Then, asking, "Are you online?" He replied curtly, "What's up this late at night?" Can then quickly texted back, "National Day is coming up, and Vuong Van is inviting the whole class to watch the sunrise at Laoquan Mountain. Are you going after reading it?" Contran furrowed his brow. What a coincidence. Tunyu's group was clearly organizing this trip to get closer to Duke Chu. He had just saved their whole group, so his stock had risen sharply. But the strange thing was, Vuong Van invited Con Then but not Contran. Something about this didn't feel right. Thinking this, Contran immediately asked, "Could it be that she already knows you're a time traveler?" Can then hesitated for a few seconds before denying it. "No way." Contran could only sigh in exasperation. That guy might as well have time travel written on his forehead. Vuong Van must have figured it out and approached him on purpose. The night passed quickly, and the countdown timer now showed only 17 hours remaining. Early morning sunlight streamed through the window. Contran slowly opened his eyes. Waking up, he went outside, his steps still heavy with sleep. In the kitchen, Jiang Tuyet was busy cooking. Seeing him, she said, "You seem to cook a lot too." "Huh. We have all the spices you need here." Contran nodded slightly. Eating out is expensive." Jiang Tuil, Sahil. "What kind of parents let their child fend for himself like this? Don't worry. From now on, I'll do the cooking. You just focus on your studies." She even planned on finding a tutoring class for Contran, which made him not know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder Dong Van had made his escape plan beforehand. Afterwards, Jiang Tuyet asked about the trip to Lao Quan Mountain. Remembering his promise to Dong Van, Contran just said a few words to go through the motions. To his surprise, his aunt agreed immediately, which stunned Contran. It was as if everything had been arranged in advance. While the two of them were still discussing it, Dong Van was also starting to wake up in his room. A short while later, Contran was at school as usual. As soon as he arrived, he saw Con He Then and Vuong Van standing next to each other. Contran could only sigh. The scene looked no different from a date. He felt like he'd missed an entire drama series just by being away. The moment he saw him, Can Then immediately asked, "Heng Tran, have you decided? Are you going to Laoquan Mountain?" Before he could finish, Vuong Van hastily cut in. Nam, we're full. Ho Mu only rented a 47-seat bus, and students from both classes have already filled all the spots. At this, Tran calmly declined. You guys go ahead. I'm busy on National Day. Than didn't press him, simply nodding and saying, in that case, I won't go either. Hey, can I tag along with you? Hearing that, Vuong Van's face darkened. A change Tran noticed immediately. He casually put an arm around Than's shoulder and smiled lightly. It's weird not to go when you're invited, but I really do have something on. I would have agreed otherwise. Oh, right. When are you guys leaving? Vuong Van quickly replied. We're meeting at the school gate at 7 tomorrow morning. She even feigned disappointment, saying it was a shame Tran couldn't join them and that she would definitely invite him next time. Tran just looked at her without saying a word. Then he turned and left the classroom. He saw Tumu's group of 4 surrounding Duke Chu. After what happened yesterday, the guy's status had clearly shot up. Duke Chu kept pacing around looking for someone, which made a surprised Tunu ask, Luca, who are you looking for? Duke Chu shook his head. It's nothing. But remember, don't make enemies with anyone at school. Hearing this, Tionu was even more confused, wondering why he would suddenly give such a warning. Duke Chu didn't explain, just vaguely said he was afraid of messing with the wrong person and ruining everything. Although dealing with the boss had been great for his ego and put real gold in his hands, he felt he'd be better off living a more comfortable life back in prison. But this feeling of constantly being watched, with his heart pounding like crazy, was not pleasant at all. Meanwhile, autumn had arrived, and golden leaves littered the path. A lone figure walked silently down a path covered in red leaves, his hand tightly clutching a gold coin. This was Ha Thu, the shadow operator of the 9 provinces. His steps seemed aimless, but each one was as if it had been carefully calculated. Just then, a deep, hoarse voice sounded from behind. Instead of staying in the capital city, you came all the way here. You must have a lot of free time. Hearing the voice, Ha Thu immediately spun around. The newcomer was Viendong. He smirked slightly. Isn't Boss Trin here as well? I suppose we both have our reasons. Viendong narrowed his eyes, his tone turning serious. What in Lockthon City is so important that it brought you here? Ha Thu laughed and replied, I was just passing by to see Ms. Luan catch Ms. Du's people, just to offer some congratulations. Viendong's voice grew sterner. This is Ms. Luan's internal affair. She doesn't need anyone's congratulations. There are still 5 fugitives on the run. No one has time to celebrate. Ha Thu gave a faint smile. An internal affair. You say Boss Trin. Are you implying that the 9 provinces are breaking the rules? How can you be so calm? Viendong snorted. What does that have to do with me? Ha Thu raised an eyebrow. Once Ha Tu creates that group chat, all the time travelers will fall under Q Chao's control. Ms. Luan will be left with nothing. How do you guys plan to prove your strength then? Hearing this, Viendong frowned deeply. After a long moment, he replied, everyone has the right to choose their own path. Once you've chosen, you shouldn't have regrets. Those words made Ha Thu's expression turn somber. He pondered for a moment before asking, then why did Ms. Luan classify Lu Dukechu's file as top secret, even if he's one of Li Thukdong's men? It still doesn't seem logical to me. You've observed Dukechu before, with your discerning eye. Viendong, he surely wouldn't have caught your interest. So what's the reason for keeping his information at the highest level of secrecy? To protect him, or is protecting Duke Chu just a pretext to hide the real target and misdirect me? Ha Thu said, spinning the coin in his hand. Suddenly, he glared at Viendong and asked coldly, Class President, the person you want to protect isn't Duke Chu, is it? Viendong didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the spinning coin in Ha Thu's hand. After a moment, he spoke softly. It's unclear which transcendent being left behind. Forbidden item S099. Only for it to be mistaken for an ordinary coin. But it can distinguish truth from falsehood. Upon hearing this, Ha Thu stopped spinning the coin and chuckled. Class President, you really do know everything. Viendong replied calmly. Its effect is hardly a secret anymore. Shrugging with a look of disappointment, Ha Thu walked past Viendong and chuckled. Oh well. It seems I won't be getting anything out of you today. With that, he turned and walked away. The coin in his hand was tossed up again, as if he had still managed to glean some sort of clue. Shortly after, Ha Thu got into a black car that was waiting in the distance. As soon as he sat down, he immediately reached into his coat pocket. Quickly, he pulled out a thin sliver of gold and fitted it onto the coin in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a stream of metallic energy flared up, completely enveloping the coin. Hathu chanted an incantation while controlling the object. Let the cause be made whole. The moment he finished speaking, the coin began to spin ceaselessly. After a moment, it finally came to a stop. Hathu stared out the window, silent with regret. The coin had pointed him in the right direction, but Viendong had kept his mouth shut. Just then, the driver spoke up. Boss, Miss Luan has a new lead. Should we use some methods to get the information? Hathu shook his head. No need. Let Boss Trin handle it. At 5:20 in the afternoon, at the gate of Contran High School, a large tour bus was parked and waiting. One of Miss Luan's people was standing nearby and reported immediately. There's unusual activity on Lu Dukchu's end. It looks like they're planning to charter a tour bus. Should we take action? But at that moment, another voice cut in. A suspicious individual has appeared in Man County, north of Lacthon City. Captain Lo has already led a team there. They'll be relieved tomorrow after their rest. At that very same moment, at the foot of Mount Lao Quan, crowds of tourists were pouring in. Of course, among them were 3 people, Con Tran and Dong Van Ho, having just stepped off the bus. They happily stretched their arms, looking extremely relaxed. Jiang Tuyet was also about to step down, but she was suddenly held back by a hand. She turned her head to look, her voice low and full of suspicion. Heng Tran, what's wrong? Is there danger? He didn't answer, his gaze fixed on a 7-seater vehicle parked in the distance. From it, several people wearing dark sunglasses silently stepped out. Those were the exact same black shoes Con Tran had seen the night before. Why would they show up at Mount Lao Quan? There's only one way up the mountain. If Miss Luan discovers them, they'll have no chance of escape. Criminals usually avoid danger, but these guys are walking right into it. Their target must be the time traveler. Seeing the change in Con Tran's expression, Jiang Tuyet asked worriedly in a low voice. Heng Tran, did you notice something? He gave a slight nod, his voice low. I see 5 people. They're probably the group of suspects on the run. Don't worry, they aren't targeting us. Even after hearing that, Jiang Tuyet was still on edge. Maybe we should just go back. Con Tran let out a soft sigh. This is the last bus. Your identity hasn't been revealed yet, so you're safe for the time being. Dong Van quickly chimed in, her voice soft. Mom, just listen to Con Tran. He knows what he's talking about. Con Tran nodded. Let's keep going. We'll catch the first transport back to Luo City in the morning. A little while later, the 3 of them returned to the inn at the base of the mountain. Con Tran secretly messaged Duke Chu. Guokheng, don't go outside. Stay put in the house. He just hoped Duke Chu would see the message. If he didn't go, Tunu's group would have to cancel their trip. When night came, Con Tran drew the curtains, completely covering the window. But to be absolutely sure, he stood there and kept watch without taking his eyes off the outside. Time seemed to crawl by, agonizingly slow with each passing second. The clock hands ticked past 11 o'clock at night. Jiang Tuyet woke up and saw Con Tran still standing by the door. She hurried to say she'd take watch, but he shook his head. You don't know their faces. Go make some noodles for me and Dong Van. Jiang Tuyet agreed that made sense and went to cook. As she left, Dong Van brought a chair over to sit beside him. The young girl massaged Con Tran's shoulders and whispered, Are you tired? You should rest for a while. Con Tran gave a small smile. I'm fine. We can't be too careful. Just as he finished his sentence, Jiang Tuyet opened her mouth to say something, but before she could speak, Con Tran signaled for silence, because outside, he had just seen a group of men dressed in military gear. They were patrolling the area, and he could see 2-way radios in their jacket pockets. Their pants pockets were bulging, and Con Tran guessed they were carrying weapons. He quickly checked his phone. It was 11:55 p.m. There were only 5 minutes left on the countdown. The group outside switched to a state of high alert, seemingly ready to make their move at any moment. Watching them, Con Tran said quietly, Their target might be the inn right next to us. Jiang Tuyet trembled. The inn next door, but that place is crowded with people. This is going to be dangerous. Con Tran knew exactly what she meant, and immediately ducked down to avoid being seen. He pulled out his communication device, trying to warn Duke Chu, but he still hadn't received a response. Meanwhile, in another area near Dai Village, this was in Meng County, just north of Luo City, inside a small house. The lights were still on even though it was late at night. Lovien sat across from another man, asking in a deep voice, You're the one who filed the report. When did you see them? The man replied. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I reported it the moment I spotted them. Lo Vien furrowed his brow and continued his questioning. What were they wearing? The man averted his eyes and stammered. They were wearing outdoor sportswear. You know, the kind of stuff people from the city wear. Lo Vien immediately sensed something was wrong. In a low, pressing voice, he asked, Is there anyone else? The man shook his head slightly and answered quietly, I don't think so. Lo Vien's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and demanded, What color were their clothes? Answer me in 10 seconds. Under his pressure, the man trembled, stammering and unable to speak. Lo Vien understood instantly. He roared in anger. How much did they pay you to make this up? Do you have any idea how many lives could be lost because of a false report? With that, he stormed out, listening to more reports from his teammates as he went. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he muttered, A diversion to lure the tiger from its mountain. But who were they trying to draw out? There were still 8 of Ko Luan's people on duty in the city. Even with him gone, it would be difficult for the enemy to retreat completely. But he had already noticed something unusual about Lao Quan Mountain. Just then, the countdown ended, and space was torn open once again. Duke Chu returned to prison number 18, where he was bound. He spat out a few gold fragments that were still in his mouth. Then he shouted, Hey, you 2 fine gentlemen, the injection is done. Now let me go. Ho Tianu gave me 5 gold threads this time, and according to our deal, you have to give me 1. Just then, Con Tran walked in. His voice was cold. Why didn't you answer my message? Duke Chu looked up at the newcomer and froze. He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Boss, it's not that I didn't want to reply. I was just held up by my friends and didn't have a chance to use my communication device. In reality, he was too busy having fun and completely forgot. Kong Tran didn't press further, only instructing, when you get back, stay home for the entire break. Understand? But Duke Chu hesitated and said, I'm on Lao Quan Mountain right now. Can I just go home and hide? Con Tran's gaze suddenly darkened. He asked urgently, You guys are on Lao Quan Mountain. Where are you staying? Duke Chu replied casually. Cloudtop Inn, the famous one. There are 47 of us in my group, staying for 3 days. Con Tran was suspicious. Was this trip planned in advance? Why didn't I hear you mention it? Duke Chu said sheepishly. No, it was a last-minute thing. The transfer students from Haithon invited us. We originally planned to go in October, but the school let out early, so we just went. Kun Tran sighed. So the laughter from before was them. The target of that armed group is those kids, but how did they know they would be at Lao Quan Mountain? And even the name of the inn, something's not right, he said slowly. There's a traitor. Someone leaked their itinerary to the enemy, and even told them they would be arriving a day early. Duke Chu asked in horror. Boss, what do you mean? Con Tran's voice was icy. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say, because your life depends on it. He paused thoughtfully before continuing. My people are tracking the marauders. They've already surrounded Cloudtop Inn and are preparing to capture everyone. Duke Chu's face went pale. A moment ago, he was still scheming about how to swallow a gold thread, and now his life was on the line. He fell to his knees and begged, Boss, your people are nearby? Right. Tell them to come and save us. Ko Luan said those guys are ruthless. Con Tran tried to reassure him, but Duke Chu was still panicking, yelling, It's no use, it's dangerous. Even if we're captured and enslaved, I have more than 40 friends with me. That's more than 40 lives. Con Tran let out a heavy sigh. After a moment's thought, he said, When you return, I need you to do 2 things for me. First, as soon as you get back, immediately tell everyone to disperse. Don't try to help. To avoid causing more chaos and getting innocent people involved. Duke Chu asked with a trembling voice. Boss, can we escape? Con Tran replied. We can only hope they haven't surrounded the inn yet. There's no other way. Second, during the 2 days of transmigration, try to remember if anyone left the party early or was texting constantly. Duke Chu exclaimed in panic. Are you saying there's a mole in my group? Con Tran calmly replied. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the most likely possibility. Remember my words. After saying that, he turned his back and left the room. After taking just 2 steps, he stopped abruptly. A strange feeling washed over him, as if he had forgotten something important. He closed his eyes slightly, lost in deep thought. He recalled every detail of that day. Then he suddenly realized that among the group of transfer students, one person had been pulled into a private room. After a moment of thought, Con Tran asked in a low voice, Who was the one who suggested changing the schedule? Duke Chu thought for a long time before answering. I think it was the transfer student from the class next door, a girl named Bak Uyenyi. Hearing that, Contran immediately turned and left. When Tutu saw him come out, he asked quietly, "Did something big happen these past 2 days?" Contran nodded slightly. "Someone is planning to capture some time travelers to use them for transporting goods. And their target is Lu Dukchu's group." After hearing this, Avori Deepfan asked, "What about you, Khan?" Tran shook his head. "It doesn't affect me for now. And whether Lu Dukchu lives or dies isn't important. Even though Dukchu just became famous and earned a little money, he's already lost his chance. But that's not what matters. The worrying part is that Kanthan might be killed." Thinking this, Kantran said, "Let's go." A surprised Deep Van asked, "Go where?" He calmly replied, "To train." His words made Deep Van and Tutu look at each other, completely confused. Seeing their confusion, Kantran continued, "Even if I stay, I'll just be sitting here worrying. It's better to use this time to train, so I won't be helpless when facing things in the future." Tutu couldn't help but admire him. He has never experienced a life or death situation, yet he can force himself to stay calm and choose the right path amidst the chaos. Elsewhere, in Thukdong's room, the old man was still playing chess. Before long, Contran and the other two walked in. One glance was enough to tell that Contran was troubled. Thukdong sighed softly and asked, "It looks like you've run into some trouble." Contran remained silent, his gaze fixed on the chessboard. "Un moment later," he tossed a USB drive to Tutu, saying, "On here is all the classical music I've collected from the other world." Thukdong smiled and nodded. "I like this gift very much. Consider me in your debt for this favor." Contran sat down and asked, "Is there anyone else you owe a debt to?" "Master." Thukdong gave a faint smile. "There was once, but now that person hates me to the bone. Meeting again would bring no joy. That's a debt to be paid in the next life." Hearing this, Contran understood that there must be a deep, personal love story involved. Thukdong added, "I know you're in a tough spot this time, but I won't help, because you're clear-headed enough to face it on your own, and that's proof enough that I wasn't wrong about you. There's a species of bird called the Azure Mountain Rock. When they're fully grown, not even an airship can touch them, but when they're young, they're weak and don't dare to take flight. When the time comes, the adult bird will carry all 7 of its chicks to a cliff. One by one, it pushes them off. The ones that spread their wings live, and the ones that hesitate will die. By nature's design, only one chick from each nest survives, and it becomes the sovereign of the sky. From the moment it learns to fly, it is already the king of the air." After listening, Kaintran asked, "This species doesn't exist in the outside world. Are they really that strong?" Thukdong replied slowly, "Of course. Humans wouldn't dare get close without the protection of an A-class airship. When I was going through my 3rd life or death trial, I once trespassed into their territory. One of them chased me for over 30 miles, and I almost lost my life. It's not just the death of a superhuman that creates a forbidden zone. Even powerful creatures can do it. Take this Azure Mountain Rock species. The land around their nests also transforms, generating a strange power." Contran frowned and asked, "Is there any way to control a forbidden zone?" Thukdong sighed. "No. Perhaps it's a law of nature meant to purify the earth, or a sign that the planet is about to change." Hearing this, Contran froze and asked quietly, "If that happens, what will become of humanity?" Thukdong chuckled softly. "Perhaps only superhumans will survive. Mankind has always thought of itself as the master, but time will teach them that no one is truly in charge here." With that, he asked, "Want to go out? I can show you a real forbidden zone." Contran shook his head. "Maybe next time. Teacher, right now, I need to figure out how to handle everything when I get back." Thukdong laughed and asked, "So, have you figured it out?" Contran was silent for a long time. Finally, he said softly, "Helping people." Thukdong was a bit surprised and asked, "Do you even know how to kill?" Contran shook his head, but his eyes were firm. "I don't, but I will learn." He had figured it out. During the 2 days of training with Deep Van, he had to memorize every close combat technique and the opponent's reactions, using observation to seize the initiative in a fight. Thinking of this, Contran frowned slightly. The method was good, but he was afraid there wasn't enough time. Hearing this, Thukdong chuckled, "Just like when you play chess." "Right," Diep Van also spoke up. "With your breathing techniques and continuous training, your physical condition is on par with a soldier's but if you face an opponent with enhanced armor, you'll still be completely outmatched." Thukdong nodded in agreement. The human body has hundreds of joints, over 600 muscles, and billions of tiny muscle fibers. Its variations are far more complex than a chessboard. You don't need to learn it all in 2 days. In fact, to kill someone, you only need one move. He glanced at Diep Van and said, "Just teach him one move, and then tell him how the enemy will react." "That's enough?" Diep Van asked in surprise. "Just one move." Thuk Dong nodded, his voice calm. "It's enough. Human life is a fragile thing." Contran looked flustered and quickly said, "I'm afraid 2 nights still won't be enough time to practice." Thuk Dong gave a faint smile and said as he walked away, "Then just lock up all the prisoners. Only let them out to eat, and send them back to their cells right after. That'll give you 3 days to practice." Tu Tio just smiled and said quietly, "The boss is as decisive as ever." Diep Van also nodded. After all, he's the head of the night organization. It's not strange for him to do something like this. Before Contran could understand, Tu Tio added, "Oh, those 2 assassins that were captured earlier, I've already taken care of them." He smirked and said, "Don't worry. I managed to get some information before he died. It was definitely the Khan conglomerate's 4th division, but I just don't know why they're after you." After speaking, the man left, leaving just the 2 of them in the room. Diep Van immediately said, "Let's start training now. No more wasting time." Before he began teaching, he reiterated, "Thuk Dong was right. Human lives are fragile. A broken sternum will cause you to suffocate, and a punctured lung will make you die from lack of air. Severing an artery will take them down even faster. As long as you use the right amount of force, you can disable an opponent no matter where you strike." With that said, Diep Van took Contran's hand, explaining the theory while simultaneously guiding him through the practical movements. He threw a punch toward Contran's hip. Then, in a low voice, he said, "There is one area that armored soldiers often overlook, and that's the protection for their internal organs." Contran paused and asked quickly, "But doesn't everyone know how important the internal organs are? They must have bio-armor implants." "Right," Diep Van replied casually. "Nano armor is incredibly expensive. Very few people can afford it. I'm guessing their organs are completely unprotected." Contran sighed. "So being poor limits your strength." "Who?" Then, Diep Van pointed out other weak spots like the spleen, spine, ribs, back, and abdomen. He explained that just one stab to the spleen is enough to finish someone off. He asked Contran, "In the outside world, can you get your hands on a knife?" Contran replied, "I only have a paring knife." Diep Van shook his head. "That's useless. It won't even be able to pierce a soldier's armor." He rummaged through a pile of tools, pulled out a knife, and handed it to Contran, saying, "Here, this is something you can take back with you. Use it for your real training." Contran unfolded the knife, inspected it carefully, and asked, "We're using a real blade for training," Diep Van replied calmly. "Yes. You need to not only master the moves, but also master the weapon itself." Contran nodded, seeing the logic in that. He then asked, "So, what's the first step?" Diep Van explained slowly. "If you want to strike a weak point, you first need to know exactly where it is. But since everyone's height and build are different, the location of these weak spots varies. You'll have to kill enough people to develop a precise feel for it." Diep Van handed him a pair of goggles and said, "Put these on. They'll help you see better in the dark." The next day, at 1 in the morning, when the entire block was sound asleep, 2 figures silently crept into a room. Without a word, Diep Van moved and bent back the arm of the man sleeping on the bed. Then he glanced over at Contran, pointed to a spot on Duke Chu's body, and whispered, "See this? This is the weak point for the internal organs. One stab right here, and it's all over." After that, they moved on to another prisoner. This time it was a bald man, and Diep Van subdued him in an instant. Diep Van continued to show Contran each of the weak points on the human body. They continued this way, finding more victims to practice on while memorizing the locations of the fatal points. With his exceptional memory, Contran practically engraved all of the information into his mind. It felt like an anatomy lesson. For 5 straight hours, he touched over 1,000 spleens, gaining an incredible amount of hands-on experience. When the theoretical portion of the lesson was over, Diep Van started teaching him how to use the knife. He demonstrated the movements as he spoke. If you aren't stronger than your opponent, then a surprise attack is your best option. But you can't always have the element of surprise. Ambushes are important, but if that's all you rely on, you're just leaving things to chance. The moment the words left his mouth, Contran's knife had already stabbed the exact spot over Diep Van's spleen, but in the next moment, he had already seized Contran's wrist. The knife in his hand slid gently against his neck. Deep Fan smirked. All right, now I'll teach you the key to the second stage. If you reveal your intentions first, you'll immediately be at a disadvantage. When you don't have the strength to take down your opponent, a feint is the most effective killing blow. Contran fell into deep thought after hearing this. The ancients were right. To win, you must know how to lure your enemy. Even killing requires strategy. While he was lost in thought, Diep Van suddenly lunged at him again. Contran immediately raised his hand to block the attack. The two continued to exchange blows once more. I'm a molateur. Diep Van's knife was already pressed under Contran's arm. He whispered, "There are over 100 types of traps like this, and today, I'm going to teach you all of them." He reminded him, "You have to be flexible in a fight. Look at the masters of dagger combat. They can throw dozens of strikes in a single second, but only one of them is real." Contran narrowed his eyes, focusing on every single word. Immediately after, he launched a surprise counterattack. Initially, Diep Van saw through his every move, but this time, Contran used a feint, aiming the tip of his dagger at one of Diep Van's weak points. However, he still managed to block it. He chuckled softly. "Not bad. Let's go again." Because Contran needed to focus on his training, all the prisoners were confined to their cells and not allowed out, causing them to grow restless and rebellious. Hothian couldn't take it anymore either, and he decided to sneak out to see what was going on. But just at that moment, a figure appeared in the hallway. When he got a clear look at the person's face, Hothian froze in fear. It was none other than Thuk Dong, and his gaze was as cold as ice. Hothian had no choice but to slink back. Thuk Dong didn't even spare him a glance, walking straight to the training room, where Diep Van and Contran were. At that moment, the two of them were still on the training floor. Contran had dark circles under his eyes from being up all night. Diep Van shook his head helplessly, gently patting the back of his neck and whispering, "You can rest now." He collapsed, falling asleep almost instantly. After lunch, Contran woke up. Thuk Dong asked, "So, have you gotten the hang of it?" Contran nodded. "I'm getting there. My ability to memorize and calculate during a fight is more effective than I expected." Tu Tio then asked, "So, in your assessment, how is his progress?" Diep Van replied, "An ordinary person could never compare to him. His superhuman memory is terrifying. After one more night of training, there shouldn't be any more problems." Tu Tio asked again, "And his weaknesses?" Diep Van calmly replied, "He hasn't formed his own style yet. Only a true epiphany can fix that." Tu Tio looked at Contran and smiled. "Don't be intimidated. Anyone he praises as a master is a big name in the inner world." Diep Van shot him a glare and asked, "Have you had enough rest?" Contran nodded and replied curtly, "I'm ready. Let's continue." This time, Tu Tio stepped forward. "Let me fight you." He fought barehanded, as expected of a superhuman. Without a word, Contran rushed in, throwing a feint to deceive him, but Tu Tio saw it coming and smirked. "You're still too green." He knew perfectly well that Contran was only aiming for his spleen, but this time, Tu Tio was careless. Contran abruptly changed his target, attacking the arm directly. However, he still managed to catch it just in time. Tu Tio smirked. "That was close. You almost turned the tables on me." Meanwhile, Contran thought to himself that Tu Tio had previously said he wasn't good at combat and focused more on his abilities. But to be able to stop a knife with just 2 fingers was truly unbelievable. Sure enough, the gap between a regular person and a superhuman was like a chasm. Only other superhumans could stand a chance against them. Off to the side, Thuk Dong quietly asked Diep Van about his level of insight. Diep Van calmly replied, "In that respect, I'm no match for him." Hearing this, Thuk Dong chuckled and then reminded him to keep training and not get lazy. Diep Van simply nodded and said, "Yes, it's time to teach him about sneak attacks." On the training ground, Contran and Tu Tio were still clashing continuously. Late at night, 2 unfamiliar figures appeared in the prison cell, signaling the start of another nightmare. Diep Van coldly ordered, "Get on the bed." The inmate immediately took off his shirt and obediently lay down. Diep Van continued, "Yesterday I showed you how to locate it from the front. Today it's from the back. In truth, finding the spleen from behind is a little more difficult. If you want to strike quickly, you have to hold the knife with your left hand." He demonstrated as he explained. Time continued to pass, and the countdown clock showed only 15 hours remaining. Just then, the system announced that Contran had a visitor. He stopped his training abruptly. 2 robots headed straight for Contran. Diep Van frowned and said, "They've sent 2 robot guards this time." Contran asked, How is that different from before? Diep Van nodded and explained that the system can assess threat levels on its own. If it detects an increase, it will dispatch more robots accordingly. Before it was just one, now it's two. Contran frowned in thought. Could it be that this entire prison is controlled by a single system? Which is why there are no real prison guards to be seen. At this moment, Thuk Dong said, "It must be the girl from the Brandon family. You're drenched in sweat. Go change before you see her." But Contran just wiped his face carelessly and replied coolly, "It's not necessary." Thuk Dong wasn't surprised and continued to ask, "Don't you care about your image? She's your fiancée. After all, I've looked into her. This girl is clean. Not like the other old foxes in the Brandon family." Contran shrugged and said calmly, "If I go see her now, and they cross-reference the times, everyone will know. I'm the one Deep Van is training, so I can't reveal myself." With that, he tossed his towel aside and resumed his training. Thuk Dong watched him and smiled faintly. Thinking he was truly a disciple one could count on, Contran buried himself in training for several more hours, until only 9 hours remained on the clock. He gradually noticed that although Diep Van's feet looked rather large, they made absolutely no sound when he moved. It seemed as if every single muscle fiber in Diep Van's legs moved with a deliberate and precise rhythm, from the tips of his toes to his heels, and from his calves to his thighs. Every step seemed meticulously calculated. Contran silently resolved to memorize every movement, not missing a single detail. While he was training, Tutia took the opportunity to speak with Thuk Dong, suggesting they should give Contran some lethal weapons. But Thuk Dong said sternly, his first kill must be done with his own hands, so that he can truly understand the meaning of death. Contran continued to train with his dagger, never taking a break. This went on until the countdown timer showed only 2 hours remaining. At this moment, Duke Chu was locked in a room, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, the door swung open, and he peeked his head out, calling in a shaky voice, "Is anyone there? Why did it open like this?" After a few moments of hesitation, Duke Chu stealthily stepped outside, but he hadn't gone far before he was already drenched in a cold sweat, because from the darkness, he could clearly sense something approaching him. He could hear heavy breathing, but there was absolutely no sound of footsteps. Panicked, Duke Chu scrambled for his life and hid in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Being the worrywart that he was, he actually thought he had just encountered a ghost. Before long, the breathing sound drew closer, scaring Duke Chu so badly that he trembled and nearly collapsed. When he looked closely, he saw a masked figure standing right behind him. Duke Chu let out a scream, his face turning deathly pale. He cursed to himself, coming back in the middle of the night only to be greeted by a demon mask. It's just like a horror movie, enough to scare a guy to death. Tu Tia dragged Duke Chu back to the room as Diep Van said softly, "Your technique is improving quickly, but since we're short on time, it's still not perfect." Duke Chu grumbled as he walked. "Did you really drag me out in the middle of the night just to scare me?" Tu Tia replied coldly. "Cut the nonsense. Are you really that much of a wimp?" Meanwhile, Diep Van was instructing Contran, "The key to a sneak attack is to not reveal your presence. You were too hasty, which caused your aura and the sound of your steps to change." Duke Chu didn't consciously notice it, but his body was subconsciously on alert. "And you still haven't mastered controlling your breath and pace when moving quickly," he thought in silence. To muffle his footsteps, he needed to control the impact of his landing, but his shoes were cheap with hard soles, so he decided to take them off. When Diep Van no longer heard any footsteps, he turned around and smiled faintly. "That's decisive of you. But remember, don't run. You can't run without making a sound just yet." Contran nodded and said softly, "I understand." Diep Van continued, "If you've never walked barefoot before, I'm afraid your feet will be torn to shreds tonight." Contran just shook his head. "It's fine. The pain will heal." Diep Van chuckled and advised gently, "Pushing yourself is good, but you should buy a pair of shoes that fit when this is over. Do you have any other questions?" Contran pondered for a moment, then asked, "In combat, ambushing is so important, so why did you teach it to me last?" The question made Diep Van stop in his tracks. After a moment, he replied, "Ambushing isn't a game. Your opponents won't just stand there and let you stab them like in a video game. Usually, after you kill the second person, your cover will be blown. At that point, others will hunt you down and do everything they can to kill you. And if you can't escape, that's when it truly becomes a matter of life and death." Diep Van turned to look at him and asked softly, "Do you understand now? Killing the first two people is the easiest part, which is why I taught you how to conceal yourself first." Contran nodded. but added, "I don't plan on trading my life for someone else's. If it gets too dangerous, I'll retreat." Diep Van nodded, agreeing with that. In this world, your own life is the most important thing, and it's not worth risking for someone who isn't worthy. But if that killer instinct could be controlled, it wouldn't be called a killer instinct. He said that Thuk Dong once mentioned you have that kind of fire in you. Just like how you dared to sit down and play chess with him from the very first day. It's not that people like you don't want to stop. It's that you can't. Hearing this, Contran simply remained silent, his gaze growing deeper. Just then, Diep Van suddenly said, "Oh, that's right." He pulled out a chair, causing Contran to ask, "What's this for?" Diep Van replied vaguely, "You'll understand in 2 days." Then he placed a hand on his shoulder and said seriously, "If the boss hasn't told you, I will." Contran frowned and asked, "What is it?" Diep Van smiled, his voice deliberate. "Come back alive." With only 5 minutes remaining, Contran put on his mask and found Duke Chu, his voice cold as he said, "Repeat the 2 things I instructed you to do." Duke Chu trembled and stammered, "First, when we return, I'm supposed to tell everyone to scatter. Second, if there's no time, I should ask who has been captured by the syndicate before." Contran nodded and asked, "Have you noticed anything unusual in the past 2 days? Like someone texting constantly or taking frequent bathroom breaks?" Duke Chu frantically shook his head. "Everyone has stepped out at some point, and everyone is always on their phone, boss. I was just focused on my game. I honestly wasn't paying attention." Contran let out a soft sigh. If he had any other choice, he never would have used this guy as his subordinate. With no other option, he spoke sternly, "Remember this carefully. They want your secret, and the moment they get it is the moment you die." He paused for a few seconds, then said coldly, "You've made an unforgivable mistake this time. When we get back, I'll show you just how cruel this world is." Assuming you're still alive, the countdown timer showed exactly 2 minutes remaining. With only 1 minute to go, Contran was prepared for the battle in the world beyond. Duke Chu, on the other hand, was still trembling uncontrollably, because a horde of bloodthirsty syndicate thugs awaited him, and then, the countdown hit 0. Duke Chu had returned to the outside world, sitting among his familiar classmates. But now, he saw the world as if it were split in 2. On one side was light, and on the other was darkness. One side was tense, while the other was filled with laughter. Only the battle was real. In his panic, Duke Chu suddenly remembered the boss's warning that he had to run. He immediately jumped up and shouted, "We have to run. There's danger." But his friends just thought he was talking nonsense. No one believed him. They whispered among themselves, treating his words like a harmless joke. Duke Chu grew more and more anxious. There was always a time gap between normal people and travelers. 2 days in that other world was just the blink of an eye. How could he convince them now? At that moment, Tuang Hu was confused. He wondered if Duke Chu had run into some trouble inside and asked, "Luca, what on earth is going on?" Duke Chu looked at the flickering fire and quickly replied, "There are armed men surrounding this place. If we don't run, we'll die." But no one listened to him. They even thought he was going crazy, which made Duke Chu grind his teeth in frustration. He didn't say another word and turned to leave. "Fine. If you don't believe me, then get out of my way. I'll run by myself." Seeing this, Duang Yo whispered to Thien Chan, "Are there really armed men? He doesn't look like he's joking. Let's follow him quickly." Thien Chan nodded and dashed off, but just as they reached the door, they were blocked by 2 strangers. One of them asked, "You kids are in such a hurry. Where are you off to?" Hearing the voice, Duke Chu turned around, his eyes lighting up. The 2 men were wearing police uniforms. Thinking they were saved, he quickly shouted, "Officers, there are armed men here." After hearing him, the 2 men glanced at each other, their eyes full of hidden meaning. Immediately after, the dark muzzle of a gun was pointed straight at Duke Chu's chest. His face turned pale in an instant. Tung Yo was also restrained. One of the men sneered, "Armed men. Huh, I don't see any around here." Now, even if they wanted to escape, there was no chance. Duke Chu was so panicked he almost wet himself. The boss only said there were armed men. He never expected them to be disguised as police. Just then, one of the men threatened in a low voice, "Open your mouth to call for help, and you'll get a bullet. Turn back." Now, Tun Yu glanced at the gun and recognized it as a G-34 with a suppressor. His instructor at the shooting range had mentioned that this type fires silently, and this kind of weapon is illegal, which could only mean one thing. These guys were no amateurs. They might be mercenaries from another country. Thinking this, the quick-witted Tuang Hu whispered, "Let's do what they say. We'll go back to the inn for now." Meanwhile, back in the inn, the other students were still sitting by the fire, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, they're back." But behind the three of them was another person, which confused everyone. Who? Why is there a police officer with them? No one went out to greet them. Everyone stood still inside, waiting to see what would happen. But at that very moment, some thugs had already infiltrated the building, and they began taking people hostage. The moment they saw the guns, the students immediately panicked. They didn't know where to run, only knowing how to cry and scream in chaos. One of the thugs, annoyed by the noise, pulled the trigger. An employee in a suit collapsed on the spot, and the thug growled, "It's too loud. All of you shut up." Seeing someone get shot, the students became even more terrified, and no one dared to move. Another thug said, "These three know about our business, and we're trying to escape, but they unexpectedly ran right into us. Lao Tu is standing guard outside. I'll take them back." Hearing this, another thug understood immediately. They must have gotten information from the inner world. It's a good thing we investigated thoroughly beforehand. With that thought, he turned his gun towards Duke Chu and said coldly, "Be quiet, or your friends and the guests here will die with you." As she spoke, Kono glanced down at the soldier on the ground and smirked, saying, "See, our comrade Ko Luan is pretty smart, isn't she?" He understood that no one on the mountain was strong enough to stop these thugs, and reinforcements were a long way off, so he remained silent to avoid more casualties. While the thug was rambling on, Ko Luan's man silently twitched his finger, as if giving some kind of signal. At the same time, a figure suddenly emerged from inside the building. The person wore a long black coat that reached his calves, stepping out with a chilling presence. His face was fierce, and one look was enough to know he was no good man. He was definitely the leader of these thugs. He smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "It's a pleasure to meet you all on Mount Lao Quan. Don't worry, I don't care about ordinary people. I just need to find the time travelers hiding here, and then I'll let you go immediately." He added that if they wanted to leave this place safely, they had better cooperate, and it would all be over quickly. And so, the students were immediately rounded up, with several of the girls crying non-stop in fear. Only Vuongvan remained calm, speaking up to reassure them, "Don't be scared. We can't let Ho Tu Mu get dragged into this." Hearing that, the group remembered that Tunu's group of three was being held at gunpoint. If they made a scene, the vicious thugs might snap and kill them all. Finally, the students quieted down and sat still, huddled around the fire, no one daring to say another word. The leader glanced at his underlings and ordered, "Gather everyone in the courtyard and collect all their communication devices. It was a bit noisy just now. Tell Lao Tu outside to be on alert." And if necessary, he trailed off, not finishing his sentence, but made a throat-slitting gesture full of unspoken meaning. Elsewhere, Duke Chu was panicking and shouting, "The boss clearly said there were only 5 of them. How come I'm seeing 8 of them now? Can we even handle this?" Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door. Someone had heard the commotion and was approaching. The person hesitantly asked, "I heard a lot of noise earlier. What's going on? Is it so bad you had to call the police?" The thug disguised as a police officer casually replied, "Just a few drunks causing trouble. Don't be nosy. Go on back." Seeing nothing unusual, the person turned to leave, but as he walked away, he thought to himself, "That's strange. There's been trouble here before, but the manager next door has never called the cops. Besides, that cop from a moment ago looked really strange." He had a feeling something wasn't right and figured he should probably call the police later to check. But just at that moment, a hand from behind clamped tightly over his mouth. Then, a cold blade sliced across his throat without a single word. Just like that, he died without even a chance to cry out. The thug dragged his body into a nearby hidden corner. He carefully hid the body, making sure no one would find it. After that, he returned to his original post to stand guard. In the main building, the thugs started collecting everyone's devices. In just a few minutes, they had collected nearly all the communication devices. As the thug passed by Tuang Yo, he suddenly stopped. He stared intently at her, as if he suspected something. He asked in a cold voice, "Got any others?" Tuang Yo panicked for a split second, afraid of being exposed, and tremblingly handed over the other phone she had hidden. Just then, another thug cut in. "All right, let them go. The boss needs to ask some questions." Immediately after, One of the thugs forcefully shoved Duke Chu forward. He was shoved so hard he stumbled and fell, his face painfully hitting the ground. The leader questioned him coldly. "Speak. After you returned, how did you discover our movements and know this place was surrounded?" Duke Chu didn't answer. He just clenched his fists, as if torn between speaking and staying silent. In reality, he didn't know anything. Khan had never told him about that. Seeing this, the leader gave a cold smile. "If you won't talk, let me take a guess." He tilted his head, staring at Duke Chu with a confident smile, and said, "You have another accomplice. A traveler, staying at the Van Thuong Inn. Don't you?" Duke Chu's brow furrowed slightly. He knew his own boss was nearby, so even though the enemy had guessed correctly, he wasn't worried. It was because he still had an ace up his sleeve. Or perhaps the group in front of him wasn't their true full force. Meanwhile, at Contran's rental room, he had returned and was silently observing the Van Thuong Inn. It had been several minutes since he'd left, but the landlord still hadn't come back. It was obvious the thugs had already taken action. He immediately began gathering his belongings to leave. Seeing this, a worried Hyung Tuyet asked, "Tuetron, what are you going to do?" "You're holding a knife." Contran let out a small laugh. Holding the dagger Deep Van had given him in the other world, he turned to her and said, "Auntie Jung Tuyet, you and Tuvan stay inside and lock the doors. I'll be fine. Don't worry." Jung Tuyet hesitated for a moment before offering, "Is there any way I can help? I still have my old set of armor." Contran gently shook his head. "You're not used to combat. Just trust me. I'll be back before you know it." With that said, he walked out and carefully locked the door behind him. From inside, Dongvan's eyes followed him until he was out of sight. Elsewhere, a thug was patrolling along the edge of the street. Contran darted out from the shadows. He landed softly just a short distance away from the man. He quickly ducked behind a wall, silently observing the thug's every move. The thug's right hand rested near his hip, surely concealing a gun. While the umbrella in his left was just a decoy, he'd made the same motion about 10 minutes earlier, as he contacts his crew every 10 minutes. So Contran had to make every second count. But just then, a sudden flare of light startled him. It also caught the thug's attention, causing him to turn his head. He frowned and glanced behind him. Clearly, something was off behind that wall. With that thought, the man started walking toward it. Hengchan, still hidden beside the wall, watched as the thug's shadow grew closer. He held his breath, thinking anxiously, "This is not good. I'm about to be found out." Just at the most dangerous moment, a child's voice suddenly called out, "Mr. Officer." The thug stopped in his tracks. Immediately looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Dongvan standing there, who asked innocently, "Have you seen my mommy?" The thug was a bit flustered, not expecting a child, and he couldn't let her ruin his plans. So he softened his voice and said, "Your mommy, I haven't seen her. Come on over. I'll help you look for her." At that exact moment, Contran shot out from the edge of the wall. The thug instantly noticed someone approaching, but by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. Contran had already closed the distance. The thug gritted his teeth. Preparing to retaliate, he swung his electric umbrella in a panicked counterattack, but Contran leaned away just in time to dodge it. As the thug's other hand went to draw his gun, the move didn't escape Contran's notice. He immediately lunged toward the man's other hand. The thug's face went pale. Contran was too close. There wasn't enough time to draw the gun. He instantly pulled his hand back, abandoning any thought of drawing his gun. Instead, he rushed forward with all his might, trying to restrain Contran's arms first. But just then, Contran suddenly changed his direction of attack. He lunged straight for the thug's hip, striking directly at his weak point. Seeing this, the man's expression immediately changed, his panic clearly visible. Contran immediately focused intensely, regulating his breathing deeply. Thuk Dong once said that the key element in a battle between wild beasts is the rhythm of one's breath, maintaining composure and self-control. Once he understood this, he could control himself, and from there, control the entire situation. Whether he was the hunter or the prey was his choice to make. In that very moment, Contran stabbed hard into the man's side, and blood sprayed out relentlessly. The thug didn't even have time to understand what was happening. It was as if Contran had anticipated his every move. He couldn't pull his parachute, couldn't use his gun, and his reactions were useless. Every one of his movements was intercepted by Contran a step ahead. Sensing the critical danger, he tried to alert his comrades before collapsing, but would Contran give him that chance? He lunged forward again. He pinned him against the wall, his hand still gripping the knife tightly. The thug's mouth was covered, preventing him from making any sound of warning. Con Tran narrowed his eyes at him, silently waiting for his prey to finally give up. The wound on his side was now gaping open, blood still streaming out endlessly. A moment later, his body went limp, and his breathing faded away. Con Tran stabbed him one more time just to be sure. He bent down for a final check, confirming that the man was no longer moving. Only then did he pull out the knife that was still embedded in the man's body. The blood began to coagulate, its flow slowing to a stop. Con Tran raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, so this is what it feels like to kill someone. It turns out Thuk Dong was right. The first time you draw blood, you have to give it your all. Grit your teeth, and burn the moment of taking a life into your memory. Because if you don't experience it for yourself, how can you ever truly understand the value of life? Even though he had mentally prepared himself, his hand still trembled uncontrollably. A look of shock still lingered on his face. Just then, Dong Van's voice rang out, snapping Con Tran out of his daze. He immediately looked toward the little girl. Dong Van's face was pale, likely from extreme fear. He walked closer and asked softly, "Are you scared?" The little girl nodded slightly, whispering back, "A little." He knelt down to her eye level and asked with concern, "Why did you come out here? Where's your mom?" Just then, Jiang Tuyet rushed over in a panic. She said she'd only gone to the restroom for a moment, and when she came back, her daughter was gone. "Chuvan, you scared me to death," Dong Van whispered. "I just wanted to see Brother Con Tran." "Mom." Con Tran understood then that the little girl had come here on purpose. It wasn't a coincidence. He was about to reach out and pat her head, but when he saw his blood-stained hand, he froze. Unexpectedly, Dong Van took his hand, completely unafraid of the mess. Her action left Con Tran slightly stunned. She placed his hand on her own head without any hesitation. Then she spoke softly, her voice both clear and worried. "Brother Con Tran, please be careful. Mom and I will be waiting for you to come back." Hearing this, Con Tran's heart softened. He nodded, returning her words with a grateful look. He glanced down at the body of the thug lying motionless at his feet. He quickly dragged the corpse into a hidden corner, concealing it carefully. Afterward, he bent down to pat Dong Van's head and smiled gently. "Be a good girl. Okay, I'll be back soon." Right at that moment, the walkie-talkie on the dead body suddenly crackled to life with a roll call. Con Tran immediately moved closer to check on the situation. Fearing he'd be discovered, he cleverly mimicked the voice and joined their roll call. When he heard the last name called, Con Tran's expression darkened. There were 8 of them, but Ms. Luan's wanted poster only mentioned 5, and he'd only seen 5 people at the car, but now there were 8. No wonder they had so easily subdued the 2 Kunlun members. Their actual numbers were much larger. Tiu Tu's past warning echoed in his mind. When you return to the outer world, never trust anyone. Humans will always choose their own benefit. Guess who invented the communication device you're using now? Con Tran had thought it was a spy, but Tiu Tu explained it was created by 2 financial employees to avoid leaving evidence of insider trading. Because of that, the outer world was now full of people willing to trade anything for a chance to change their lives, slowly being swallowed by the darkness. With that thought, Con Tran turned and waved to Jiang Tuyet one last time. He walked away alone, his figure melting into the thick darkness of the night. Jiang Tuyet held Dong Van tightly, gently comforting her. "Did he scare you just now?" the little girl whispered back. "I was scared, but after Brother Con Tran patted my hair, I wasn't scared anymore." In Dong Van's eyes, Con Tran now looked like an artist, performing an art form known as life and death. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Con Tran had followed the forest line, hiding himself on the branch of an ancient tree right next to the Cloud Top Inn. He counted 6 thugs in the courtyard, plus 1 guarding the back door. 7 of them at once would be difficult to take down, especially since they were all grouped together. Thinking this, he looked down at his scraped feet and sighed softly. They'd probably be completely numb by the end of the night. Down below, the students were huddled together, trembling with fear. Duke Chu had a gun pressed right against his head. One of the Kunlun members had been shot in the leg and was shivering uncontrollably on the ground, but his hand was still trying to move, making some kind of very small signal. From his high vantage point, Con Tran saw that it looked like a coded signal. He memorized it carefully, unsure if the man was trying to alert someone else or another teammate. At the same time, one of the thugs grabbed Vuong Van by her hair and dragged her away. He dragged her inside, making the other female students tremble in fear. Tianu's group over here wasn't faring any better. At gunpoint, Tuang Yo and Thian Chan could only close their eyes and endure the situation, but there were still some who wanted to fight back. In a corner of the courtyard, where the fire flickered, a thug patted his accomplice on the shoulder and chuckled. "It's your turn." The other guy nodded and began to walk toward the group of students. His eyes scanned the crowd, then settled on one person. The female students panicked, terrified that he would choose one of them, but instead, he grabbed a male student. The unlucky victim was none other than Kan then. Watching from a distance, Kan Tran was startled and began to calculate his move. Even though he hadn't located the backdoor guard, he knew this was his only chance. Outside, another thug was casually smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, a rock flew out of nowhere and struck him on the shoulder. Startled, he drew his gun, his eyes scanning the surroundings for a target, but the area around him was completely still, with no one in sight. Just then, the walkie-talkie on his shoulder crackled for a roll call, and he immediately put out his cigarette. Meanwhile, Kan Tran silently watched his every move. He waited until the moment the thug finished responding on the walkie-talkie. He immediately rushed out and stabbed him once. Straight through the back, blood splattered onto Kan Tran's face. The man collapsed on the spot without even making a sound. Kan Tran gently caught the body, dragging it aside to hide it from view. He took the walkie-talkie from the man's hand and put it into his pocket. Inside the van Thuong In, another thug held a walkie-talkie, stopping only after all 8 men had checked in. He grinned. "All 8 are accounted for, so we're good. Next, it's our turn." He glanced at Konthan, who was trembling on the ground. The boy told himself to hang on, thinking that if the thug just changed his mind, Kukoa wouldn't have to suffer. But no miracle happened. "Inadespérate gamble," Kanthan quickly said. "Seriously, I think Ho Tu Nu and Truong Thien Tran are prettier than me. You should go find them instead." Regardless of what he said, the goon continued to approach step by step. Kanthan panicked, thinking there was no escape this time. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. He tremblingly opened his eyes. The goon had now untied him and said in a cold voice, "Calm down yet. Now, I'll ask, and you'll answer. Cooperate, and you'll live." "Got it." Kan then nodded frantically, his voice trembling. "Got it." The man asked again, "In the inner world, who are you?" The question stunned Kan Than. How did he know he was a traveler? Seeing his silence, the man raised his gun threateningly. "I'm asking you a question." Kan Than quickly replied, "I'm a hacker." The goon let out a dry laugh. "A tech-class traveler. Huh, how unlucky. Those who transmigrate without retaining their memories or knowledge are the most useless type." He asked again, "What city are you from?" Which district, not daring to hesitate. Kan Than quickly answered, "City 18, District 1. I just moved there." He nodded. "Someone with money living in District 1. Why did you just move?" Kan then stammered. I just got a sugar daddy." This left the goon speechless, staring blankly at him. While the two were still talking, the outer door suddenly burst open. The goon, thinking it was his accomplice, didn't even turn around and said immediately, "Boss." "Confirmed. This is a traveler from District 1. Let's make it a clean job." Hearing this, the color drained from Kanthan's face. The man gave a cold smile. "Now come with me quietly." But before he could even turn around, a blade pierced straight through him from behind. Dark red blood sprayed out in a stream. Kan then was so scared he almost fainted on the spot. The man tried to grab his walkie-talkie to call for backup, but another hand snatched it away. Kantran appeared from behind, grabbing the walkie-talkie and kicking the man hard to the ground. Regaining his composure, Kanthan looked closely at the masked person and realized it was Kantran, but he still pretended to ask, "Who are you?" Kantran said coldly, "Stop pretending. Follow me out the back door. There's no time to talk." Hearing that, Kan then dropped the act and burst into tears. "Tran, I can't believe you came to save me. If you hadn't come, I would have been toast." Before they could even leave, a shout was heard from outside. "Run. They're trying to silence us." Not far away, a group of students huddled on the ground, terrified after seeing someone get killed. One of Miss Luan's people couldn't take it anymore and started to fight back. The gunman immediately turned and aimed his weapon threateningly. He growled, just as expected from Miss Luan's people, daring to resist even when you're injured. Immediately after, the man pulled the trigger, and the one who fought back collapsed on the spot. Duke Chu and the other two witnessed it, their faces pale, a mix of fear and regret rising within them. One of Miss Luan's men was still sitting there, his body twitching slightly. From out of nowhere, he pulled out a gun and charged forward. Intending to counterattack, the sound of a gunshot rang out, causing the students to cringe and cling to each other. Everyone trembled, their minds blank with fear. Ms. Luan's last man also fell, dying on the spot. He hadn't expected them to still have someone hiding in the back. The scene inside the inn was now chaotic and filled with sorrow. Before breathing his last, Ms. Luan's staff member could only whisper, "Run. They want to silence everyone." Witnessing the scene, the students broke down and desperately scattered in all directions. But the enemy had guns, and before anyone could even get out the door, someone fell. A bullet pierced straight through a head, cold and ruthless. Screams and the thud of falling bodies echoed throughout the house in indescribable chaos. The sounds of wailing mixed with the unending echo of gunshots. Duke Chu's group of 3 were still being held hostage and could only watch the scene in despair. Just then, the dead man's walkie-talkie crackled to life. The plans changed. No silencing them. Just grab the traveler mixed in with the crowd and pull out. Elsewhere, the leader, having received no response, frowned and muttered, "Where's number 5? He's probably run into trouble. Number 3. Number 4. Drag the 2 from upstairs down here. Rendezvous at the parking lot." At the same time, Heng Tran, who was upstairs, had witnessed everything and overheard the plan on the walkie-talkie. He narrowed his eyes as he looked down, his gaze calculating something. Ms. Luan's 2 staff members had sacrificed themselves to buy time. Even innocent students had fallen, and he knew he couldn't just stand by. With that thought, Contran picked up the gun from the thug's body and said in a serious tone, "Wait for me here." Before Can then could understand, Contran instructed him, "Remember, as of tonight, it's as if I was never here. If I don't come back, don't say anything to my parents." Can then nodded, quickly hid inside, and watched with worry as Contran left. At that moment, Contran was already rushing down the stairs, and even though he knew this was reckless, he decided to press on. His intuition told him that if he turned his back and walked away now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Only now did he understand that what Diep Man had once said was true. Once you've crossed that bridge, once your hands are stained with blood, there's no turning back. This was no longer a matter of rules. It wasn't about orders. It was about courage, and right now, he had enough courage to face those criminals. Just like that, Contran rushed barefoot down the stairs, but just as he rounded a blind corner, he was surprised to see someone who shouldn't have been there. It was Vuong Van. She showed no signs of being tied up or injured. In fact, she was walking around freely. Contran immediately realized what was going on. When Vuong Van saw him, she became frightened and stammered. "What happened? Did the plan fail? Who are you?" Contran was finally certain that she was the traitor. He recalled the night of September 30th. Her attitude towards the other 4 had been strange. Something must have happened at Jiang Tuyet's house. That was why she had become a traitor. Contran couldn't let her just walk away, so he raised his gun. Without any hesitation, he shot her twice in the leg. Vuong Van collapsed as blood from her leg soaked the floor. Contran just watched silently, his face expressionless. Even though he had no connection to the people who died that night, someone had to be held responsible for it all, and the one who had to bear the consequences for tonight was Vuong Van. It's just that Contran never expected that she would later escape all responsibility thanks to her family's influence. In the small courtyard of the Van Thuong Inn, the students were still scattering in chaos. The scene was so chaotic that it woke the neighbors, who looked on, confused about what was happening. 3 thugs were escorting Tunak, Thien Tran, Duke Chu, and Un Ni as they fled towards the parking lot. On the way, Tuang Yu spoke up. "There's no point in holding the 4 of us. There's only one road off this mountain, and Luan's men have surely set up a trap. If you let us go and run into the forest, Phúc Nook Mountain is 800 miles wide. Even with wings, they'd have a hard time finding you. I'll even promise you money." It had to be said, Tuang Yu was the cleverest of the group. After hearing this, one of the thugs burst out laughing. "Thanks for worrying about us. But you're overthinking it. Show him that thing." As soon as he finished speaking, another thug brought over a bag. The moment Tumu looked inside, the color drained from his face. It was gasoline, something he had seen many times before. There was no mistaking it. What in the world were these lunatics planning to do now? Just then, the leader lit the fuse of an incendiary bomb. Then he ordered, "Lao that. Take these and throw them outside." In an instant, a series of earth-shaking explosions rang out. Smoke and flames billowed violently throughout the inn complex. The roofs and corners of the courtyard were engulfed in blazing fire. Seeing the massive fire, Nearby residents began to scream in panic. The inn quickly turned into a sea of fire, and everything descended into chaos. Tumu's group stood and watched helplessly, their faces extremely tense. They knew for sure that these people were completely insane. The thugs sneered. "Honestly, I'd love to let you go, but it would be a huge pain if you went back to the inner world and brought Lai Thuk Dong with you." He grinned maliciously. "So just go ahead and die here. The more blood we spill, the more the tourists will panic." Hearing that, Duke Chu's face went completely pale. Seeing this, the man laughed even louder and shouted, "7. Take off the silencer, empty your clip, and let's watch the tourist run for fun." But no gunshot rang out, and no one answered him. The leader's expression immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Something's wrong. He scanned his surroundings, his eyes filled with caution. The sight before him made him freeze. His men had been shot dead right where they stood. Seeing this, Duke Chu shouted with joy, "The boss is here, I'm saved." The leader roared in fury. "Damn it, who dares to do this? Let me kill you with my own hands." As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Duke Chu's face vanished. The man turned his gun and aimed it directly at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately pulled the trigger. A bullet ripped through the air, flying straight toward its target. In the blink of an eye, the bullet was about to strike the center of Duke Chu's forehead. But just then, a series of strange red dots appeared on his body. Duke Chu immediately threw himself aside to dodge the bullet. At the same time, he knocked over the man who was grabbing his shirt. Seeing this, the leader screamed in a rage. "What the hell? How dare that kid dodge my bullet?" But by now, Duke Chu had already taken off like the wind. The group frantically looked for a way out, but the only path was completely blocked. Before taking off, Duke Chu shouted back, "Who wants to die in a hellhole like this anyway?" His words sent the leader into a rage. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Get after him if he gets away. We're all done for." But the henchman only took 2 steps before he collapsed. From the shadows, a single, cold gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the thug right between the eyes. He crumpled to the ground, killed instantly. The person who pulled the trigger was Con Tran. He had been tracking them from the very beginning, and he was the one who had taken down all the others. The leader's face grew grim as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "You bastard." Out of 8 men, only he was left. The hunter had now become the prey. While the mysterious boy lurked in the shadows, he knew there was no time to hesitate. As long as he could escape Laoquan Mountain alive, he'd still have a chance. With that thought, he immediately turned his gun on the villagers who were putting out the fire. Gunshots echoed as people collapsed. The scene descended further into chaos, with screams piercing the sky. Just then, one of his men ran up from a distance and asked, "Boss, what's happening?" The leader replied coldly, "Never mind that. We're being followed. We need to retreat." Now, Kang Tran, hidden in the shadows, watched them retreat, still unable to make his move. He didn't realize there was still one more of them. The entire Laoquan Mountain area was now in utter chaos. Some people feared the fire, others feared the guns, and everyone was running for their lives in every direction. The leader suddenly felt a deathly stare coming from a distance. He whipped his head around. Among the crowd, a lone figure stood out, unmoving. It was Con Tran. He understood instantly. That was the shooter. And if he hadn't been standing behind a hostage, he'd be dead already. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Dong Tu, if we don't kill this kid, none of us are getting out of here alive. Go to the parking lot and wait for my orders." Before Dong Tu could even react, the leader pulled the trigger. Tuang Yo was hit and collapsed, and Thien Tran was wounded as well. Dong Tu froze in shock, asking, "Boss, what are you doing?" The leader answered nonchalantly, "They probably know that kid. Their injuries will slow him down. Let's split up and run for it." Dong Tu nodded without another word, leaving the 2 victims lying there as he sprinted away. Tuang Yo stared blankly ahead, completely bewildered about what was happening. Just before he lost consciousness, he glimpsed a pair of bare feet emerging from the smoke. Con Tran approached and reassured him, "Rescue workers are coming soon. Your wound isn't fatal, so just rest easy. I'll stay and keep watch." With that, he sat down beside them. Tuang Yo gradually came to his senses, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Con Tran. He struggled to prop himself up, his voice trembling as he said, "No, we don't need rescuing. You're incredible. Please, I'm begging you, kill those 2 men." Con Tran furrowed his brow slightly. There were only 2 of the thugs left, but they had holed up in the parking lot, a place that was easy to defend but difficult to assault. Seeing his silence, Tu Ngu yelled, "You work for Lu Duke Chu. Don't you help us get our revenge, I'll send you 10 gold bars. Just like last time, Contran didn't respond. He just looked at them, his eyes as cold as ice. Tyunyu spoke again, his voice trembling. I'm begging you. 2 of Miss Luan's people are dead. We can't let them have died for nothing. He didn't know what had happened while he was rescuing people to make Tyunyu so consumed with rage that he'd forgotten his own safety, leaving only the desire for revenge. Contran let out a soft sigh. It seemed that tonight, all he wanted to do was kill, and with that, he stepped into the darkness. He led Tyunyu down, his voice steady as he instructed him. Stay still, don't move, and cover your wound with something. With that, Contran sprang to his feet, pulled up his face mask, and let out a cold smirk. Rest assured, those guys, they're not getting away. Elsewhere, in the parking lot area, Contran had quickly followed them, but the thugs had gotten there first. Judging by the way they moved, they were clearly familiar with the terrain. They might have already set up an ambush, so sticking to this high ground would be safer. But just then, Contran suddenly froze. Before him was a goon, standing motionless as if something was holding him tight. He looked closer and saw a small, slender hand holding the man from behind. It was a girl, wearing a hood and a mask, revealing only her cold eyes. Upon seeing her, Contran's eyes widened in shock. She was a traveler, and a rare transcendent type at that. While he was still in shock, the girl spoke up. He's been shot, and his buddies abandoned him. He's all yours now. Only then did Contran understand. The other 2 had planned to ambush him, but she had intercepted them. The leader saw that things were going south and decided to flee first. At that thought, he glanced over at the black car that was revving its engine as it sped away. The driver was none other than the ringleader. The girl let out a soft scoff. What are you still standing there for? He's getting away. Hearing that, Contran immediately dashed in pursuit. She was right. The parking lot connected directly to the highway, and if he wasn't fast enough, the guy would escape. He strode past the girl, disappearing like a gust of wind. The girl watched him go, momentarily stunned. But what surprised her even more were the bloody footprints he left on the ground. She frowned. His feet were covered in wounds, yet he showed no sign of pain. Just then, the goon she was holding began to tremble. The restraining effect seemed to be weakening. The girl immediately clenched her fist, and he instantly collapsed to his knees as if being crushed by an invisible force. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. My knees are shattered. It hurts so much. But the girl remained cold, saying softly, This is the price for the murders committed tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, splotches of blood suddenly appeared on the ground around them. At the same time, on the highway outside the tourist area, the black car driven by the ringleader had sped out of the lodging area. The rugged mountain road made him curse as he drove. Damn it. It was all twists and turns, as narrow as a rat's trail. This stretch was a real pain to navigate, and the car was constantly lurching. Suddenly, something slammed into the windshield. A spiderweb crack spread across the glass. Startling him, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw someone was tailing him. It was Contran. He had caught up. The leader's expression changed in an instant. He never expected Contran to catch up so quickly. A mix of anger and fear made him grind his teeth. He snarled and slammed his foot on the gas, forcing the car to accelerate. He never would have dreamed that Contran could pursue him and shoot with such precision at the same time. Every single one of his shots was unbelievably accurate. Luckily, they had brought short-range suppressed pistols this time. Otherwise, he would have been taken down much earlier. Just then, the gunfire from Contran's position suddenly went silent, as if he had run out of ammo. The leader immediately smirked, thinking Contran must have finally given up. But having come this far, Contran couldn't back down. He tossed his empty gun aside and continued the chase on foot. The sight left the leader wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Even without a gun, he picked up speed and charged forward, determined not to stop. As the distance between them closed, he gritted his teeth, thinking, You think I'm an easy catch? I'm still the one holding a gun. With that thought, the leader stomped on the accelerator. The car swerved sharply, executing a clean drift. Seizing the moment, he turned and aimed his gun back, smirking as he said, Get lost. But then, the unexpected happened. Contran was also raising a gun, aiming right at him. They both pulled their triggers at the same time, and muzzle flashes erupted from the barrels. The bullet tore the leader's ear off, sending a spray of blood into the air. At the same time, a bullet grazed Contran's shoulder, and blood began to soak his shirt. He staggered and collapsed to the ground, his body trembling from the pain. The leader looked down at his bloody wound and gritted his teeth. He realized he'd been tricked. Contran had pretended to be out of ammo to make him lower his guard before going for the kill. Realizing this, he immediately turned and continued to flee. Contran gritted his teeth and forced himself up. He absolutely could not let him escape. The highway was winding, but the forest path was not. With that thought, he picked up a large rock. Immediately after, he jumped down from the road's guardrail. A shortcut is always the fastest way. As long as he ran fast enough, he could still make it in time. With that in mind, he ignored his torn-up leg and dashed forward without rest. Once he chose to pursue, there was no stopping. He couldn't let evil continue to survive. Contran stopped at a bush by the roadside, right on the car's expected route. He hid himself, waiting patiently. Sure enough, before long, the black car appeared in the distance. Contran closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to regulate his breathing. His breathing evened out. His eyes focused on the target before him. He slowly stepped back to build momentum. One hand gripped the cold stone tightly in his palm. In this game of chess, it wasn't just a pawn crossing the river. There was also a cannon lying in wait. And he was that cannon. Without hesitation, he forcefully threw the rock. At that moment, the ringleader was feeling smug, even laughing gleefully, thinking that there was no way he could have kept up this time. But just then, the car's front windshield shattered once again. A rock flew out of nowhere, smashing the glass and hitting him straight in the head. His grip on the steering wheel faltered. The car skidded along the road, completely out of control. Not long after, the car crashed straight into the guardrail and exploded. The front of the car erupted, and flames flared violently. Seeing the danger, the ringleader jumped from the car, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it. Where did that rock come from? Now he was screwed. No gun. And the car was wrecked too. He suddenly remembered what Tunyu had said and sighed softly. That kid had been right after all. Now, if he wanted to live, his only choice was to run into the forest. But just as he finished that thought, his eyes suddenly widened, because not far in front of him, Contran was slowly approaching. He froze completely. How in the world did he appear here, with such a mangled leg? He still chased him so relentlessly. It was a true nightmare. At that thought, he quickly turned and fled. He barely took 2 steps before he tripped and fell flat on his face. Contran was already standing right in front of him, refusing to show weakness. He scrambled to his feet. He snarled, "Bring it on. Aren't you here to kill me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold blade was pressed against his neck. Contran didn't hesitate, thrusting the blade straight at him. The man panicked and swung his arm to counterattack, but he completely failed to predict the direction of the attack. Contran dodged to the side and stabbed him in the arm. The leader faltered but quickly regained his composure, thinking whatever, as long as I crush his wrist first, I will win. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and Contran had already anticipated his move. He took a step back to build momentum. Then he weaved his body to dodge, and immediately plunged the knife straight into his stomach. Contran's speed was just too fast. There was no way for him to dodge. His moves were like the wind, both sharp and precise, as if planned long in advance, forcing his opponent to reveal an opening. By the time the man realized it, it was too late. His stomach had been torn open, and blood was gushing out. Even as he fell, his last thought was that Contran fought as if he were putting on a show. Only when he saw the man fall did Contran let out a sigh of relief, believing it was all finished. Now all he had to do was get back to the inn and take care of his injuries. But just as he turned to leave, the leader called out, "Wait. Why? Why did you have to chase me down so relentlessly?" Contran glanced back, his voice ice cold. "I promised someone that you would die tonight." At that exact moment, a phone rang. It was coming from the man's pocket. Contran paused and frowned. Who would be calling at this hour? Could it be A? Pondering for a moment, he leaned over and pulled out the phone. He answered the call but remained silent. The other end of the line was also silent, and time seemed to stand still. Contran narrowed his eyes, realizing the person on the other end was no simpleton. He was being tested. After waiting a bit longer, the other person's voice came through. "They're all dead." "Right. If that's the case, then why don't you and I have a little chat?" But Contran decisively hung up the phone. Thinking back, it was just dealing with some low-life thugs. Yet he almost lost his life. What a hassle. He glanced down at the man lying motionless on the ground. The man had stopped breathing due to excessive blood loss. Before long, Miss Luan's people arrived on the scene. After an examination, the specialist spoke up. The victim was stabbed in the spleen while trying to escape. We also found bloody footprints. And notably, the perpetrator wasn't wearing any shoes. A blood sample was taken for DNA comparison. Additionally, a phone was recovered from the victim's body, which is considered crucial evidence. Lo Vien listened to his subordinate's report, remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Understood. Report back as soon as you have the results." After saying that, he hung up the phone with a grim expression. The situation over here wasn't any better. Lo Vien frowned slightly and continued, "Give me a detailed report of the scene." The person beside him immediately spoke up. "We found 8 thugs nearby. 7 are dead, and 1 is severely injured. The survivor had his knees broken in the parking lot, as if someone intentionally left him alive for questioning. Of the 7 dead, 3 were burned to a crisp, and 4 bodies were recovered. 1 was shot, and the other 3 were stabbed in the spleen. The attacks were as precise as a professional assassin's." At this point, the subordinate suddenly paused. Then, with a trembling voice, he continued, "Captain Lo, a student said that before they died, Ban Thu and San Cha took down a few thugs and even opened a door to save people. Without them, it's likely none of the more than 40 students would have survived. They saved face for Miss Luan." Hearing this, Lo Vien just gave a faint, bitter smile. He said softly, "This isn't the time to get emotional. Let's go see where the bodies were found." The subordinate nodded and continued his report. The first body was found next to the boarding house, but that wasn't the primary scene. There were drag marks and a long trail of blood. He was likely killed at night and then dragged behind a wall. The entire building was set on fire, but the flames didn't spread to this courtyard area. Lo Vien bent down to inspect, his expression turning serious. All 3 bodies were stabbed precisely in the spleen, whether from the front or the back. The accuracy was the same. Why target only the spleen? Could it be a habit or some kind of signature? With that thought, Lo Vien glanced over and asked, "What's the status of the students who escaped?" The person next to him replied, 3 are severely injured, but the rest are safe. Among them are Tunyu and Tianchan. They were shot in the abdomen, suffering intestinal damage, and are currently in surgery. Luckily, their lives were saved. The reporter hesitated. As for the girl, Vuong Van, her injuries are rather strange. Lo Vien frowned and asked, "Strange, how? Be specific." He slowly replied, "The girl was shot in both legs by a masked individual, a student named Nam Khan, then pulled her out of the fire and saved her life. But it seems the masked person is the one who killed the thugs." Lo Vien nodded. "That's very possible. Keep an eye on Vuong Van in this can then. Why was he in the boarding house?" The other person checked his notes and replied, "According to Kanthan, he was dragged into the boarding house and assaulted by the thugs. He was lucky to be saved by that individual. Afterwards, Kanthan intentionally gave a false description of the person's appearance to mislead us." After hearing this, Lo Vien said, "Cordon off the area and investigate. The boy's testimony is our most reliable lead." Just then, another person ran up to report, "Captain, there are countless bloody footprints in the parking lot and the surrounding area. They must belong to the killer." Lo Vien immediately said, "Take me to see them." Before long, they arrived at the road next to the parking lot. Seeing the splattered bloodstains, Lo Vien frowned deeply. After a long moment of contemplation, he said, "You'd have to be incredibly tough to dare take on that whole gang of thugs alone and wipe them out." Then, he proceeded to the main crime scene, looking at the bodies strewn everywhere. Lo Vien Sahil, 8 lives. 4 of them were stabbed in the spleen, and all 4 wounds were fatal. This kind of person is extremely dangerous. Logically, we should track him down immediately, but then he thought about how this person had risked his life to go after those killers, avenging his comrades for him. An indescribable feeling welled up inside him. With that thought, Lo Vien looked down at the bodies again, and he suddenly noticed something unusual. It seemed like one of the bodies was missing something. He observed for a long time and quickly realized what was missing. It was a walkie-talkie. With that, Lo Vien asked his subordinate in a serious tone, "Where are the people who processed the scene? Did they find a walkie-talkie or any fragments of one?" Everyone immediately spread out to search. While he pondered, if the thug who died first is missing his walkie-talkie, then it's very likely the killer has it. Thinking this, Lo Vien walked over to the body of one of the accomplices and picked up the walkie-talkie from his body. He pressed the communication button, and a low voice spoke. "This is Lo Vien. I work for Miss Luan," but after waiting for a long time, there was still no response. He frowned slightly. Could the other person be staying silent on purpose? It seems tracking this person down won't be easy at all. We can only wait for the results from the crime scene analysis and the DNA tests, but he was wrong. It wasn't that Contran didn't want to answer. It was because he was treating his own wounds and couldn't even open his mouth. Sweat drenched his forehead as he gritted his teeth against the pain. His eyes glanced down slightly, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I think it's right under the bed." Then he let out a soft breath. "Everything's okay for now. Giang Tuyet." "Keep going." Jiang Tuyet carefully plucked a shard from the sole of his foot and said worriedly, "Hang in there. We're almost done." Contran's soles were covered in cuts, and blood stained the white towel red. Jiang Tuyet couldn't hold back her tears looking at the scene. "Just look at you. You go out once and your feet and shoulder are all torn up, especially that knife wound on your shoulder. I don't know how you can stand it. I can't even bear to look at it for long." Contran just remained silent. In truth, while the injuries looked severe, they were all superficial. Once treated properly, they would heal quickly. Besides, he didn't feel the pain as much as he did last night. Perhaps it was because his body released so many endorphins during the fight, making him temporarily forget the sensation of pain. Throughout the fight last night, he had maintained a special breathing rhythm, and he wondered if that was why his body felt like it was transforming. The sound of his joints cracking echoed through his entire body, and the flow of energy within him felt even more powerful. A moment later, Contran's legs were completely bandaged, and Jiang Tuyet let out a sigh of relief. She said softly that the wounds were all cleaned, and he should rest a bit while she went to the kitchen to cook something nice for him. Contran nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you." Just then, Dongvan spoke up, her voice trembling. "Hengchen, are you coming back so early this morning scared me and Mom to tears. We thought you weren't going to make it." Jiang Tuyet had checked him over carefully, seeing that his shoulder and leg injuries were the most severe, and only then did the mother and daughter feel a little more at ease. The little girl gently wiped her tears and said with a choke in her voice, "Don't be so reckless next time. If something happened to you, I don't know how I'd go on." Contran smiled gently, his voice firm. "I'll be fine. Don't worry." Jiang Tuyet quickly left the room. Dongvan glanced around, then leaned in and whispered, "Hengchen, I think I've figured out your real identity, but it's different from what I was told, so I want to confirm it." He was slightly surprised. It seemed the girl had discovered something while he was unconscious. He thought for a moment, then asked, "Why were you so determined to find me in that other world?" Dongvan lowered her head, her voice faint. "I couldn't tell Mom that I'm a time traveler, and you weren't around either. I was so scared. All alone in this big house all night. I just thought that if I could find you, I wouldn't be scared anymore." But a sad shadow fell over the girl's face, and her voice dropped. "Hengchen, did you know? I've always been alone in that other world." Before she could finish, Contran cut her off dryly, starting with the pity act again. "Are we?" This made Dongvan pout. "How boring." He looked at the young girl and asked quietly, "Have you made any new friends in that world yet?" Dongvan nodded. "Yes. An older brother, an older sister, and a grandfather from the Lee Consortium have all been very kind to me. But the Lee Consortium is complicated, and although that grandfather is kind, his health is failing. Many people are secretly plotting for when he passes away." After hearing this, Contran frowned slightly. That brother, sister, and grandfather must be from the main branch of the Lee Consortium. Thuk Dong had mentioned before that the head of the Lee Consortium was old and frail, and Brandon was even older. The way that man extended his life was anything but natural. But what was the use of thinking about all that now? The most important thing was to rest. Just as he began to relax, he suddenly remembered something important, and his expression turned serious. Contran immediately asked Dongvan to get him a pen and some paper. He began to piece together the events of last night, wondering what happened at the inn that would make someone like Ho Tu might risk her life to seek revenge for two members of Miss Lun's group. Perhaps the answer lay in the Morse code that Contran had seen earlier. After a period of concentration, he finally managed to decipher the string of code. Inside were only a few words. "No regrets in this life. Take care," repeated 3 times like a final farewell. Contran frowned slightly. Was this the message the injured member of Miss Lun's group sent to their comrades before they died? Seeing the change in his expression, Dongvan asked softly, "Hengchen, what's wrong?" He shook his head slightly. "It's nothing." "Dongvan, help me put this piece of paper in my pocket." After speaking, his gaze drifted off into the distance. Now he understood. That person had been prepared to sacrifice themselves for their beliefs. Meanwhile, at the final scene of the brawl, Lo Vien was reporting to Vien Dong that all the evidence proved a fierce confrontation between the culprit and the thugs had taken place there. On the highway at the scene of the incident, they found the 3 Glock 34 seconds the thugs used, 2 of which had been wiped clean of fingerprints, likely taken by the masked man. They also discovered 2 blood-stained bullets, and the forensic analysis showed the blood wasn't just from the victims, which proves the masked man was injured as well. Vian Dong nodded. That explained everything. He had accurately predicted Contran's actions, from realizing he couldn't be caught and switching to the mountain path, to throwing a rock to block the road. Every step was precise. Lo Vian was stunned to hear that, did the rock really hit the car? He made a calculated throw like that from over 10 meters away. Vian Dong calmly nodded. Compared to the spleen stab, that throw was the true display of his frighteningly precise calculations. He felt that Contran had calculated everything with an unbelievable level of precision. The more Lo Vian listened, the more impressed he became. But it was a shame that such a person wasn't on their side. The guns and phones were wiped clean of fingerprints. Their target is extremely cautious. And if it weren't so difficult to erase bloody footprints, he probably would have cleaned up everything. Vian Dong agreed and then asked if the DNA results were in. Lo Vian nodded, confirming they were. But there was no match for any sample in the database. Vian Dong frowned. That made no sense. After thinking for a moment, he gave an order to expand the search, hoping they might find one of his relatives. Lo Vian replied that they would have the results in 3 days at the latest. Vian Dong fell silent, gazing down at the scene below. Finally, he spoke, saying if they found the person, they should approach him with caution, because Luan needed someone capable of shouldering such responsibility. Elsewhere, in the motel room where Contran was recovering, Jiang Tuyet sighed while changing his bandages. She said if she had known he would be injured this badly, she would have brought back some of the high-quality healing medicine from the other world. She explained that the medicine there is several times more effective, and that you can bring it over as long as it's in a small, sealed vial. Contran smiled and shook his head, reassuring her that he was fine and it didn't hurt anymore. Suddenly, Jiang Tuyet remembered something, and her voice filled with worry. Oh no, you left so many bloody footprints. They can trace your DNA and connect it back to your father. Seeing her panic, Contran calmly reassured her that it was okay. He explained that he had already planned for the DNA issue, and that there were only 2 ways his identity could be revealed. The first is Con-Thun. Even though he can be a bit clueless most of the time, but he won't be careless with something this important. He'll definitely say a few things to throw the investigators off track. The only other risk is the blood sample I left on the road, but due to some past history, Ms. Luan will never have a matching sample to run a comparison. If that wasn't the case, I never would have risked it all like that. Thinking about this, Contran finally felt a sense of relief. Then he spoke softly. Jiang Tuyet, I need to be alone for a bit. There's something I have to do. Jiang Tuyet was slightly taken aback but didn't press him for details, seeming to understand that there was more to him than met the eye. If he didn't want to talk about it, she wasn't going to force him. She gave a small nod and led Dong Van out of the room, saying she would take Tu Van for a walk and to call if he needed anything, as she would be staying close by. The door closed, leaving Contran alone and silent in the empty room. He turned on his communicator and checked the latest messages. Inside was a flood of messages from Duke Chu, an unbelievable amount. Contran skimmed through them and sighed. It was exactly 9 in the morning, a full 9 hours after he had withdrawn from the scene. The masked man had only just left a short while ago. On the other end, Duke Chu was still anxiously waiting for a reply from his boss, but there was no word. It got to the point where he suspected that his boss was last night's perpetrator, now hiding somewhere and tending to his wounds. But then again, his boss was a discreet and meticulously cunning person. Why would he rush into such a bloody fight? Just then, his device vibrated, making him jump. It was a message from Contran. He made an excuse that his subordinates were reporting in and told Duke Chu to wait. Duke Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Subordinates. Of course. It seemed the boss had already established his own power base in the outside world. That was just like him. Before he could look further, his phone buzzed again with a constant stream of new messages. He opened it curiously, frowning and muttering. The class group chat just quieted down. Why is it buzzing again? Is it time to meet up? When he opened it to take a closer look, he saw that everyone was still talking about what happened last night. Duke Chu could only sigh. A whole night had passed, and they were still on the topic. Besides, it's not like he actually knew who the boss and the other person were to tell them anything. Quinn Ni was even praising the act of revenge for Miss Lise, Luan's people. And of course, she was giving all the credit to Duke Chu. Contran read those lines and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Duke Chu's reputation had reached a new high. Perhaps in the future, he could leverage that reputation to attract a few more trustworthy travelers. Whether for cooperation or help, it would be useful. He thought to himself that other news platforms would surely be reporting on the Mount Laojian incident. Just to be safe, he decided to check if anyone had seen him. Contran opened the video clips from last night. After watching, he found that most of them only recorded the aftermath of the fire, with no one mentioning the main event. Furthermore, the room rental records had been completely burned. Besides Dong Van, Gyang Tuyet, and Kan Than, no one else knew he had been there. Now, all he needed to do was meet with Duke Chu one more time, and everything would be settled. Just then, a glint appeared in Contran's eyes, as he remembered something. That's right, that guy Tumu. He recalled that night when the man had muttered a strange phrase, "Athesa is 10 strands of gold." Remembering this, Contran let out a cold laugh. Elsewhere, Duke Chu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine for no apparent reason. Contran was furious. To think he'd dare to hide his gold. This Duke Chu had definitely messed with the wrong person. Duke Chu still felt uneasy, his eyes scanning his surroundings, but seeing no one else, he frowned and muttered to himself, "Why do I have this strange feeling all morning? Like someone's watching me." A short while later, Duke Chu and a few friends arrived at the hospital to visit Tyungyo, but they were stopped before they could even go inside. A man saw them and asked suspiciously, "Who are you kids?" One of the male students quickly replied, "Hello, Sire. We're classmates of Tu Mai and Thien Tran. Here to visit them." Hearing this, the man asked again in a serious tone, "Which one of you is Lu Duke Chu?" Duke Chu, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, was startled and raised his hand. That's me." Immediately, the man walked over, gripped his shoulders, and said emotionally, "Thank you for saving Tunyo's life. The boy told me everything. If it weren't for you and your people, he would have died at the hands of those thugs." Duke Chu waved his hands awkwardly. "It was nothing. Seal. I really didn't do much." The man laughed. "It's good for a young man to be modest. But don't be too modest. In my eyes, you are someone worth investing in." He then continued, "This morning, I had a talk with Tu Nyo. I was planning to have him transfer to Haithon School, but he refused. I think he wants to be closer to you. So I decided to arrange for your transfer as well." Duke Chu panicked when he heard that rich people really do whatever they want. Was he planning to just pull him over to live next to his son? He quickly waved his hands to refuse. "Sir, I don't want to leave this place yet. This is my hometown, and all my friends and family are here." Tunyo's father also offered Duke Chu a house and a generous sum of money, but he still waved his hands and refused. "That's not necessary. Thank you for your kindness." Sia. A house in Haithon City with living expenses sounded very tempting, but the boss was in Lakthon City. Besides, the boss held all of Duke Chu's money, and he was still saving up to buy the full course of the FDE gene medicine. He was still dreaming of becoming a B-rank master, but the boss had no idea that Duke Chu had secretly kept half of the reward, which was double the previous one. If only Tunheo had been a little more generous. Just then, the communication device in Duke Chu's pocket suddenly vibrated. He quickly handed the bouquet to Tunyo's father and forced a smile. "Excuse me. I need to use the restroom for a moment." The man stood there, stunned, not understanding what was happening. Inside the restroom, Duke Chu trembled with excitement. "The boss finally messaged me. He must be done meeting with his subordinates." He opened the device to see a short message from Contran. "I heard from Ho Tu Nu that he gave you 10 gold threads last time, and another 10 this time." Just that one sentence, devoid of any blame, was enough to make Duke Chu freeze in terror. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his heart pounded in his chest. He couldn't remember what he had gotten himself into. What on earth did Tunyo say to the boss? Duke Chu had hidden money twice. The first time was a watch, and now it was the gold threads. Was the boss really going to punish him? What if he got angry and attacked him? At this thought, he grew even more frantic and quickly messaged back, "Boss, I'll definitely bring you the gold next time, please. Just punish me." He hid in the restroom for quite a while, making the people outside start to worry. When he came back out, Duke Chu looked like he had seen a ghost. His face was pale, his eyes were empty, and he couldn't even hear what Tunhyo's father was saying. He forced a weak smile and mumbled, "Sir, I've always enjoyed giving New Year's wishes. I hope everything goes smoothly for you and that you prosper." At that moment, 2 students nearby were talking about Duke Chu. A blonde-haired boy asked curiously, "Do you think he might have a system?" The other one looked puzzled. "A system? What's that?" The blonde boy chuckled softly. You know, like in novels. The system gives out quests and helps the host get stronger. The other boy nodded. Oh, I get it. But why do you think Duke Chu has a system? The blonde boy lowered his voice. Because that's the only way to explain how he can be an idiot one moment and a genius the next. Duke Chu overheard their conversation and felt that, from a certain point of view, they were right. To him, Contran was basically a living system. The only difference was that rewards were replaced with punishments, and that punishment hasn't ended. He's still going through it. After that, Duke Chu and the group of students bowed to Tunyu's father and left. The man watched Duke Chu's retreating figure, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. A moment later, he entered the hospital room and saw that Tunyu had woken up. He asked quietly, "What do you think of Lu Duke Chu?" "That." His father gently shook his head. "It's too early to tell." Tunyu nodded. "I think so too. There's something not so simple about this guy. If you call him weak, he somehow has rare gene medicine. But if you call him capable, he doesn't seem like a truly powerful person." He frowned and continued to ask, "Would someone like that be valued by Li Thuk Dong?" His father replied in a low voice. "There are two possibilities. Either he knows how to suck up to the right people, or his loyalty has been recognized by those in power." After hearing that, Tunyu asked again, "But even talented people have weaklings by their side, don't they?" His father chuckled. "True. And there's another possibility. Lu Duke Chu is just a puppet, with someone else pulling the strings from behind." Tunyu thought it made sense and asked, "So what do you think the chances of that are?" His father shook his head. "No need to jump to conclusions yet. But either way, this is an opportunity for you." He reassured him. "The family will support you with all its might. You just focus on what you need to do." Hearing this, Tunyu couldn't help but feel moved. He never expected his father had planned this far ahead. He looked at the bouquet Duke Chu had left and asked curiously, "Why did you only give him 10 gold threads? He saved me twice. Giving him 100 wouldn't have been too much." His father smiled slightly. "Because I'm assuming Lu Duke Chu is just a puppet. The one pulling the strings must be short on cash. Otherwise they wouldn't care about gold. If I give them too much at once, what will they have left to bargain with later on?" Tunyu thought for a moment and then asked, "What if they ask for an even higher price next time?" His father smiled. "Then you'll have to befriend them before they have a chance to name their price." Tunyu was stunned for a moment, as if he understood his father's meaning, and his hand slowly clenched into a fist. Tuanghu gritted his teeth in anger. He gets furious just hearing the word friendship. Whatever happened to that backstabbing traitor anyway? Back to the night of the incident on Mount Lao Quan. After receiving first aid, an ambulance quickly arrived to take the injured from the scene. Vuong Van was among them. A nurse helped her onto a stretcher and moved her to the ambulance. But at that moment, Vuong Van was still conscious, and she grabbed the nurse's sleeve to stop her. She trembled and begged, "Please call my mom for me, I'm so scared. I want to go home, I'll pay you. Please. Just help me." Vuong Van was so scared she burst into tears. But not because of the thugs. It was because she had seen Tunyo and Thien Tran bleeding with her own eyes. So she knew she had to get the hell out of there before those two woke up. And before Ko Luan's people arrived, or else she'd be finished. After hearing the story, Tunyo was shaking with anger. And he asked through gritted teeth, "Didn't the masked man break her leg? It was so obviously suspicious. So how could Ko Luan's people have let her slip away?" Tunyo's father shook his head helplessly, saying, "You can't blame Miss Luan's people. You were unconscious at the time, and everyone suspected her. But nobody imagined she was truly the traitor. It's also possible Miss Luan deliberately used her as bait," Tunyo said, still irritated and dissatisfied. "How are there no witnesses? Bak Uyani must know. So why is she staying quiet?" His father sighed. Perhaps she couldn't bear to watch her friend be imprisoned. At this, his eyes sharpened and his voice grew low. "You must remember, son, when someone becomes your enemy, forgiveness is not kindness. It's weakness." Chu bit his lip, nodded slightly, and answered quietly, "I understand." His father nodded and said slowly, "We don't know where Vuong Van is hiding. I haven't found her yet." Chungyo replied coldly, "The transmigration is coming up. I'll find her myself in the other world." His words startled his father, who asked in surprise, "You want to find Vuong Van for revenge?" Without hesitation, Chungyo gave a firm nod. He knew his father was only asking to gauge if he was being too emotional, and he worried that his persistence might be a disappointment. But contrary to his worries, his father seemed excited. "Although my son is determined, he's still hesitant and too concerned with others' opinions. He really is still young. With that in mind, he spoke calmly. Of course you can. But I want to know why you're so determined this time. You're a straightforward person, but you still don't really know what kind of man you want to become. Do you? Chunyu paused to think, then answered, You know, Dad, when I was a kid, Grandpa used to tell me war stories, including one about a company commander who sacrificed his life to save his comrades. Back then, I just thought they were entertaining stories. I mean, who would really risk their own life so recklessly for other people? But yesterday, when I saw two of Miss Luann's people risk everything to clear a path for the students, smiling even as they fell, I finally understood. People like that actually exist in this world. I know I'm not strong enough to be like them yet, but I at least want to do something that makes me worthy of what they did. Hearing this, his father smiled faintly. It seemed Chunyu had truly matured through this ordeal. If he's come to understand that, then I can't let that courage of his go to waste. He continued in a low voice. Don't worry. The Trong family and I have been investigating. This morning, someone paid a hefty price for an escape route, and they're currently recruiting time travelers. It seems that criminal is still out of our reach for the time being. Saying this, he reached out and ruffled his son's hair, adding calmly, I'll send you the information on that group of time travelers in a little while. He added, Know that within the full extent of our family's power, we will support whatever decision you make. The incident at Laoquan Mountain, involving a masked killer who impersonated Con Tran, has been all over the news. Everyone knows that he eliminated almost all of the culprits and chased the rest throughout the night. But his true identity remains a mystery. In the world of time travelers, a new name has appeared. One whose identity is just as mysterious as Ha-Tu Tu's. Time passed quickly, and soon, it was the designated hour for the time travelers to cross over. Meanwhile, in Osaka, Japan, the celebrity Kong-am sat in her room, wide awake. Even though she'd been told to get some rest, her eyes remained fixed on the news reports about the incident at Laoquan Mountain. After reading the reports, a misty look clouded Kong-am's eyes. She leaned her head back against her pillow with a soft sigh. All I ever wanted was a peaceful life. So how did I get caught up in all of this? In the real world, she lived in constant fear of her status as a time traveler being exposed, always on guard against being pulled into some mysterious incident. And in the other world, she had to remain on high alert against the Brandon family, every single moment of every day. If she were ever discovered, her fate would be the same as the 7 other travelers who had been exposed before her. The Brandon family had joined the Federation long ago, and even spoke fluent Mandarin. Only the main family branch still retained the Japanese language. The Japanese travelers were brought to 3 northern cities belonging to the Brandon clan: Tokyo, Osaka, and Kobe, but besides Kong-am, none of them spoke Chinese. So it was only a matter of time before they were exposed. Despite that, she still felt a little lucky. Thanks to a political marriage, Kong-am was sent to city number 18 to meet a young man named Con Tran. The Brandon clan valued this marriage alliance, forcing her to meet him for their own benefit, which meant the screening process was lax. Thinking of this, she tried searching for Con Tran's name in the system, but found no results. She got out of bed and slowly walked to the window. Kong-am gazed out towards Sassam, lost in thought. Information was still as scarce as ever, and she needed to confirm if that young man was truly a traveler. The last time she went there, she wasn't able to meet him, and she wondered if this time would be any different. The thought made her gaze waver slightly. Her cheeks flushed unconsciously, and she gently touched them, murmuring to herself, If I keep meeting Con Tran, will I change? Would he think she was interested? Should she soften up a little? Wait a bit longer, then leave without another word. Her gaze grew still. A moment later, she sighed and decided to stop worrying about it. She would just go and see what happens. At that exact moment, the countdown timer reached its final number. The moment of transmigration had arrived.